Why, hello there.
Hello. Yeah, I kind of just casually start and not worry about that. Hello.
That's fine. I just saw the notification pop up on Twitch and I'm like, yay!
Yeah. I don't know if we want to try to combine chat or anything like that.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. I was just
If so, I need to get in Google
oh yeah,
Chrome.
Firefox. I have to get on Firefox.
Yeah.
Thanks for reminding me.
Well, yeah, I was wanting to see about that because annoyingly, it does not recognize the browser I like to use.
I like to use Edge weirdly, and I thought it was gonna work because it's Chromium based.
That's the browser I use too.
Wow. Really?
Yeah, it's since my dad like pointed out, and which I've since like discovered that it's more convenient to have all your favorites and like all these links and sites saved on that and pretty much set
I
up.
agree. It's
And
first party.
Yeah, and then it transfers to any other computer when you have your account on it. So yeah, it just works more conveniently. I'm having
I completely agree with that. That's literally that. People like to tell me, why do you use Edge? And I'm like, well, it's convenient. It's first party. It's not as spyware as you might think it is from the internet.
yeah.
But unfortunately, I have to use Firefox or Chrome or something for that Twitch feature.
Yeah, because I guess they only coded it for those two browsers.
For some reason, which you'd expect them to all work the same.
Those two browsers.
I mean, whatever. It is what it is.
Yeah. I am set up, and the matter of us getting that up, and then I guess that we getting on at the same time, I could just start up the world that you saw me kind of like setting up last night, and we can then
Oh yeah.
we could just jump on into the Su-25T.
The cruiser in my words.
Yeah. It's nicknamed Frogfoot, by the way.
Wait. What? It's nicknamed what?
Frogfoot. So,
Frogfoot.
yeah, so a frog's foot.
Is it because it's jumpy?
I don't know, like I guess it's look or something. Because like the A10 Warthog was nicknamed Warthog because it had the face of a warthog.
That's funny. I mean, it's funny how all these different vehicles look like they have faces and we're giving them names.
Yeah. So that's what the Air Force I think named that Su-25. They called it Frogfoot.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
So yeah. So I pretty much just click on this. Yeah, and then I'm
There you go. Got your thing open. I'm gonna start my thing's countdown.
also at the same time trying to just get here we go. I got my Vinion going now, and last time it just suddenly stopped working and just decided to quit out.
Wait, what did?
My Vinion.
Is that one of the planes?
My VTuber avatar program. It's called Vinion.
Oh. Oh yeah, I was just looking at your stream. I saw both the PNG version and the 3D one.
Yeah.
For a moment.
Now I got the 3D one working.
Yay! Oh yeah, is that what that is from yesterday? That's the one that broke.
Yeah, it just decided to just stop connecting to my phone or something and just like froze up my face tracking. And
It's like, nah.
yeah, and then refreshing the stuff, it just did not come back. And I was like, okay, I'm not even going to bother trying to troubleshoot it and just play the game and just have PNG.
Honestly, that's fine. I mean, I'm not even having any VTuber stuff on because I don't have a good setup for it.
Yeah, it might. Yeah, it might
I
be
mean,
too much resource heavy.
I do have multi PC for streaming, but I just don't. Ah man, I need to customize an avatar. I need to get a better avatar work.
And just in case, even though I did look at it, I'm gonna switch to this view. Just as well, also I do need to do this view just so I could type in the password, and it apparently just displays the password as you type it in.
Displays the password. Wow. No
Yeah.
privacy. Well, my countdown has ended.
There's a small little echo from you.
Oops, let me turn my headphone volume down. Is that better?
Yeah,
Blah 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 blah.
I think when you were just talking just a little louder or something,
Yeah,
I was hearing a double voice.
that's by accident. My whenever my countdown ends, I can hear my voice, and it was a little too loud, so my microphone.
You're cutting out now.
Uh-oh. Am I?
Yeah, your voice was turning robotic on Discord.
That might have been my connection, my internet.
Yeah,
2% packet loss. That was probably my internet. Yikes. But who we Tomo was the first one to it again today. That's awesome. Happy Sunday. We should combine chats now. Stream together.
I got it up and running. When
Oh, you do?
yeah, got my.
Are you?
Google
Was I
Chrome.
supposed to get a request then? Or something?
Let me see if I can knock on you.
I was about to click knock on you.
Well, if you can on me, then yeah, do so. Otherwise, yeah, I can knock on you.
Okay. I can click it now then.
Yeah,
Boom.
there we go. Accept. And then saying that you started it, you gotta click on the share chat and then toggle it on.
Oops. I got double voice from you now. And my UI is way too small for this. I can't click mute. Good.
Yeah, I always have to mute my mic in that. I don't know why it just auto does that. Kind of annoying that it does that.
Share chat. Yeah, it's a little annoying that I just denied microphone access to the web browser. There we go. Cafe just booted up DCS also. I saw that cafe. And Flary, Jade, Tomo, Virtual. Tomo. What a crowd. Cafe has a Hotas? Is that what it's pronounced?
I'm gonna message you the password I put in.
Gotcha.
You might like the
So
password.
To join. Whoa, what an interface. Whoa. I'm not showing it on the screen yet, but how do I join?
Oh, I probably should have gone over the there should be just like multiplayer button, and just search for the name Rosillo server.
I could search for server?
Yeah, that you could search for the name of the server, and I named it just Rosillo server.
Got it. Got it.
And to join it, you'd
This
have to
server-
put that password in.
Yeah. It says this server can take screenshots from you. Do you want to connect?
Yeah.
Jade wants to give tacos.
Oh, tacos.
What
I
kind?
just had burritos.
Yeah, I was gonna say close enough to taco.
I could
How
switch
was
to
it,
the
by the
screen.
way?
Pretty good. It's pretty much like homemade burritos. So
Ooh, I used to have like breakfast burritos every morning, and now I could show the game, I guess.
yeah, interesting.
Oh wait, yeah, I
Yeah.
forgot. It's still trying to capture VR chat. This one.
Oh, because like yeah, it's left on whatever last you had set on it.
Yeah. Sometimes I forget to switch it over. Oh, hi, Cypress. It's not 3 a.m. Oh, you were 3 a.m. for you? Wait, it's not 3 a.m. yet. You are live. I told you I was focusing on different time zones. I meant it. VR chat, I mean, not VR chat. DCS is not responding. Wait for a program to respond.
It might take a bit to load.
Yeah, I'm checking on my task manager. CPU is at full load right now. There you go. There's a new multiplayer server interface.
Yeah, I've been seeing that too. Like, so last that I got on this before I had like a big long break, used to had only like certain planes that were set on in like airports and stuff to jump in, like I have in my mission. I don't know how you would set up this dynamic slot thing, but we could go into servers and then have this. You click on this dynamic slot, you just click on the airport, and then you can just spawn in any aircraft that you pretty much own. So
Oh, I'm so nervous.
it's pretty much set up as its name, dynamic slot. Like it's not slots that are pre set up, which is what everyone used to do before. Is like pretty much
Yeah.
listed all the aircrafts possible on each airfield, and I'm sure that was probably like a lot to set up or do some crazy code to do.
Oh my goodness, there's gonna be so much to take in. I didn't even know what these slots meant.
Yeah, it's to click on each aircraft. Yeah, I'm not sure how to like ease in like this stuff, like, because it is like just it's set up to do a lot of things. Is why it's like this.
Yeah.
And just
So
to point out, like, are you at like the same screen like I am?
No, I have the choice to choose between red and blue
Oh,
coalition.
yeah, I was going to direct you. So yeah, click on red, because we to get in this aircraft, it is the only way I could actually put it as a option as I know, is you got to join the Russian side basically.
Oh yeah, okay. That's the red is the Russian side then, huh?
Yeah, nothing against Russian in general. It just
Yeah.
it's the other side or the other country side, like, because it's
Yeah, I get it.
yeah, it's what the plane is for. And then what I was thinking that for you to first jump in is the one that is just Su-25T ground. Do the
Su-25T
yeah,
ground.
on
I see two of them.
the group
So
names. I
that's why I just cheered 1,000. What? Hi, Laz.
oh nice. Select the other one that's just below me, the
Okay.
136. Yeah.
Ooh, I love being called player. That's my favorite name.
Well, it's probably because you haven't set your nickname in the multiplayer window.
I thought me signing up my account was gonna determine the name.
No, I don't think it does. So now,
Okay. I
so then,
clicked briefing.
yeah,
Let me
click
look at this
briefing and
too.
then click fly, and it should load you up.
All right. All right. I'm scared. Let's get this started. The lighting is
So
everything is
because
still caching in.
yeah, so everything is frozen right now because I just started the server and got in. So I'm trying to remember which button I pressed. That I gotta unpause the server basically. There it goes.
Dude, I have to look around with the D-pad. That's how I move my view.
Yeah, so that's the first thing we needed to go over is your buttons in your because which we
Yeah.
there's not going to be
How do I stop?
there's not a huge amount that we're going to need to go through, but we want to like put on all the basics so you at least can fly and and use your flaps and stuff and not like crash yourself by trying to like, oh, I need to like press I need to do something to slow down and you're like not able to do your flaps.
Yeah. I don't even know how to get to where you're at right now.
Okay, so let me so I like hit escape.
Oh, I have to use a keyboard? That's
Yeah.
annoying.
Well, like I said, you're going to need to use your keyboard with a controller because there is no way to put this amount of buttons on your key on your just controller with few
Yeah.
buttons. That's the handy thing of a HOTAS, but even HOTASes, I can't put every keybind. Even I even have the two buttons on my throttle to be Control and Alt, and many times
Smart.
yeah, like so I could set my keybinds 3 times over. However,
Oh.
so yeah,
What this
like
is now.
holding down Alt and pressing a button becomes another option. So there's two options there with holding it down or not holding it down. And if I have Control, that's a
Huh.
third option. Actually, I got 4 options because then
Huh.
I have Control and Alt holding down and then pressing the
Oh
buttons.
my goodness. It just keeps going.
Yeah, because if you look at adjust controls, uh, and if I just click on one of these,
Yeah.
you can have added modifiers, which even distinguishes right and left control, alt and shift, and like all of these. And so if I want to really be crazy, I could like make it so you hold all these buttons, then just press one button, and then that will be a unique option.
Whoa, that's a lot of modifiers.
And but yeah, it's so they can have like hundreds of different buttons to an aircraft that you can set to like any unique button. If you can't,
I do notice that I have a lot of unbound buttons.
yeah, that's going to be a given. It should have all the keyboards buttons like by default
Yeah.
bound.
So I have square,
Oh,
triangle, and D-pad. That's all that's showing up. Oh, and L1.
does it show the keyboard buttons at least?
Yeah, keyboard is C for L1 cannon.
Yeah,
Square is space, weapon fire.
yeah,
Triangle is D, weapon change.
yeah. So either so it's where like some of the things will decide on which ones like you'd wanna like I'm sure you'd want your weapon fire to be your trigger.
Oh yeah. I'm surprised it's not already.
Well, it's probably just a unique controller that like or it's a controller
This
that
is
it's not sure what
yeah.
you'd want to have it set as.
It just says joy button 1.
Yeah.
So I want that trigger. That'd be Joy button 8. Yeah.
Yeah, you double click onto it
Oh.
with your mouse, and then you
Wait, there's 2 controls now. I have to clear it, or
you know what, let me look on your screen or your
it's.
Switch.
I added a Joy button 8, but now it says Joy button 1 and Joy button 8. Oh, reset. Maybe reset first. No.
Oh, you assigned it
Clear
to
combo.
like 2 buttons accidentally. So you can have multiple buttons to do the same thing.
Ah.
So yeah, you just clear it, and then what's easier? So instead of doing that, just clear it again. So
Clear combo.
because yeah, even with my joystick,
Joy button.
I can't know exact what button is what to like click on those. So instead of clicking on those, no, clear it again.
Oh. Okay. Clear combo.
So and then just click on it to bring it up. But like
Okay. Bring it up.
double click it. And
Alrighty.
then on your controller, click the button that you want it to do, or to do that action.
I don't have to click on the drop down.
Yeah, that's what
Makes sense.
that's what I was pointing out. Because even
Right.
my HOTAS, that's what I do. Like, there's no way I'm going to like look for what button is assigned to what on my because it has like literally like it goes up to like joy button like 32 and stuff. So
32. Oh my.
yeah, for the throttle, there's I believe like 32 buttons. And that's just buttons.
Well, I'm gonna have a massive disadvantage over you.
Well, like I said, you could literally set it up like with your controller that you can then have like your other hand on your keyboard to press like the other needed systems. But and here's the thing that even like a group that I kind of played with a little bit that were for like kind of new or slash casual players, but I didn't feel like I played enough to like keep up with them or so. But was it and one of the things they pointed out for me is lot of stuff you do not need to immediately press like in a wink of a moment or so to say. Like there's only maybe a few buttons that you even need to care for that, and that's like countermeasures and then like your fire button and stuff. Like things that are just like on the actual like fighter stick. Because even in the Jetfire, like you're reaching your hand out to press all these like buttons and stuff and setting up things. You're doing that while you're like in autopilot flying to your destination and stuff. So you're pretty much preset, like what you do is you pre-plan setting up things, so then when you get to the target you just press one button. So that's how you think of these things. Is you're not going to try to like, oh, I gotta quickly press this and blah blah blah. Like you're not going to be a good fighter if that's how you're if you're trying to like play it that way.
Yeah. I'm trying to think though, why are all these unbound? Because now I can't even properly fly.
Well, like I said, like they don't have loaded in every single thing. Like I think even when I plug in my X56 and stuff, it recognizes it as an X56 HOTAS stick in this. Like it recognizes what it is, but it doesn't have like by default the key bounds for it. And I think there's profiles you can like find and like load in like that people set or I think there's profiles you could probably find that they provide for you if you bring this down and then load profile.
There's like a load profile.
Yeah, this is how you like
download one.
Yeah, this is how you like save and load your buttons if you want a
Ah,
preset. However, it's good to probably just for us to go through, like, because I could point out and say what are needed buttons, and then you could decide
okay.
where you want that on your controller, which will be easier to know where it's on your controller.
Yeah, yeah, okay. I'm down for that.
So I could just start from the top here, and the first four things
Top.
that, which I'll probably advise putting it on like just your keep it like on your number keys. But the
Okay.
first four things that are like,
So 1, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8 and B. No, no, 1, 6, 7, and 8 is what it's set at.
yeah, the navigation modes, longitude, missile, and aiming mode, air to ground modes, and then gun sight reticle switch.
I could theoretically bind those to my D-pad, and then I could use it as a stick
Eh,
as the view.
Uh, there might be other things that I would suggest, like because I have like
Ah,
essentially a D-pad for switching, like weapons change. Like you might want to have that on
oh,
a button.
preferring that. I think by default, weapon changes what, triangle or square? Triangle.
Yeah, so like you keep that because these modes you're going to press it once and then that's the weapon you're going to be using. You don't need
Hmm.
a and if anything, 1, 2, 3, and 4 on your keyboard I think is pretty easy to like reach for even from your controller. Like if you need to like quickly change it, like if you're suddenly getting attacked by an enemy aircraft, it's not too hard to like then press a button to go to longitude missile aiming mode, which that's the
Oh,
AA basically.
where aiming mode. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, longitude, missile aiming mode, air to ground modes.
So if you want to use up your four directional D-pad, like that, those are modes that there are four of them. It fits.
I kind of wish I could. Well, I probably can. Also, use my pedals.
what what might actually be thinking of it a little more beneficial is which I have it on a mini stick. You might not have a stick to use this for, but these
No.
targeting display slew that controls the camera on your screen for like your targeting.
Oh, how'd you get there?
So I switched down this drop down menu to access commands,
Oh, axis commands. Ooh, perfect, perfect, perfect.
which actually we should look at
Roll,
this.
pitch,
Yeah, this is where you have your roll and pitch.
thrust. Thrust is moving the stick left and right.
Uh, that's pushing your throttle up, forward, and back. And I
Huh.
and I have it set to thrust left and right, so I actually have independent thrust for left and right engines.
Oh my gosh, all the control.
But I do hope that there's because the thing with this I wish it could be like Star Citizen that you'd have a relevant axis control. So where like if you did it on your left thumbstick, you can like
Mhm.
have it so oh you push it up a little, then it like positions it up a little bit more. And then it stays there when it's centered. However, this act works as what's called like what's considered like absolute value, where so if your middle
Mm.
thumbstick's in the middle, your thrust is going to be in the middle. And knowing
Yeah.
how often you're going to have your throttle like mostly pushed forward, I don't think you want to hold your thumb constantly like that.
Yeah. Where do I
So,
set dead zones?
oh, so when you click like on your axis, click on tune combo axes.
Simulator setup. Oh, hey, Cheddar Fox is in the chat. Cheddar
Hello.
Fox. Okay, you
Sorry.
said tune combo axes?
Yeah, sorry for
Right,
the
the this one, dead zone.
Yeah, the top one is dead zone, and saturation X is basically how much, like if you turn that down, you could just, it's basically then making it go to full value if you just
Oh
move it a
yeah,
little. I never put this down because like there's never a need to
yeah.
emphasize that more.
So you
Saturation
recommended
what?
before to use curvature, right?
Yeah, I was, yeah, pointing,
Yeah, you're working
suggesting
up to it.
what?
Yeah, you were just going like in order, working up to it.
Yeah, I was going down. Like, yeah, saturation Y is if you want your full value to be like less for
Yeah.
the game, but that I
Let's
always
see.
feel like that limits that how much you can really pull onto it, like pull it
Oh
on.
yeah, that's literally just setting a hard limit.
Yeah,
I wouldn't like that.
and then that's where the use of the curvature is. You're setting it more lot less sensitive in the middle area, and then when
Yeah,
you push further down the axis, then it goes to that max value, and it's not
exponential.
yeah, and it's not confused. Like I first thought it will be confusing to learn it that way, but a lot of those pros suggested to do that because you easily compensate, and it's easy to get used to. And when you do air-to-air refueling, it's kind of needed to do this when you use a desktop joystick. When you, like I
Mhm.
was explaining with like the range of motion, like I'm still moving it like not that much to compare
Yeah,
to
I
an
see that.
yeah, to compare to an actual real jet stick that it's like all the way down to your feet and you got like that big long stick to move.
That's so wild to think about.
Yeah.
What, all the way down to your feet?
Yeah, and you need, like when you do air refuel, you need that tiny little amounts of movements because you're pretty much you're having to match exactly the same movement your fueler is doing. Otherwise, you're going to bend and break out of the fueling rod or the probe thing. And so it's in even in real life, it is a challenging thing to train
Air-to-air is
on.
crazy.
So if you want to speak on
Whoa.
like really professional maneuvering and stuff, learn how to do air-to-air refueling. That
I
really
accidentally
challenges your controls.
can imagine. I accidentally clicked user curve, and now it looks like a heart rate monitor.
Oh,
Like
oh
what?
yeah,
Whoa.
you can manually set the curves to be as crazy. Like you can make the metal part go suddenly max value, and then it suddenly tones down. I'm not sure the real use for that,
It's got to
but
be super use case specific
yeah,
for that.
but they have it in there. Uh, so it's nice that they even like do go to that level of like, hey, in case you really want to customize your curve.
Yeah, very, very, very use case specific. That's right.
Yeah. And also, sorry on chat if we're gonna spend a bit just doing setup here. It's kind of like necessary on like first jumping on in any aircraft.
Whew. Yeah, thank you, Professor.
You're
I'm gonna
welcome.
call you Professor.
I can't say that I'm like a professional to like really teach these aircrafts. Like I know enough just of its own basics, and even last night I was having to look at like some video to remember how to, or to make sure I'm like even really shooting the
Understandable.
try, because I was struggling to get the AA to lock onto, like, and stupid me was clicking the wrong button is what was happening. I was
Sounds
clicking,
like something I do to take off.
yeah, I was clicking my navigation modes, not my longitude missile aiming modes.
I mean, that's excusable because look how many different controls there are. There's hundreds.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
It's because I bound it to the left direction and then the right, and so it's like, oh, which way was it, to left or right to do this mode? But it's
both.
yeah. But I already had the other two options that make sense, like air to ground. You press down, that's ground.
Oh man, I really need to get a controller with like those paddle triggers where I can just use my index fingers at the back of my controller for extra controls. That
Oh
would be so
yeah.
nifty.
Oh, so you don't have like an Xbox? I think it's like Xbox 360 controller that has like those rubber button triggers, like on the
Uh,
like they're the shoulder buttons is what they would call them. Like you don't have shoulder
yeah.
buttons.
I mean, I have L1, R2, L2, L1, and
Oh,
the
okay.
L2, R2, they're analog.
Yeah, because go to this and like go into search.
Search.
I am
Okay.
yeah, so it's what I was hoping for. You might want to do your throttle like this, where it's you click a button to put throttle up or down.
Click a button. Okay.
Yeah, so I think it's
That'll step up? Oh,
I
levers
think
up and down?
I think step is it like it jumps position,
Oh, uh-huh.
but level throttle levels I think is what you need is like up and down, which is number minus and plus.
Yeah, numpad plus and minus.
Yeah. But probably put that on two of your any two buttons on your controller, just so you have a way
I have my
to.
bumpers.
Yeah, that's what
I
I
have
was
my
thinking.
shoulders.
Cause like, let me.
Joy button 5 and joy button 6.
Yeah, see it. See what it does. It's doing on my stream. Like
Yeah, I
it's
see that.
it's sliding the throttle up and down, and so you can like pretty much set it a certain way, and then you have your throttle just left that way. But don't throttle
Okay.
all the way up right now because we're just sitting here.
I already did.
Oh, they're called bumpers. Yeah. Also, by the way, just to say here, usually the thing's on the left side. I don't know why on this it's on the right side, but hit the right control enter, and it brings.
Right control.
Yeah, when you're in
Enter?
when you're in the game, like
Yeah,
back out of the mid.
I
And
pressed it. Oh wait, I pressed alt. Oops.
you,
Wait, no, I pressed it.
yeah, you should see a little indicator on the bottom right that shows where your stick movement, your
Oh
throttle.
yeah.
Yeah,
I see that.
that
Hold on a second. I'm just getting a quick call. I'm so sorry.
no problem.
So many things to click.
Yeah. And back to this. Oh, these are autopilot stuff. I don't need to worry about that. Pilot things. Probably have something just for autopilot disengage, just in case. Need something for the cannon. Yeah, countermeasures, we're going to need to set those. Set the countermeasures. Probably something that's set for ECM. By default, it's set to E. I just make my eject as E, so I set it to something else. which I believe I set it to that. That on something. Oh, that's a mouse button for some. Engine start, engine stop. Which are really just shift home. Like you don't need to set those. I just have it on my switches. Just so I can turn off my engine so they can load up armaments in here. Flaps landing position, flaps up. Which can, a lot of these buttons, the nice thing is they do have like a toggle setup thing. So like for the flaps, there's an up and down. And you just press one button and you can like toggle what the flaps are. Landing gear down, landing gear up, or
There I am.
landing gear toggle.
There I am.
Welcome back.
Sorry.
I'm
Thanks. I muted just in a hassle because I had to do a favor for my mom. I muted the entire stream audio.
Oh, that's fine. It's,
Whoopty.
at times I physically mute my mic just in case, like, because there was a time that I was
True.
thankfully it was with only just people that that are pretty much friends, and as far as I know they wouldn't do something against me, and I left the room and then suddenly was like being asked about my social security number.
Oh.
And apparently my mic was able to pick up outside the room. And
Wowza.
they said that they quickly muted me when they were hearing me say that.
Okay, good.
But yeah, that's a terrible which now makes me want, like, now my go-to thing to do is even just leaving my room or anything, I physically mute my mic just in case.
I can't mute this one. It's like a little mic receiver. All I could do is I could turn it off, I guess.
It's nice to get a decent desk mic. I've gotten like some like ones that like sit on the desk, and this one doesn't have a button, but it has a volume control that I could turn all the way off. But I have another one that I just press a button and it just mutes it.
I did have like the Razer Mini something. It's a super small one, like compared to an actual desktop mic.
Yeah.
It doesn't have a button or anything on it, but I don't use it anymore because it would pick up the sound of my desk. Like if I were to type something on my keyboard, you could hear like thunk 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 thunk.
Yeah. So I was going through like the buttons, and there's there's not too many, like probably half these buttons you don't even need to set, and I just set them just because. But they're buttons that are like the autopilot set up. Like I don't see ever caring to use the autopilot
I see.
on this plane. But
Okay.
the next thing to set is you want to set your air brakes.
Air brakes.
And
air brake on and off.
there's also a button that's just air brake, which is I believe you hold that button and then you're braking. So
Okay.
So a good thing is a lot of these buttons, they I think ahead, like on or set these up knowing that sometimes you might want it just a toggle button, or like the gears. has an option that you could press just one button and it toggles between gears up, gears down.
Wait. Oh, yeah, yeah.
So for this
Give me a second.
yeah, so for this air brake, I have it set to 2 buttons. So one I could like turn the air brake all the way on, or I just turn it back off. But there's this third option I'm seeing that which keyboard it's pressing B, and I think that's
Yeah.
if you're holding that button, it air brakes.
Yeah, I think I'll just keep it with hold it and it breaks, which I'll keep it with circle
Yeah. And then
instead of toggled.
and depending on what the importance of what buttons you need, which that might be a button you want on your controller because like you times need to slow down and you're having to hold your controller to do that, or like controlling your
Movement-based
plane.
binds.
Yeah.
Like all these different movement-based binds I want to have right on my fingertips at
Yeah.
all times.
And then the next ones are autopilots, and like I said, you might want a button at least on autopilot disengage, but like just know what like button it would be on keyboard, or manually set which button you want it for the keyboard.
So disengage, but what triggers autopilot to begin with then?
A. By default, it's A.
Oh, so that at the top is turning it on. Okay.
Yeah.
Disengage is stopping it. Oh yeah, I'll set that to a keyboard. I'll set it to like a numpad.
Also when you like set it, like make sure it's not like set to something else, otherwise it unbinds whatever it said that it's bound to.
Does it tell me what it's gonna unbind?
Yeah, like so if I click on it and if I say numpad 5, that's your view center, but it says currently in use view center. So if you see it used somewhere,
Oh yeah.
you want to say cancel, unless you really are sure that you're going to like change that or want it to be set to something else.
Yeah, I see. If I want to set it to numpad 0, current in use, cockpit panel view in.
Yeah. Depends on like the importance of that. I'm not sure if like,
Yeah.
because I can't remember really ever using that either, but like that. But again, you never know, and so it's finding what button that might. Which what you can do is then go to that action, which that's where the search thing is for. You
That's where you can copy it in the currently in use. So you're able to copy it.
Well, you go to the thing that's in use, and you can maybe change it to like then you hold down Control or Shift or hold any of those modifiers, and then do that same button, just to put it so it still is assigned to something. It's just you're making it so the other thing that you want to just easily press to be that button.
It's a shame I can't use like the PlayStation button or the D-pad left right or not the D-pad, the touchpad left right or share or options. Those buttons are all useless on this game apparently.
Yeah, it's likely because it doesn't recognize it as a button.
Never mind. I was accidentally looking in the keyboard controls, so they do actually work. Oh my goodness. Mute button works, PlayStation button works, everything works.
Interesting.
That is good. That is really good.
Yeah.
Disengage, mute.
Moving down, yeah. Canon, I would say just keep it like a C, so you don't need to take up a button for that. Because
fair. Let me go double. There already is a button bound to it by default, though.
Yeah, so I'm saying it's just C, Canon.
No, like there's a button on my controller, but never mind. Yeah, you're right. I've unbound it, I think.
Oh.
So it's just C. It's almost like there's your problem. You watched me make a simple mistake.
These other buttons are Also, once again, things you don't need to worry about. Like, you don't need to worry about opening your canopy.
Just need a really decked out controller with a bunch of buttons.
Yeah. But here's important buttons that like another thing I will certainly say to you would put on your controller, your countermeasures. So
Countermeasures.
the two important ones you want is chaff and then flares.
Uh-huh.
So you want a button for chaff and then a button for flares. And there is a difference on when you use them. Because
Okay, so what exactly will this do?
they're countermeasures to missiles firing at you. They give a chance that they confuse the missile and may miss you. They don't always do that though, because in real life sometimes they just ignore the things that you're shooting off behind you and still hit you. and maybe it could be depending on like what angle that they're flying at you with and all sorts of variables.
I can set them as clicking in the thumbsticks. Those are also inputs.
Yeah, you get like whatever easy buttons that like on a whim you need to like shoot out some countermeasures because a missile's flying at you.
Yeah, I'm thinking, I don't know, what's most optimal? I don't want to regret this later.
I would think that
What
they're
it binded
pretty important buttons. So like I would probably even think of like doing one of your like either you probably like either on like the D-pad ones or like two of your if you're using a PlayStation button, like I forget like all the those four buttons.
Triangle, square, X, circle.
Yeah, one of those. Setting.
Circle is already bound, so maybe square and triangle.
Yeah.
What would you recommend? Like, what's more important, flares dispense or chaff?
Well, again, it's flares are when you're flying over. When you're like, you want to do flares when you're like flying close to ground and you do like a strafe run or strafe run. When you're flying away, you always want to do flares because instruments can't tell you that an IR missile is being fired at you. Like those infrared missiles, they are targeted to that heat signature. And so there's not a way to tell you, oh, they're firing this at you. So the technique is always to shoot them off when you know that something's possibly shooting those. And
okay.
And same with like when you're merged close enough to another jet that can fire flares at you, and you occasionally just shoot off flares because you don't know if they're shooting one of those missiles at you. The chaff is missiles that are locked on your radar signal.
Okay.
They basically confuse. They shoot out like something like with aluminum, I believe. I forget like the physicalness of them again, because I think
How do you know so much?
people explained it to me.
How do you remember so much?
I guess because I played it a bunch.
It's the experience. Yeah.
And it was quite interesting on like finally knowing what's the difference of like chaff and flares and like when you use them and stuff.
So, yeah, it makes sense now that you explain it.
Yeah. So like chaff is pretty much like the long range kind of missiles. And those are like your instrument's beeping that like you're being targeted, like it knows that something's targeting at it, and it's like,
okay, presses triangle.
Yeah. So yeah, those are pretty important things because they're your countermeasures. they give you a better chance to survive when things are shooting at you.
Yeah.
And then the other countermeasure is this ECM, but you can have that once again, like the default is E. I switched it over because I want my eject to be E. And
E for eject.
yeah, it's by default is like control E or something, which I always seem to forget that, like, oh, I need to hold down control and then E. Otherwise I don't eject.
It says 3 times. What does that mean?
It means you gotta in quick succession, like, click it 3 times.
You have to
because you don't want to
3 times, huh?
Yeah, you don't want to accidentally just bump that button and, like, oops, I ejected out of my jet, and just like you're flying in formation and bumped it, and it's like, oh, whoops, and then he just flies out of his jet.
Can you imagine if you press it once, then the game freezes and it gives you a modal window, and it's like, are you sure you want to eject? Okay or cancel? Can you imagine?
Yeah. Yeah, so when you're like in the crisis of, like, you need to eject and stuff, yeah, you're gonna, like, be spamming it a few times.
Eject.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so yeah, it is like a confirmation that, yeah, you want to eject, and this is not like an accident of, like, trying to press it. So it's
I set that to PlayStation button because why not?
okay. I think it's that important to, like, because it's a thing that you don't need to, like, out of a whim, part of, like, your countermeasures.
Mm-hmm.
You don't need to quickly click on eject, which I still have it just on my keyboard as a button, because there's no controls for me to try to manipulate when I need to eject. My plane's already dead.
Yeah.
But yeah, the ECM, I'm not sure actually how the importance of that, because, like, even when I turn on ECMs, like, things still seem to target well enough. Like, I think it makes it a little harder for it, and it might possibly lose track of you from having ECMs. Like, I found, like, when you're very far distant, things, like, lost track at times with me. Like, you know, like, having all those alarm beeps. Like, I had it where it, like, stopped at moments. So, like, I think it does, like, help. It just it's one of those things. Like, you also need to have the thing, I think, also on the jet. Otherwise, there's no ECM to be turning on. You need, like, the ECM pod on you.
Pod? Wait, what? ECM pod?
Yeah, so, like, there's things called, like, pods that, like, hang underneath your plane. And they're so it's not just weaponry that hangs underneath your plane. There's systems and certain things, like a targeting pod hangs underneath your plane, and you use that to, like, of course, target with your screen and stuff. On this plane, I think is, like, that's built in the nose. There's a few planes that, like, have that system built into the craft itself, because it's, like, made to bomb things.
Yippee! Explosions.
Yeah. And then it comes to the next button to set is your electrical optical system.
Electrical. Okay.
Or just know that it's set as O.
Power switch.
That's just to turn on your screen.
Electro optical.
Yeah.
Okay, so just set as O. That's good for me, I guess, too. Okay.
Yeah, just point it out, because that'll be something that we'll just need to remember to press that, because you need that to be turned on for aiming things.
So anytime I need to do that, I have to go click O.
Yeah.
And then
which again, remember, it's like, it's things that you're just prepping to aim your stuff, and you don't need to be in a rush on these things. So it's
Okay.
so it really helped on for even me to like think of what to assign certain things, because like I don't have to have everything assigned to my HOTAS. And if I can, it's like, yeah, it's nice and convenient to set it that way. But even when I set to the level of Control and Alt and just like massive amount of buttons, it's really hard to remember that like after a long while.
Yeah. Can imagine.
Yeah, it's trying to memorize like literally 30 like up to like 50 buttons in your head, all mapped certain ways. Like I try to map
That's more than
them.
I have fingers.
Yeah, I try to remember that. Like it also helps to map these things consistently with all the aircraft with similar things. Like every aircraft's going to have chaff and flare and
Right.
targeting pod movements and stuff. So if you set that up the same with all your aircrafts, if you get into flying different ones, at least those buttons will be easy to remember.
Because those are universal.
Yeah, there is some
Makes
things that are
sense.
universal, yeah, but it's also it's becomes to a point that it's impossible to keep it all universal, because each aircraft is built differently with all different kinds of buttons.
Yeah, that makes sense. I just saw the drop down menu at the top left, and I'm like, it's gonna be different for each
Yeah,
aircraft.
that's why they set the key bindings to be for each different aircraft.
Wow, what long setup it's gonna have
Yeah, and
for all
that's
these different.
and that's why again, if you do want to get into this and really fly like a certain aircraft, just get that one aircraft and stick with it for a good while, especially until you like know the basics of it.
To get used to the money and the time.
Yeah.
You can also dumb your fuel as well,
Oh, dump.
says Tomo.
I think you mean like dump your fuel. Yeah,
Dump?
certain aircrafts
Yeah.
has a button to like dump it, and the point of doing that is if you really need to land your aircraft, like you're flying around like by a carrier and you need to like rearm or something, uh like you actually need to lose fuel to lose weight so you could properly land
Oh,
on it, otherwise you're too heavy.
wow, what a waste.
Yeah, it's a system that they times have to do, but like that's why ideally you don't want to like come back with a full tank of gas. Which is uh probably like certain emergencies that they would have to do that, because they of course don't want to just dump the fuel into the ocean. But
Yeah, fair.
yeah, there's a reason they built it in the jets. On Here's another one just to know where it is. Like it's like right shift home and end to engine start and stop. I've discovered to get the ground crew to fuel and load weapons onto you, you have to have these engines off. And good thing there's not a
Huh.
whole startup procedure apparently on this aircraft, at least how this module's set up. It's literally just engine stop or
Just
start.
immediate.
Yeah. The other aircrafts like the F-18, you actually have to like switch on like the batteries and like turn on the APU
Oh my
to
gosh.
warm up the engine. And uh, so yeah, it's not like a turn the key and you start the engine. It's not like a car.
I just imagined it like that though. You just hear like a car engine.
So, yeah. A dump. I don't know why it said dump. Oh yeah. Jet fuel. Yeah. Then oh yeah, the flaps. You might need flaps somewhere.
Flaps, flap, 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 flaps.
Which
Flap, flap, flaps.
honestly could also still be on your keyboard because again, that's when you're like lining up to land, then you put your flaps down when you're slowed down enough. So
Oh yeah.
I
I kind
want
of wish though. I
yeah.
just wish I could make them really easy to press with one hand, so I don't have to take both hands off my controller.
Yeah, but again, I can I knew a controller does not have the amount of buttons that you would want with how many things to press in a jet.
Yeah.
So yeah, uh, which which is also what I was going to point out. Like flaps up and down, its default is F, which makes sense, and you press that one
Yeah.
button and you can toggle up and down on it.
Oh, okay, yeah. It toggles between the up and down motion, and then doing left control and F would do the direction.
Yeah. Yeah, and
Control, oh man, I wish I could make these just single buttons so I don't have to take both hands off my controller.
yeah. Well, it's there if you do want to set like the flaps up and down if you have a free button. Otherwise,
Yeah, I have a few. I have X and wait, is triangle? I have no, just X, options, touchpad. I still have the left trigger and mute. Nope, never mind. And left stick, click.
might want weapon fire for trigger.
Yeah. I mean, my left trigger is unbound though.
Maybe that could be weapons change.
On it. Oh wait, my bumpers, throttles. Oh, okay, no, keep them. Uh,
Then you need something for weapon brake or wheel brake on. That is probably something
Wheel
you
brake?
want. Yeah, you probably want that on your controller because you
Okay.
want to quickly press it once you touch the when you slow down enough on the ground and you need to slow yourself down more. And I
All
think
right,
there's
that
like
makes
a
sense to put that as left stick click then. I think.
right there's I think there's a parachute thing also that you gotta deploy.
Just still funny to see the chat. You can also dumb your fuel as well.
Oh yeah.
Dumb. I'm just picking on you, Tomo.
Trying to go through. Yeah, drag and shoot. Oh, I don't have it set actually. You know, I'm going to set this to something as well. Do I have it set to? Oh, I don't. Actually,
You
I think
know,
I'll
the,
set it to
the
that.
upside of using a controller is I can kind of remember where I bound what.
Yeah, there's not so many buttons for you to have to remember.
Yeah, not so overwhelming.
Uh,
But wait, weapon change though. Weapon change.
do
What
you
was joy button 12? I forgot.
just click it when you're in that menu and it like highlights it.
Oh yeah, that was the right stick click.
That's the other thing. I wish more games did this, where you press the button on your controller and it jumps it right to that button does this. Because again, like
Oh yeah,
I
you
can't
need to take
remember
notes.
what button is like 14 and
Because the names are so generic.
yeah.
And they're not platform specific. Okay. So that's fire, okay.
And two other but okay, let me go back to where left off before forget other important things. So
Hey,
yeah,
Cheddar, what is Zeepkist? Does anybody know what Zeepkist is?
Zeepkiss, what?
So just chilling in Zeepkist while listening in.
I don't
Is
know
that a
what that.
game?
Yeah, I'm not sure what that is.
I don't know what that is. I'm curious now.
So other important things to either know or what they are is landing gear. Landing gear up and down, which default G makes
Bird
sense.
Fox. Okay, default G, so I can just click G.
Yeah,
Landing gear up, down. Oh, toggle between up and down.
yeah. Which again, you press that when you're like lining up the landing. You press it once and then you're not like having to press it again. You just make sure
Just
you're
toggles between the two positions.
yeah. You just
Yeah.
make sure your landing gear's down. Which that's the only thing reason why I like having it set as a specific button to be like down and then a button up. Because I like to know that, okay, this button is putting my gears down.
Mhm.
And why do they have control G as going up? That backwards to what I would think would really be. But
And then the other one was shift. Oh, wow.
yeah, it's like down is shift and then up is control, which
Wait, what?
positioning of
That's
the button.
weird.
Yeah, the positioning of the buttons, that's backwards. Like, why do they do that? Hey, Tech Otter. Oh, DCS, I've spent a lot of. Oh, nice. Hey, maybe you can help train Blahugo as well then.
Yes, please.
Yeah, we're setting up our Su-25T. I already had these keybinds set, and I'm just going through like the important ones to. So we Blahuga at the start has like things set properly.
Is it possible I could oh no, never mind.
Yeah, just tap G to. Yeah, that's what I've been like explaining at times. Sometimes just know what button it is on the keyboard, and it like just toggles between them.
Sure.
And then there's laser range on and off, which that will be with your targeting stuff. That's to tell the system on how far something is away or so when you need it to like to know to lock onto something on the screen that it targeted on. Keyboard wise, it's just right shift O. And because again, you probably don't want to waste a button on your controller just to set that. Depending
Trying to
on
think though. Pitch is like nose going up and down, right?
yeah, pitches yeah, pitching the nose up and down.
Okay.
I've taught few friends to be good enough to be dangerous often to
So
themselves
this
more.
is Joy Z. I want to
I
go.
don't know if that's any different than me, so
I can't set
second.
the vertical direction of my right stick. And then what is rudder?
What do you mean
Guess what that too.
you can't set what the pitch?
Whenever I go to change the bind for pitch, uh, I can't use my right stick up and down.
So there's a
Oh no,
difference.
it's RZ.
There's a difference of axis commands or buttons, like all but axis commands. So
Oh.
all but axis commands are just buttons. They're all just setting a button. When you're thinking of like the pitch being an axis, you gotta switch to axis commands, and then
Yeah.
and
And then that one.
and it recognizes an axis when you use like your stick for like pitch.
Yeah, but it won't let me use my right thumbstick unless Joy RZ is the right
Oh,
thumbstick's vertical direction.
that might be. There's a few times I think it like does that
Oh, it
with
is.
mine where you you might have to press it all the way up and all the way down, like the full motion for it to recognize sometimes. Or if you can figure out the drop down menu which one it is, then sure do that. Because sometimes it might just not recognize it, but it still kind of like it still does really. It's just not bringing it up for some reason.
And then roll. Roll can stay. Oh,
And then if you are just now,
Z.
yeah, and if you're just now setting them, just take a look at the, which also if it's backwards on whatever the axis you use, because sometimes I had to do invert on some of my things, like it thinks
Really?
my throttle was backwards on sometimes or something like that.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see why. See, this one is like how I expected it. No, never mind. Pitch is backwards.
Yeah, so you click the invert button and it flips them
Actually,
around.
I like that. Actually, I kind of think I like it like that. Like that.
Okay.
And what what is rudder?
Yeah, whatever you want for rudder. Funny enough, I don't use like other than taking off and then once landed on the ground is like most times I ever use I use the rudder, but it is an important axis to bind to something. So you do need to use it. It basically yaws the craft with the back
Ah,
rudder. That's what you're controlling.
okay. Yeah, I was just looking up pictures and I'm like, what does this compare to? Because I've not actually heard of rudder. I've roll,
Yeah,
pitch, and yaw.
yeah. A lot of times it's where I know all the aerodynamics of like aircrafts and stuff and like all those basics and stuff. It just even though like knowing that like in some certain situations or training like you use the rudder, but like I feel like I don't need to use the rudder like most of the time. So like I do kind of ponder on sometimes on like the use of rudders because most often you're not trying to yaw your plane a direction.
Yeah. Oh,
Uh,
that's cool. Oh my gosh, this is so cool. I can combine my two triggers for roll. Left trigger would be rolling to the left, right trigger would be rolling to the right. That's
uh,
so nifty.
if you
So
want to fly
this
it that
one,
way.
yeah, I'll I'll see. So how do I set this one? The slider, yes. That's that way. RX is the other way. So slider and then invert.
It's
There we
best
go.
used as a way to fine tune your hitting. Yeah, I could see that. And I know like if you have really crazy crosswind, you use your rudder to like try to straighten yourself. You just
W game.
it's always an extreme movement when you use the rudder. So it's like use it like so little if anything. Oh, and trim. You might need to just know what the trim buttons are on the keyboard. Because you want to be able to trim
Okay.
your plane for like nose up, nose down, roll left, roll right, and then rudder trim.
I just realized though, I accidentally set the wrong stick for those. So I have to do this real quick.
Oh, no problem. Yeah,
Oopsie.
yeah. If you need to, like, you always can just like clear combo and just reset what you want on it.
Good. Clear combo. Then left. Okay.
By the way, looking around in camera view and then like zoom. So this is where like knowing like the NumCAD
Hmm.
5 being your center view is helpful because anytime you like turn your head or so, you might want to like be able to just recenter your face. And
Oh, wait, I can't change the camera view with the controller, like using a thumbstick? I can't pan the camera with a thumbstick?
you can if you want to set it that way. Uh,
I do, but that's grayed out for at least where it shows that the mouse is bound to.
let me see. Oh, it's yeah. So the only trick I've gotten one of my axes, like my mini stick, to work as that camera look view is
Hmm.
I set it to work as a mouse. I used my
Ah,
HOTAS driver settings that I can do with the X56, and I could tell the C stick to be a mouse axis, and
I wish I could do that
with
without
that,
installing a third-party program,
yeah, and with
which
that
I do have one.
ability, I could do middle mouse, which I set it to like a middle mouse button. Which let me see, is it? Yeah, your left Alt C changes to this little pointer to where then your mouse controls your head. So with that, now I can
Gosh,
control my head with my throttles mini stick thing.
that's what I want to do. I want to control with the stick. I don't like using D-pad.
Yeah, and I don't know any good way to help on setting that other than yeah, like what you're saying, some third party program that sets your driver that axis to be a mouse movement. Because
Heck, caramba.
that's the
I'm
one
gonna do that.
yeah, that's one thing I don't get why they forced it to only be allowed for a mouse. It's like why can't we set our axes to control camera view? Like why do they force that to only be mouse?
It's a little weird. I have to agree.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna download DS for Windows. Boom, and it's downloaded.
Well, if you want to quickly do it that way.
And there you go.
Because otherwise, I was going to suggest if you don't have anything set to your D-pad, you could put buttons to control your head.
I could, but I just don't like using the D-pad.
Yeah.
And now it recognizes it adds a new controller, so I have to rebind everything.
Oh, did you not save it?
Oh, it's saved. Like it still lists my DualSense controller as one input, but now there's a new input controller, Xbox 360 for Windows. It's emulating an Xbox 360 controller.
Oh,
Or actually no, I could still do this. I just make this profile not have any controls on it except for the mouse.
uh, I would suggest save before, like, click on the top arrow thing and then to save profile as before you
Top arrow thing? Oh, yes.
save profile as and then save it wherever you want on your computer here with this.
All right,
And
time to go through. Wait, input use. I'll just keep it over there. Input user profiles.
well, remember it saves for each unique aircraft, so you want to like
Hey,
distinguish.
whatever.
I would say to like at least save it as like this is for Su-25T.
Oh yeah, you know what? Good idea.
That's what I did. Like I literally made folders for each aircraft.
Okay, good idea. How do I folder browser?
I
How do I add
I
a folder then?
I went to the literal like
Oh,
local. files of it and added a folder in there because yeah, it doesn't allow you to just make a folder in here. So
Gosh, I'm gonna do that later then.
yeah, for now you can just do save as and just save it like right into the folder it brings up in there. And
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I can also add gyro support, like gyro mouse, with this program,
yeah, they
which I
they
wanted.
they support like a lot of things in this, and like again, it's because it's a very big simulator that has profited quite a bit at this point. It's
That's
there's
fair. It's got a lot to it.
yeah, it's a reason why it's been going for 15 or is it 15 years?
So crazy. Oh, yeah, it's almost 16 because it said 2009, I think. Wow.
Yeah, yeah. I believe I remember seeing a post that they celebrated like their 15 years. So
Whoa.
yeah, it's
I'm just trying to remember how to use the program though. Eeh. How do I unbind? Oh.
to unbind what?
I don't want it to actually do the. Yeah, see, now it's triggering on both Xbox and PlayStation.
Click the down arrow thing again. Like if you after you saved
Oh,
it,
just do
there's clear category.
clear category.
That just
Okay.
clears all the key bindings you set down that
Oh,
row.
nice. Okay, so just make sure right thumbstick is not bound. Right. I mean, wait. Right thumbstick.
Yeah, whatever
Is the
the
rudder and thrust. Wait, that's by default. What happened?
oh
What
maybe
happened?
maybe it recognized it as like a certain thing that it put in some things by default.
It just like it reset the things I just did. Oh no, never mind. My view though, it added rudder. Oh, it's because why is this Xbox 360 for Windows? Why is that one now taking the controls I set before?
Does it be that way?
Oh, my brain.
I don't know. Oh yeah.
Fine, I'll clear.
Oh, a lot of times when I first like get to like an aircraft that I haven't key bound yet or something, it I don't know why, but yeah, it duplicates the axes on each thing like that. I don't know why it does it that way.
Yeah, that's what it just did to me.
Because
That's annoying.
yeah, like for both my throttle and my joystick, it puts like rudder controls and like pitch and stuff. And it's like, why would a throttle have that? But I guess maybe it's like the easy up programming to like, oh, just put these X and Y axes as your pitch and roll.
Do it now, or else.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Oops. Clear. So this one first, RX, and then RY. Okay. And then what was this? Slider. Other one. Well, this one's the slider. The other one is invert. Wait a minute. Oops. That one's inverted. Wait. My brain is not comprehending this.
You to know which way it's really doing correctly, we'll have to see in the game if it's doing the proper direction. Because sometimes it doesn't make sense on that screen. Even I'm not sure if something's inverted for like when I'm setting up like for my targeting pod axes.
I think I got that though. Thankfully.
Yeah.
Then
Because
thrust, I'm gonna clear that one.
here's the thing. Look at my thrust direction. What it shows, it's like all the way to the right. That's
Yeah.
That's technically off.
Yes. Yeah. Now I have them combined, and the white line, it's neutral, and I don't click any triggers. My left trigger makes it go left. My right trigger makes it go right.
Which
So that's
might be
good.
backward. Because look at my axis tune thing. It's all the way to, oh, output is 100. That must be fully on. No, this is off.
What?
That's why I'm saying you might need to see in the game if it's the correct direction. Because
Trial
this,
and error time.
yeah, this panel sometimes is just backwards.
There's
It's
gonna be so much to this.
it's few of the things that like, yeah, it's like they're not perfect on everything.
I mean, I could use my touchpad as the mouse instead. Oh, there you go. It's doing it right now, actually.
Yeah. If you could find a means to like move your head, like at times I even resort to just my keyboard and mouse
Yeah,
to move my head
I can use
around
the touchpad.
or and to click
Nah,
stuff on the
I have
cockpit.
no way to do that. I'm not taking my hands off this controller. My controller is perfect.
Again, I gotta like say that like times like you might need to, because again, especially I would say like, well, this aircraft there is no way to like this aircraft. Yeah, there's actually no buttons to click on the cockpit, and that's why it's a free module to get, because they didn't module all
Yeah.
that like I was like as I explained before. However, was it? Whenever you get to, like, let's say if you got like the F-18, you're going to need to press the
Mm.
things on the cockpit, and
Oh yeah, I
there-
can do that with my touchpad. I can even click still with it.
well, if you can like find
Precisely.
like yeah, if you can click a little like green button or so like on your like little corner of your cockpit, like
I have to do it with so much precision
yeah.
and like speed.
But so yeah, it. Uh, how long have we taken, like, even setting all this up?
What has this been, like an hour and a half? Oh
Yeah,
my.
an hour and a half. So it does like it is this long because it's like the very first time jumping in like this aircraft and your first time seeing the game. So
Yeah.
there is a lot to go over, and that's why we want to take these things slow so it's not like just suddenly overwhelmed. If there is a device you
Yeah.
don't,
I appreciate that, by the way.
you're welcome.
Thank you.
It's,
So I'm gonna tell you like what I have set up now. I can move around by using my touchpad. I can look around with my touchpad.
okay.
My left stick controls the stick, and I can roll with my left and right triggers since they're analog.
Yeah, it looks like
And then
your controls are all working properly. I would think it's an odd thing for flying a fighter jet to have triggers to roll your plane.
I guess, but oh yeah, and the bumper is right. The bumper is to control the throttle.
Yeah.
I can just use like X. X is the action button, as Sony likes to call it. That can be the shoot.
Yeah. And
Speaking of, I gotta rebind. Weapon.
other important things you may need to like figure out if you want to like have it bound somewhere, because
Mhm.
I have a whole hat switch to bind these, but you need your trim.
Trim.
Yeah, otherwise
Trim.
it's hard to fly straight without holding your sticks some direction. If you like like especially with the roll left to right, Like you need a
Yeah.
when you drop a really heavy bomb on one wing, you're going to tilt that direction.
Oh, physics.
Yeah. So that's why it's useful to have the roll set. And I realize I don't know why I have it set to these being alt.
I don't think I fully understand though. Like, what does the trim mean
Trim.
to it?
So it's basically you're trimming another flap on the on where the flaps are. So to counter the offset that's going on. So you're not having to hold your stick in this off direction.
Uh-huh.
So the big ones that like you use like quite a bit is the pitch up and down. Having a trim for pitch up and down because
Yeah.
so like when you're landing, it makes it so much easier and convenient to you basically use your trim to center your plane to your angle of attack going to the runway. You're not like having to do create what feels like crazy corrections because you're holding it like your stick way back or something because your trim's off.
I use those as the D-pad now since I got those 4 basic directions. I know there's 6, but
Yeah, the again like the rudder you don't I think I rarely even use the trim of the rudder trims. And
yeah, I figured.
so yeah, you could leave those off. Like I was actually switching ones that I had like as alt to be my roll left. And I'm going to make that as my alt like button. So like I could set these just because again like with all the buttons I have. So if I ever wanted those, but like again, I find I rarely actually press those buttons.
An engine failure or flying high-power prop planes. Pretty edge use case scenario then also.
Oh yeah. I'll do
Ah,
this as a.
okay. Now what else don't I have bound?
Oh wait, I
Got D-pads. I got the bumpers. Triggers. Right-click, weapon change, weapon fire. Fire dispense. Air brake. I have left stick. I have autopilot disengage. I forgot about that one. I have option. Share is autopilot. So I just have option left.
realize something. I might check
And
if
left click. Left thumbstick.
want to make sure I didn't save over something, so I'm quickly.
Whoa.
I saw my menu was on the wrong thing, so might have been because I was like just pointing something out or so. But just in case, I'm going to do this.
All right. Yeah. 2 more inputs left on my controller. What to do with it?
What are the 2 inputs?
I have option, which is right to the left of the triangle button, and I have my click left thumbstick.
Oh yeah. You have like? Oh wait, you could just use G for your gears.
For which one? Wait, which one is G at?
The gears up and
Landing
down.
gear?
Yeah, your landing gear.
Yeah.
What was? Oh, do you have anything for your targeting system?
Targeting? I don't think so. Attack my target! Communications. That's cool. You have like keybinds for communication.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing, of course.
target lock. There's nothing bound by default, I think.
I'm gonna see which targeting doesn't designator down, left, right. These like I said, like once said, like they're arranged kind of like WASD, but if you look at your keyboard, the comma, period, question mark, and then like the double buttons like right above, those are your designator, target designator up, down, left, and right.
That is weird.
Yeah, it's by default they had to set it somewhere, but like that's to target your camera thing around.
That's like to aim the target.
Yeah,
right?
to aim your optical screen. What technically it is. It's your electrical optical system. That's what it's like called in this plane. It's basically your targeting screen.
Yeah.
And so I don't know if you can like you want to use 4 buttons on your controller, because it's another thing that you're doing that while you're like flying straight and then just aiming down at the ground at a distance before you get up to the target.
I don't know what I can do with that. Can I combine keys?
If a key is set for something else, like this is how this, which is like completely backwards to Star Citizen. If you ever jump on Star Citizen, they do this completely backwards, where in this game or in DCS, like if one button is assigned for something, it will be assigned for that thing. Otherwise, it unassigns it when you assign it to something else. It can't. One button can't do 2 things. You can have as many buttons you want to do one thing, so you could set other buttons to do the same thing.
I just wish I could have a key combo for this one, so I can like hold one button and then it'll make my thumbstick.
Oh, you can like
do something else instead of another.
You can make holding down Alt on your keyboard and then pressing a button on your controllers and be a different thing.
Yeah, I know that I can do that, but like, I can't do that on the controller.
Yeah, you would need some special driver that you can like set to certain buttons to be Control and Alt. Because that's what
modifiers.
That's what I did with my HOTAS. Is I set literally 2 of the buttons on it to be keyboard buttons of Control and Alt.
Oh, that's smart. You know what? I just don't have the keys for that. I don't have the buttons for that.
If you could take out 2 of your buttons, maybe your shoulder buttons, and just reassign them to something else, because that will triple the buttons on your controller.
My shoulders are the throttle, up and down.
All right.
What can I give that to?
Or you could do like one of your triangles or other things, and just assign them on something else, and you'd have to remember then what your shortcut keys are, basically. Like you're making up your own shortcut keys to have more buttons, essentially.
It does say that the diagonal directions they count as different keys. So if I do like up right at the same time on the D-pad, that counts as a different key. So those are unique. But it's hard to press that without triggering the actual regular.
That's the same as one of my hats on my joystick. I don't bother setting those because they are so hard to actually have it click.
Yeah. They're so hard to exclusively press.
Yeah. So I just don't bother setting those.
But yeah, the thing with me, Tech Otter, is I'm trying to, as much as I can, play with mostly just my controller, my dual sense.
Which I'll say is going to be probably the hugest challenge to do in this game. Because
I could combine pedals later.
even with me with a HOTAS, I still don't resort all my buttons solely to it. So
Fair.
just to give
There's
you
just so
the
much.
perspective on, yeah, using a controller that has even far less buttons, I can't see how you can possibly try to use solely your controller and not ever touch your keyboard.
Wait, so yep, so you can pick a button and make that a modifier and get double assignments for the D-pad. But I can't
Yeah,
use a button from the controller as the modifier.
yeah, that's what I was like suggesting to Tech, and yeah, it would involve him having to let go one of his hands of his controller to hold a button on his keyboard, which
Oh, I
then
have to
you
hold it. Yeah.
well hold
It
it
doesn't
and
let me.
press the button. Which, if you're doing that, then you might as well use those 4 buttons on the keyboard then anyway.
Yeah.
So
See, I'm going searching up target. See, I'm gonna go to what designator down. I'll click here, click modifiers. Modifiers. There's only Windows keys. Wait, add? Found out I can do it. Yeah, I can do it.
oh, you could
I can.
set.
Wow.
Oh, actually, in game, you could set it to be something else. Interesting.
That's cool. So I have option. Option. Why not use option? No, but that's awkward to press.
Yeah, you gotta think of, you gotta press them both at the same time.
Oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, right thumb will do options, and while I'm doing option, I can use my D-pad.
Otherwise, that's why I was thinking of the shoulder buttons, because think of it, those will be the easiest things to hold down, pressing another thumb button.
Mm.
Uh,
But what does this mean though? Modifiers to switches.
I actually never used that before, so I'm not too sure how
Oh,
that works.
I could just ignore switches.
I think you odd. So you made a modifier, now like add it, and I think that's like telling it to be that for you.
Switches is just a toggle. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, so
Oh,
I could just use
modify.
just the modifier for that. I added the modifier, and now my search is gone. Oops. I keep spelling Tagerte instead of target. Put Tagerte.
Yeah. It's also under the
So
category sensors, so you could also like put it just down to like sensors, and then it will show up the targeting. Because there's also targeting size of sizing the square of the TV screen thing for it to help target what you're trying to aim it at.
there's so. Oh wait, reset target to middle. I could be. I don't know, left stick click.
I'm not sure how often you need to like recenter it. Because I found turning it off and then back on, the screen off and on, it will recenter it.
It does the same thing.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Just to say
now I
that
have.
you don't have to waste another button for it.
Yeah. It's so nice to have modifiers on the controller then, because now I gotta. Once I'm holding a button down, each button can do its own unique thing.
Yeah.
So option and D-pad, that's for targeting.
Yeah, when I realized that, a way to do that with my my own my HOTAS, it was like, oh, I got like 4 levels of buttons that I can do, because Also, the thing with when you set if you have the modifier for like both Control and Alt, it also counts when you hold both of them at the same time and then press the other button.
Yeah, you can combine them.
Yeah.
Cool.
So it that like creates,
Combo.
yeah, it creates another third option.
I can make as many modifiers as I'm able to. But what happens if they're oh wait, yeah. So if there were switches though, you can like click those two individually, and then you don't have to click anything more, and then your control set is different because it's like a combo of switches.
Yeah. And it sounds like setting it as a toggle kind of thing instead of holding it. That's pretty much like my HOTAS built-in driver thing that I have like a 3 modes I can switch among, which I could like completely alter what my buttons are between those modes, but I don't feel like ever like there was times that I did set a few things to like do keyboard buttons when I switched it to a different mode, but I haven't bothered to set that up again, and I
Ooh.
find I didn't really need to use it that much. But I think we have all the important things set, other than weapon fire. I'm guessing you set that trigger.
That's an X now,
Okay. Yeah.
weirdly enough. But my my role, what is that? That's the
Oh, why did it
what's the
put
word?
you? I think. Why did it put you on the grass? That's very
Oh
weird.
no, it's somehow whatever I was pressing, I rolled out. I was like, what am I doing?
Oh, I guess it. Oh, were you pointing away from the door and did the door not turn opened up? I might have like messed up how I set you
Maybe.
up inside the
I don't know.
garage. Probably not.
But with my triggers, combining them, if I let go of all both triggers, it oh no, I can fix that. I can fix that. I can fix that.
Oh, your rudders. Yeah, that's why I was not sure like
Yeah.
if they're going to work, how you're setting those triggers up.
Oh no. Yeah, I think I can fix it though using the adjust the what's it called? The
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 axes thing,
tune
the tune.
thing.
Yeah, the tune. By the way,
I just go saturation,
oh,
saturation.
it's not what I wanted to do. Wrong button. Look at ground.
Wait a minute.
Abort takeoff. Stop talking to me. But us sitting parked like this with their engines on, we've nearly done half our fuel, by the way.
Oh, we have limited fuel. Amazing.
Yeah. I
55.
I do wonder if we're even set invincible or whatnot. But wonder, can I tell it to refuel?
Why can't this start? Oh, is it because of the dead zone? No.
At least they
I
can
don't want this to be
refuel.
the resting pose.
What's the resting
It's
pose?
either the resting pose is at 0, but I want it to start at 50.
Uh, put up the dead zone maybe or something.
That just makes it worse. I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, you're trying to set up in such a unique way. I'm not sure if you can.
Edit the basis in your faction and mission editor. Dude, mission editor sounds so cool.
So the FC3 style planes, non-clickable, will only refuel, rearm if you're in. Yeah, I noticed that rearming they don't want to rearm unless the engines are off, but they do refuel. But yeah, putting weapons onto you, you got to turn off the engines. I was just having them refuel at least. I knew he was going to say unable to. Yeah, see, completed refueling.
Oh, amazing.
It's a headache, but I've made myself a decent practice target range. Oh yeah, yeah. I did set up pre-loadouts on this. I just figured to jump into the aircraft I set without anything on him, just to for us to try to go over basics. Like I'm gonna see if Blahuka can just like take off and land the aircraft before throwing weapons on it.
Wait a minute. What was that before again? Oh, the triggers. You know what? I'm just gonna switch this back to the thumbstick.
Yeah, you yeah you might have to like just have it like one of the thumbsticks to control that rudder. Otherwise, yeah, it's
Yeah.
which is probably just more makes sense brainness of when you're thinking of like controlling even like RC planes. You have the rudder on your left stick, and
Yeah.
is up and down of that. But we just moved where the throttle is, so you don't have to hold your throttle a direction, unless you want to like fly it that way. It's just
Am I able to? Oh yeah, my triggers are free now. Am I able to, like reset camera view?
that's the numpad 5 button recenters, and that's why I was.
Numpad 5. Oh yeah.
If you haven't set your push down thumbstick, maybe you could set it to that.
Which one? Which one? Which one was reset? My left stick is. I'll make that right stick, and then weapon change will be the left stick. Boom.
Yeah. Whatever easiest to remember. Which again, like the weapons change. That's D, I believe. It's another
D for the change.
yeah. It's another one of those mode buttons that you're going to press it once when you're just setting up your which weapon you're going to shoot, and it's not like a immediate thing to like really need on a whim. Personally, I would just have it like as a keyboard button.
Fair. How
Fly
do I
first,
even
shoot
start
later.
moving?
Well, you of course put your throttle up, and you might have to put it up pretty high because you're stuck in the grass at the moment.
I have it up all the way.
Yeah, we might
All the way.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Go to select role. You gotta select a different aircraft.
Okay.
Actually, I will switch out of this one, and then switch into the one that I was in, and then you're at least in the garage.
Okay. This one.
And then click briefing, and then just fly.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, the voices, the voices.
Yeah, all the Russian voices. Hopefully this one starts up with just engine start being like cold started. 'Cause I don't know if there's any other systems to set for this thing. It sounds like it's starting up.
Wait, oh, that was my turn. Oh yeah. Okay, okay.
Grass is a death sentence, yeah. Uh, some of the aircrafts, when you go in the grass, it literally you're stuck. Like it's like the grass is such insane traction that you're like in quicksand, stuck in the grass. So yeah,
Where am I going?
uh, just yeah, just try to see if you can taxi down to the end of the runway. Which yeah, follow along that road and then take a
Oh,
right.
okay.
I can
Then take a
actually
right.
yeah,
Wait, what? Where at?
at the end of the road. Like you're going to come
Okay.
to a T section that's really right up against the runway, and then you're going to just take a right and then go to the end, saying that you're going that direction.
Okay.
Actually,
How do I even slow down
uh,
without
put your throttle down.
it just that's all I could do to slow down?
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Well, like unless you want to set like uh your parking brake, essentially. I don't think this thing has like brake axes from what I found. It's not like the P-51 where it would have brake axes, which a lot of aircrafts, it's basically like you have a left and right brakes, which you can put as one axis or one button if you need the brakes.
Yeah. I could
Oh,
I
and
noticed I'm rolling so much.
and before you actually take turn, maybe actually go across the runway towards me and then take a right.
Towards you. How do I see the map?
Oh, yeah, I should go over like those buttons. So F10
I
is
just pressed M and I got side mirrors.
oh yeah, those are apparently the mirrors. Let me
Cool.
see. Do I have brakes set? No, there is no brakes on this thing. Or brakes as you expect them to be. Do I have it like
Ooh, is this too much speed? Ooh.
it might be? So yeah, you want to be going slow.
Yeah, I know now.
I was gonna say turn right to like get to the end because
Oh,
you're turning towards me.
I didn't even know where you were until just then.
Yeah. But yeah, F10 on the keyboard is map.
F10, that's weird.
Yeah, it's the default buttons, and I've been used to it. Oh, you have
F
your. Let me see.
oh, get out of F10. How do I get out? Escape? Wait, what?
F1. Okay, let me
F1.
go through these buttons before. Just put your throttle down and before you crash
Yeah.
yourself. F1 is to your cockpit. F2
Oh,
is third person mode, which
F2.
which if you press F2 several times, you can toggle between all the other aircrafts that are flying around and even me.
Oh, wow, look at all that landscape loading in.
Yeah, it anything far away it's going to like load in.
Yeah.
F3 is
Man,
like more cinematic view.
my graphics are so low.
Yeah.
Oh, and
But
my
it probably
mouse is
need
inverted now.
oh yeah, some of the camera views it inverts the direction it moves. It's how it is. Unless I think you probably can change it in settings, but like I just leave it that way.
Yeah, it was only inverted for that. Like for the third person view, that's it.
Yeah, like F3 and like F4s are like different views of that. So and then same with F5. It looks like F6 will switch
I just
to
pressed it.
yeah. F6 isn't doing anything right now. It's when you shoot
Oh.
like a missile or drop some bomb. It goes to the camera to that. It would like show that flying through the air.
Oh, yeah, that's what I see you do. Yeah.
Yeah, and then F7 switches on things on the ground, all the ground units. F8,
Okay.
I think F8 is structures or something.
Oh, you actually have grass. I don't have grass. Everything's just flat.
Yeah,
I want grass.
I just have like probably higher settings, which I have
Almost
this.
everything is low for me.
I have even like things that are like set like a little lower for some of the VR settings, which I forgot
Okay.
to change my. That's what I forgot to do. I forgot to click on a preset that I had for just my normal
Huh.
desktop stuff, but oh well.
I can push high at 100 frames per second, so I'm good.
Yeah, I don't mind having lower graphics if it's like saving my computer for which is
True.
but
Longevity. My CPU is the thing that's suffering anyway. My CPU is at full load right now.
if anything, the most that seems to do with this game for me is the memory gets like sometimes nearly maxed out. Right now it's only 60%.
I'm at 87% for me.
So yeah, it's fine that it's set that way. It's just a little less prettier is all it is.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe I'm gonna wanna like cap my frame rate at maybe 60 so I can save some of my CPU if the simulation speed is threaded, that is.
Yeah. F Go to like F9. I forget what F8 it seems to not done. I think it's like the structures. F9 switches among boats.
Oh. Oh yeah. Look, people.
Yeah. And then F10 is of course is probably the most button that you're going to use a lot, which at least like I use this a lot is to look at map. And
I clicked F11 and now my view is flipped if I just keep looking down.
F11 switches among the airports.
Oh.
And
I see.
and here's a nice thing to know. Even if you like go to F1 in your cockpit, if you hold down Control F11, it makes your camera into free movement.
Oh, that's cool. Control F11. Whoa. Why does everything go super low detail when I do that? Oh my gosh, I can see my and it's pixely.
Yeah, because that is the view of what you see every other aircraft outside from your inside cockpit view.
Oh yeah, and the camera's very sensitive.
Yeah,
Oh.
you could just fly like, and if you hold down shift, you go really zoomy fast and you just go across the map.
Dude, this is a huge map. That's good.
Yeah,
No wonder why this was
that is why
150
this
gigabyte.
yeah that's why this game takes up a lot of memory or storage space. It's huge
Yeah.
maps, really. It's really the maps that like take up like so much of this space.
Yeah, I can see
And-
why.
And I have a few DLC maps, so it's why I have over like 380 gigabytes. Tech Otter said W is wheel brake. So that's probably, if you have another free button, you could probably set a button for
Wheel
your
brake
brake.
is I think I put that to circle.
Yeah, so that's your brake.
Maybe I didn't set it to that though, because it should have done something when I did it. Let me see. Circle,
You know,
air brake.
I might
I
need
did
a
air brake. So I did the wrong one, that's why.
I'm gonna set this as this because I need to set my ECM to something else. I'm thinking of setting it to, actually, no, not that.
Whew, still nervous to start flying. Like, there's so much that can go wrong, but it's gonna be funny.
Oh, yeah. Make sure I'm in this. Set my throttle to this. I'm just doing a little quick change.
Fair.
Making it just so if I want to hit brake, I can just press a button as well. If it's like, let me see, is it a held button? Anyway, I'm gonna. Yeah, it is a held button. Okay, good to know, because I need to know.
GG.
So all the times I thought it was a toggle button, no wonder I wasn't using brakes. You
Well,
got
it says wheel brake. I mean, it said wheel brake on when I searched it.
Yeah,
That's the only one I saw.
makes sense. So yeah, you need to have it to a button you can hold down when you're like landing. Otherwise, you're not braking. Which actually, you know
All
what?
right, direct me, coach. I mean, professor.
Actually, I have another idea actually to set that, which I can keep it that as that. This actually, instead of that, I want it this. Oh, but what do I switch that?
What happens if I just go try to do something on my own and then I mess up? How do I return? Just theoretically speaking.
If you like blow up or something, you go to select slots and switch back and forth on your aircraft, and you will pop right back into the one on the ground.
Oh, wait, switch back and forth.
So you select out of it, and then you select in it. You gotta select out of it to despawn it, and then you select back on it, and it spawns back to where it starts at.
Huh. Well, can I go blow up?
Quickly trying to think here and just set something before I forget what I'm trying to change here.
Oh, okay.
I want to set this to
The
that
first thing
button.
I really want to do is go kablooey.
Oh, yeah.
I want to see explosions. I want to tell Stealth that I've been doing war crimes. He'll be so happy. I know Leswayne, I know you're listening. I think.
Actually, I will. Yeah, I'll do that. That makes more sense. I'm trying to think of like what makes more sense of certain buttons. It's just now that I change it, now I have to like undo my habit of what they were before to.
Oh, my internet is chugging really hard right now. Uh-oh.
Oh, it hopefully it's not because my internet's going to like I am hosting this
No, it's
server.
fine. Like,
Oh.
our streams are like playing like 1440, like 144p, and I got like 1 bar to the Discord call.
Oh,
I think it's good now.
there we go. This actually makes more sense on what does what. So I made a, which technically is the brake trigger for sticks is what I just set my brakes to be. So now when I hold down that button, it does my brake. Which
My mute button.
okay.
My mute button is really hard to press.
Oh.
There you go. Yeah, my stick is now stuck to the left. I pressed something on my keyboard by accident, and now my stick is stuck.
So a thing I noticed that from looking at your aircraft, you got your air brakes turned up right now.
My what?
Your basically flaps that like slow you down in the air. They're your air brakes, the tips of your wings.
Oh.
So you have your air brake set on at the moment.
Is there any indicators in here that I could tell that it's...
Not that I know of. I'm actually, let me see if anything switches. No, not that I see.
Wait, F2.
Otherwise, yeah, like just F2 quickly, and then you could see.
Oh yeah, I see that. It's toggled. Gosh dang it.
Why is it actually not? Do I even have them set correctly? Let me see something.
But now my stick is stuck.
Air brake on. Why is it not air braking? Mine's not air braking.
The indicator next to the landing gear lever has status lights for gear, flaps, and speed brakes.
Yeah, mine's not turning on. Why is my aircraft not set right for me to turn it on? I don't know why mine's not going on. I did start it cold, so I don't know if there's other stuff I need to set for myself.
Like, I don't know what I did to my thumbstick.
Is it acting like a toggle?
No, it's just...
Oh, there's
It's offset to the... It's offset. Wait a minute. Ah! I added that offset by accident. That, like, that counter thing.
How do I turn my
Counter reset
power
that.
on if that's the case, Tech?
Your power isn't on yet. Huh.
Yeah, because I can't set
Power.
my air brakes. So I'm trying to figure out, like, then what are things that... Right, Shift L. Oh, what, my electrical power's not on? Oh, well, that explains it. Not showing that.
I really want to go kablooey.
Oh, these
I
little
can't hold it
lights.
back.
I see. Yeah, these little lights. So you see on
Wait,
my
where?
screen. So look at
Yeah.
my screen, what I'm staring at. Those red lights on the tips of this aircraft.
Tips. Oh, yeah. Wait, it's on
That's,
for me.
yeah, that means your air brakes are on.
How do I turn it off? What was my off?
It's
Or is it...
whatever button you have for.
I thought I knew what it was. Air brakes. Not sir. I'm searching air, not sir.
So does it act like a toggle? Because I think you set, you set a button to, I remember, for air brake.
Button 3 was, yeah,
me-
circle. I think
Yeah,
it's for me, it's hold.
Okay, it is a toggle. That button is a toggle. So you press it
Oh.
to toggle it on and off. I assumed it
Doing nothing
was,
for me.
yeah, I assumed it was a held button, but it's a toggle. Yeah, they're put away now. There's a toggle button, but just B is open only.
So what I set is open only then. But even though it says just air brake and then there's air brake off, air brake.
No,
Oh.
it's a toggle when you press B. I don't know what you're saying that it's open only for B. That's what toggles it. I'm just toggling it by pressing B back and forth.
Yeah, that's what was doing it for me earlier. So,
Yeah.
oops.
Good thing we're like spotting these things before you're flying, and then you're just,
Yeah.
you wonder why you can't pick up speed. It's like, well, you're breaking it into the air.
I love things to go haywire. Also, your field of view is that you have like a tighter field of view.
It's because I zoomed it. Like,
Oh yeah.
that's one thing I noticed with this aircraft that's so weird. It's like, why is the field of view like this when you just jump into it? normal field of view is this. Which that is the zoom. I have a dial and I have zoom view for that. So
I'll do bumpers with my new modifier.
Scroll mouse. So
Zoom normal.
here's the other thing that you need to know also, just for especially when you get to having to click things on your cockpit.
Oh my goodness.
Which-
Yeah, this default zoom is whoa.
So
Oh, never mind. It just goes super far in or super far out. I don't know why it's set like this.
So you can change the view with your mouse wheel.
Yeah.
And to make sure it's set to the certain way, I always put my middle mouse button to do clickable mouse cockpit mode on and off. By default, it is the left Alt C, but I put it as middle mouse button.
Yeah, I got my zooming on the controller all figured out now. 2.5 hours for this? Yes, thanks, Tomo. This is good content. You're welcome. I mean, what?
Yeah, this game's like we're doing more than just trying to like fly a plane. There's a good amount of like setting, and plus we've been talking quite a bit back and forth, so like just explaining things, I guess, and hopefully it's like a good learning thing or interest of anyone watching. Otherwise, yeah, it's not the most entertaining thing to be seen at the moment, but we are about to like get ready to take off, so
yes, I want to go kablooey though.
yeah.
War crimes.
Yeah, just getting like this last little thing figured out is this is a button to know on, because what this button does is it changes it into a mouse pointer, like you see on my screen.
Pointer?
Yeah, you see how it's like
mouse cockpit mode.
Yeah, so it's a yellow cross thing, and ideally we could like jump into the training P51 and to have clickable things on your cockpit. That plane does have things that you could click, but this is what you would use to click in your cockpit, like if you ever need to look around and click a switch and stuff in the cockpit.
Maybe I'm gonna focus on that later, because my brain is on fire.
That switch, what I set to my middle mouse button is then it changes it from that to this to now it moves my head, and the scroll wheels does the zoom.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
That's how by default you could do your zoom if you don't have anything to set it to, which a lot of times this is how I even like look around and zoom in my craft.
My zoom, you might like this. I hold options and I use my bumpers.
Okay. Yeah, so
I like it.
So yeah, because a lot of times even trying to look out at the window like to see something, it's hard to tell what it is, even in VR, which VR is a very strange zoom. it literally it plasters the screen closer, like what feels like closer to your eyes, and you're looking at like this flattened view but zoomed. so it feels kind of weird, and it's only 2 buttons of zooming. Like you could zoom and then you could like super zoom in VR, but yeah, just to say, like a lot of times you may need to like zoom to just see what's like on the ground, because it's very hard to see with like our screens, and to actually see what like is the target down there, because it's like you're trying to look at a colored pixel or something, and like that's your target.
Cafe was you were doing this in VR? That's what you're playing this game in VR?
How much airtime have we archived so far? Well, technically 0.
I mean, I was watching somebody who was flying in the air. Does that count?
Yeah. But yeah, so I believe we're all like set and ready here, and which I'll put my flaps down to
My stick
for
is
the
stuck to the
takeoff.
left again.
I don't know how your stick's getting stuck to a
I
direction.
thought it was like the offset thing again, but I can't move it back.
I was just in VR and my hands were literally elastic. Just had no I had to get out due to technical issues. Yeah, I'd like to do like more VR. Like I don't mind doing VR in this game. Like it's kind of preferably to do it because then it's like easier to like look around like with your head itself. But the annoying problem is, or well, for one, it's less comfortable. You got the whole headset on. But secondly, it's also like hard to teach it that way because you're having to do like you're having to blindly do your controls when you're like first learning, which that's like very hard to deal with. And thirdly, sometimes it has technical issues and can like crash and just it's another layer of like more complications that can happen. Uh, here, one thing before you set up on the runway to take off, go to.
Mhm.
So to bring up this menu, by the way, the button that's just right above it, enter, that / button,
Okay.
click that, and it
Request
bring
takeoff.
press on the parent menu. So just
Parent menu.
you can use your mouse clicker to click on
Oh.
them.
Oh yeah, I can.
Otherwise,
oh no, I can't use it. It's doing nothing.
oh,
Oh yeah, never mind. Got it.
sometimes it glitches out, and then you do have to hit like the F keys on what it says. So then go to ground crew.
Ground crew.
Then,
Rearm and refuel.
yeah, rearm and
Request
refuel, and just put the fuel all the way to 0, and then just hit OK.
Put the fuel all the way to 0.
No, all the way to 100. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. That's fine. I was at 80 something before, I think it said. Unless that was like an automatic. That's not what I had before.
Oh, I guess you. I wasn't sure if you like. Well, now, yeah. Now thinking of it, yeah, you did like respawn your plane, because like we were going like we were from how long we were sitting. It was like halfway.
Yeah, I forgot about that. I forgot the F key to do that. Oh, it wasn't an F key. It was the backslash.
Yeah, back. It's at. I think it's
That's
really
cool.
called /.
Forward slash. I don't even know what direction to call the forward. I think it's the top half, I thought.
Yeah, I might be wrong as well. I might be backslash. Because
Maybe not, but whatever.
I get mixed up with those. I forget what they're called.
Same. I know some different operating systems, they're path delimiters. Some are backslashes, some of them are forward slashes.
Yeah. The guy also, by the way, because you're asking them to like the rearm tech, even though you're not saying to rearm anything, says the unable to comply, and that's simply because our engines are on.
Ah.
With these crafts, when the engine is on, it just like they're like, oh, we can't do that. It's like
Skill issues.
I also want to turn that electrical switch on.
Wait, Cafe, you're mentioning your fingers, so oh yeah, you did in VR with the whole setup. That's right, yeah, the HOTAS thing. Wow, what a setup! Next, you want to play Gran Turismo 7 in PSVR 2.
No joke, I was widely shocked when my hands are shook my hands around my in-game hands and constantly the raw
Hot dog.
fingers bent in ways they shouldn't have. Oh yeah.
How? That doesn't sound good.
But I think I believe they probably refueled it you at this point.
Yeah. I mean, I thought it would be immediate.
It's not immediate. It's like supposedly
Oh.
like oh they're filling you up and when they rearm you they like you at like certain increments of time you see them popping on the the ornaments. So it has like a delayedness of it. It's not just like oh pop just immediately everything on.
Pop. Yeah. But
Even
also,
though
they're refueling without being here.
yeah it's there it's like semi simulating that kind of stuff. I think the idea is like it's what they kind of did with the carrier. They did so there's a DLC you can have like crew members on the carrier and they even
That's
like
cool.
hand signal you and stuff to on when you're like launching and all that. But
Cheddars. Yeah, not gonna lie, I'm almost surprised it hasn't taken this long, but at the same time, I'm not surprised at all it's taken this long.
yeah. But yeah, throttle up and go to the end of the runway.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot my controls for a moment.
Yeah. So probably it's about like halfway throttle to like start moving.
Yeah. Hee.
Why am I not? Okay, I guess it's more than half. It's just this apparently is a weak and heavy plane. To more than I'm used to on these on certain crafts.
Oh great. I love weak planes.
Yeah.
Except I don't because it's not it's a weak explosion.
So yeah, just
Trying to stop.
well coast up a bit so I don't like run into you. Because I'm going to go just a little behind you.
Oh, move.
Yeah.
Move. Thank you.
Yeah, again you gotta put
I put way too much.
oh don't crash before you even like took off yet.
I'm spinning now.
Yeah, the aircrafts can be a little weird to control. Like
This is my
taxi
life
around.
now.
Did you actually bench your aircraft?
I can't turn.
It's possible with you it's possible you could damage your gear and then like actually broke something.
Lovely.
Doesn't
Yeah, I'm
look
just
like
stuck.
anything's
Looks
broken.
Looks like I'm just stuck moving to the right. Move my throttle up. Yeah, I'm stuck turning to the right. Whee!
Did you do something to your axes or something? Like so you what is your rudder control? 'Cause isn't it just your thumbstick?
My right stick is controlling that. The left and right. My left stick is the stick.
Let me see something. Like hold it center.
Okay. I can't move the stick center anymore. Like it's when I'm on the ground.
Well, that's why again, like you see the right control enter the axes. Is it like on in the center? Is that like circle in the center cross thing?
Circle in the center cross thing. What do you mean?
Well, actually, the bottom right. You see on my screen?
Oh, uh-oh. I think I see the thing on the top right. The menu appeared here. I don't know. I don't know if that has to do with it. Probably
I mean,
not.
the window. Oh, just press. Annoyingly, F12 is to like X out, which is also screenshot with Steam's default menu buttons. But this bottom right
Yeah.
indicator thing, like when you
Still.
do Control Enter, every time you pop into a plane, it takes this away. I wish by default this was always on, like you could set it to be like always on, but no, the game doesn't do that. I want to see
Yeah.
if these axes are centered for you. Otherwise, it is
Oh,
like
where at?
look at my screen. What I'm waving my
Okay.
yellow cross thing.
Yellow cross thing. I'm looking for it. Oh
It's
yes, that thing. I forgot what bind that was. Sorry.
right control enter.
Right control enter. Oh yeah, look at that.
So let me see what the axes look of that. I'm trying to see on your stream.
It's
Oh, you got
to the
things.
right.
You got things covering it. It's kind of hard to see.
Sorry. Better contrast right there.
Oh, well, I can't see the middle. So like pretty much what I'm trying to like to see for you is things centered on it. Because if it shows that they are centered, you just damaged your plane and you're spinning in a circle now.
But it doesn't look centered. It's not.
If it's not centered, then something oddly got trimmed off to the side. Like, and this is where you use your trims.
Which the trims is seeming to do nothing.
They should slowly move that top circle thing.
I'm pressing the button.
Are you mapped correctly with your trim?
It was working before.
Check if your trim set. Oh, your stick is, yeah. Why is it your stick like?
Roll right. Here you go. Trim.
Wait, go back out. Is your stick really just held to the right when you're like when your thumbstick is centered?
In neutral. Nothing's being touched right now, and the stick's just to the right. Even on that little graph thing that you pointed out, those things are neutral.
Yeah, so then there is something with your controller going on. So then look at your roll axes. Is right
My roll axes.
is that showing off centered?
Oops.
Like how's that set then?
Roll. No.
Why is it on the plane that it's set that way? It's doing that. That is really weird now.
Gosh dang it. Why does this happen to me? Don't pick on me, game. I'm the new one.
Again, to wish you both a wonderful stream. Oh, thanks. We haven't even got.
Is this Zaytheron?
Yeah,
I don't know how to pronounce that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, how do we pronounce your name? Oh, it's hard to say how to pronounce a name in just text words.
It's too creative. It's too creative. I guess
both
is
streams
when
open,
the teeter totter. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But would I be able to see that?
I guess. Well, that's the thing. What I was troubleshooting is, it looks like there's nothing wrong with the plane. Actually, it's his stick in the plane is like just to the right. Is it? You know what? I wonder if it's like the same as a helicopter. Is there a button to like recenter your stick or something? So in helicopters, they have a trim button that basically makes the center of the stick another position. And I
Yeah, maybe I accidentally triggered something when I was clicking around on my keyboard.
yeah, and I wonder if does this have something like that? I don't see anything on trim, and I wouldn't know what it would like be called otherwise. Because it would be
Huh.
like a. So let me look at like one of my helicopters.
Oh, it's
So,
9:39. Whoa. Ooh, cheddar.
so there's like
Thank you
trim
for
reset.
asking. Channel points, they are obtained by activity. There's also like bonuses that you get for like when you follow, you get 300 points. When you like something to do with real money, you get other bonuses or whatever. And then you can use those channel points to redeem stuff that you can view when you click to the left of the chat or to the Apple Pie logo.
Yeah, see this pilot trimmer is what like it's on the Huey. So when you like press this button, it
Trimmer
recenters
reset.
it it
Ah,
it reset it's basically on helicopter like the sticks they have like force feedback on you.
ooh, True Force.
Yeah, on in the actual helicopter, and
Yeah, 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 yeah.
so
In the
you're
actual
not
helicopter, I
so
get it.
you're so to not like forcefully hold your like hand forward or something when you're like just flying like cruisily, like you're flying a direction or so and you don't want to constantly hold your hand like that. You press this button and it basically it recenters that forcing feedback of the stick to that position, and so it makes it
Uh-huh.
comfortable in your hands to hold it there.
And why is it not comfortable in my hand?
Well, because
Theoretically,
yeah,
virtually.
because it's very expensive to have an actual force feedback controller. But
Makes
yeah,
sense.
I don't know if, like,
Why?
and what's odd is we looked at the controls in the axes and it's not showing that. I wonder if you just try you might have to respawn another aircraft because like I don't know if you just like broke it that like made the stick get like stuck that way.
That's what I'm thinking I did.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, do select slot, which actually, you know what, to so you don't have to like get taxi back onto the runway, select the
mhm.
option that has like, which will be taken off with a loadout, but select the one that's
uh,
like TV panel, like it's near the bottom.
TV panel.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at your screen because if
Oh,
I go into that menu, I'm forced popped away. I believe. Um,
yeah. Kind of confused with what that means. Hmm.
so I tried to make name the groups that make sense. So ones that have Su-25T runway, the ones that say runway, they're already on the end of the runway.
Oh, okay.
So select one of
Yeah, you're
those.
there.
Which
Select one of those.
yeah,
But these are. I have no idea what these are.
yeah, just like I said, just select
Runway
the one that
TV.
says TV guided. You'd have the
TV guided.
loadout that has the TV guided version. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get off the runway because I'll be on the other end, and so you don't
Wait,
just
yeah, wait. Huh. These are I thought these were like planes already here. I didn't know these were positions.
yeah the map is showing like what which that's something new actually for me. I don't remember actually ever having that.
That's cool.
And another new thing is I wonder how to set my missions to have those dynamic slots. That would actually save me having to set all those aircrafts for every kind of option.
But wow, how long did it take to set all this up?
Well, it was like as long as like you saw me doing like stream it, but then again, like I
Wow.
loaded in a mission I already set up. I've spent like over the months of like messing with that mission editor, and that's how with adding things. Basically, I just created that from the start of being my own practice world.
That's good. I like the sandbox aspect of this.
Yeah. So being in that position, all you need to do is throttle up and be able to take off. You're now going
What?
to be a little bit more heavier.
Oh, yay! Wait, more boom.
Yeah. Which I guess is fine to take off with that, and we could see if you can like target something and shoot something off.
Oh my goodness. All right, but first we got to take off.
Yeah. Let's see if you can like just basically throttle up all the way to max, and then you gotta wait for the very top left of your HUD needs to go to above like 200.
The very
And
top left, like this green. Oh, I just put up my thing by accident. This green area.
yeah, you see the number that says 80 right now?
Yeah.
That number is going to go up when
Drum
you
roll,
pick up
please.
airspeed, and you got to wait for that to go past like 200 or so, and
Okay, and then I just
then
lift.
you then you hold back on your stick until your aircraft pulls up, and then you fly.
I just like hold it back all the way.
Probably not all the way, but like somewhere like halfway or so. Like
Yeah, it makes sense.
a good amount that you're gonna lift up, and then you gotta just once you lift up, then you correct yourself to angle up like probably like 10-15 degrees, and just pick up altitude, and then roll uh probably roll to the right to like to circle around. And the quick thing, once you lift off the ground, a few seconds later, put your landing gear up. Then you will click your landing gear.
Oh yeah, landing gear. What did I put that to?
That's where, yeah, you gotta remember what your it is G on your keyboard.
G, 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 G. What is not taken from me?
Well, it's again like it's one of the suggestions. You don't need that on the controller. Just hit G on your keyboard.
Right trigger. Both of my triggers are not bound.
Well, that pro.
Oh wait, that's what the modifier. Never mind. Nope. Go away, modifier. Oh, they're still not bound.
It's
I
because
could use the
you're
modifier though.
yeah, because you're selling it to like use basically set as modifier, which
Yeah,
it
I'll do.
it
Yeah,
has to be set as another button, not just the modifier.
yeah. But even without the modifier, my triggers are not bound.
Let me catch up on
All right,
chat, by the way.
so
So, how do you need Twitch currency? Oh, you were explaining that. Do you recommend I should start doing my stream on Twitch?
I can answer that part.
Yeah,
I always recommend Twitch.
yeah, I was going to say like YouTube's not very built for streaming. You can stream on it,
Exactly.
but unless people already know your channel on YouTube, it's so saturated of YouTube. People don't really go on YouTube to look for a stream.
Yeah, not as often at least. But
Yeah.
I do think that YouTube is very good to use in conjunction with Twitch. For example, uploading your VODs to
Yeah.
YouTube.
Yeah, I still like upload my VODs after of my streams like to YouTube. Uh, like I'll probably do it with this one when there was like no cussing or anything, and I don't mind just like
Yay.
sharing a recorded video of all this, which this might be a helpful video of anyone that wants to just jump in this game for free and just at least be able to fly this and go through all the controls.
Yeah, they get to kind of get it from my perspective if they are also new.
Yeah. And then so yeah. So you wanna you once you take off, you wanna put your landing gear up and your flaps.
And my flaps.
Yeah, those two things. Otherwise you're gonna be flying too slow to pick up altitude.
Flaps landing position. Why is that on there? Oh, I'll just search flaps. Flaps up down is F.
Yeah. F and G. Like that's pretty much the two buttons
So
you can just like because
I'll use the triangles that. I'll use square then.
if you wish. Just gotta you're gonna have to just memorize whatever unique buttons that you set for it. I have a switch thing like especially like with landing gear and flaps. Those I have 4 buttons basically. I always set those two on all my aircrafts because once again to be like consistent with everything. So I have a designated switch for my landing gear.
Oh, maybe I could set that up someday.
Yeah. For now, yeah, again, you just have the controller to work with.
I mean, lesson 1, take off. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Full throttle.
Yeah, go full throttle and it's where you gotta use your rudder to keep yourself straight. Do very tiny adjustments and here's the important thing to learn to know like a beginning is
Okay.
don't overcorrect back and forth. Like
Yeah.
do adjustment and then try to be slow on yourself to readjust because it can easily get into a really bad situation of you're just rocking back and forth, correcting, recorrecting, correcting and recorrecting, and then you're just bouncing yourself basically. You want to be slow and steady.
Yeah. Everything seems pretty wobbly.
Yeah, put your landing gear up and your flaps.
Oh yeah.
Because if you pick up too
I
much,
see the indicator.
yeah, yep, they're going up. And then your flaps are up, it looks like. So now it's just picking up enough speed so you can like make altitude. This plane doesn't climb very well because of how heavy you are.
I mean, I don't know what else to compare it to because this is all I've flown.
Yeah. F-18, if you jump in that, you're going to feel the power of it. that thing has quite the engine. But
Wow,
yeah,
this is wild.
But yeah, this is an older plane, so
Yeah. Good start though.
yeah.
Hey, it's free. This entire experience, I haven't paid a cent.
So I guess now that like we're in the air, now we can see about turning your optical screen on, which would be O.
I don't think it did anything for me.
Clicking O. Oh, you know
Yeah.
what? Oh, that's right. You gotta press the ground air to ground mode, which whatever button number that you did for those top modes. Those
I don't remember.
I'm on the wrong setting. That's why I'm not. By default, it is 7. If you didn't change it.
So I don't. Yeah, I
Otherwise,
definitely didn't. I don't think I changed it.
otherwise it's the third option. Uh, but yeah, if you haven't changed it, it's 7. So
I
you
pressed it.
zoom in your thing. You're like very wide view right now.
Okay. It would appear. Where would it appear at if I press it?
It would be on the HUD. Just need to zoom in the camera a little
Oh,
bit. It looks like you didn't switch to that mode yet.
yeah, I'm pressing it.
Actually, no, never mind. You are. It was just hard to
Oh,
read it. So yeah, you are on that
oh, okay.
mode. Oh, you know what? I forgot to. I think there's a setting to make it so like things would display more English. Probably forgot to that we can like when you go into the option menus in the main menu, but we can't do it right now. But you can go to the option like the special option of the aircrafts that you have, and there can
Oh,
be options of like changing your cockpit into English.
I would love that.
Yeah, but yeah, saying that's on now. When you press O, it should turn on your screen.
Press O. Oh, my game froze when I did that. Yeah, yeah. There you go. It's on now.
Oh, must have had to load something doing that. That's interesting. I never.
Woo-hoo! Sorry, I
Oh,
just got a thrill.
also you might want to pull your throttle just a little back because you're probably going too fast now. Because I saw your aircraft shaking a little bit, and that means that you're kind of going
Oh
a
yeah, I
little.
was playing around with like the roll and stuff.
Yeah.
I pulled my throttle back about to 60 to 50% ish.
You don't want to go too slow because then you start stalling. So watch your airspeed and not have it like certainly look at it if it goes like under 300 because
Oh, where at?
the top left of your HUD again, that
Oh, okay.
green those green numbers.
Yeah. I wanted to say to Cheddar, if you did Twitch streaming and if the stars aligned, you could be my raid victim.
Oh, hey Marvel
It'd be
dude.
awesome because I know you, like, if you didn't know Cheddar, we went to high school together, except it was online, and he's a cool dude.
I'm
I
going
really
to.
want to see him at the Rexoria meetup someday. It'd be cool to, like, that's the right crowd of people to hang out with, in my opinion.
Oh, about the Rexoria group.
Yeah.
I do like to try to keep like the rules like to where it's generally respectful for everyone, and with like so many wants like with like the the idea of like the all inclusiveness or so like oh well it's like oh yeah you gotta have like respectful rules for everyone
Yeah.
to want to be welcoming
That's
for
how it
that.
should be.
Yeah. So yeah,
And I just Marvel. Marvel's a good example.
yeah. I'm taking off on the runway to like kind of fly in the air with you here, even though I don't have any
Okay.
weapons with me. I think I do have the cannon still.
So I have a certified doc proof that I am not cute and not adorable. You need to show legal documentation, not just regular documentation. You said certified, but certified from what?
I don't know why Marvel's trying to argue his way again of not being cute when there's already plenty of evidence of he already even admitted
Yeah.
it.
I want to try this in VR someday.
Oh, yeah, it's quite interesting when you sit in VR in the cockpit. Like, it really does look like you're like in the cockpit when you do that.
My computer's running this fine. Honestly, I think the memory how much RAM that it's asking for is not fully accurate.
Yeah, it is. And that's what I found like very strange, because like if anything, this system's even better than my other one, and it works just fine. In my older like setup of the system, that was even less than what it is. Like I don't remember the stats of it, but like it was less of a computer than right now, and it worked perfectly fine in VR. So
Yeah, they're
again, that's
honestly,
why. Yeah,
it
it's
could just be due to like lack of hardware accessibility for them to test it or something. Like they're kind of making like educated guesses.
yeah, I don't know. I'll go that direction.
I didn't even know where I'm flying. I'm just aimlessly flying around.
Yeah, that's where the help of the F10, but you gotta remember, if you're not on autopilot, don't stare at it too long, otherwise you will come back and find that you're crashing in the ground. But
Marvel, you lost the dock? Okay, I'm curious what your proof is. Also, hi, anyway.
so if you can manage to look at the F10 map, uh, there's a cross-section runway here, which is always a nice handy spot to put targets, because the runway looks like a cross. It's just south of the airport we just took off of.
South.
It would be a little
Yeah.
southwest of you, southwest from you.
Where was the takeoff spot? Right there. Huh.
So zoom down into these like blue squares that you see down here. These lots like mini blue squares, like if you see on my screen.
Mini blue squares.
Again, like
Yes.
check if you're. I do have it set that I could like hit an autopilot. Let's see, did I?
I forgot what my autopilot was.
I think I have it.
Oh, it's share.
I have it set to these things.
Kelly Phoenix.
There we go.
I like that name. And hi.
Here's probably a control to look for. Hold left alt 1, and that will hold.
Left alt 1 for.
That will make.
Oh my gosh, hold on. I hear the sound of the kid talking. I know what that means. Hi, Kelly Phoenix. Thanks for following.
So left alt 1 will set you as altitude hold. And
altitude hold.
Yeah.
Wait, left alt 1?
Yeah, left alt just 1.
Left alt. Okay.
That will set it to altitude hold, so you can stare at the map and not worry about your plane crashing.
Yay.
And I'm curious on if I. Oh, actually, just hitting A also works, apparently.
Wait, what?
So hitting A, I think that sets, like, it just to hold steady forward.
Oh yeah, I see that there.
But the nice thing of altitude hold is you can turn off on it. You can set it on, and then and I just banked myself and set it on, and now I'm going to orbit in place. So I'm going to fly.
So when it's on, the lights are on, right?
Yeah, you see on this left these 6 buttons here. That's setting
the 2 buttons.
Yeah, that's your
Right.
autopilot that turns on, apparently.
And Cheddar, I'm so sorry. I just wanted to say this. Cheddar, off stream, I have so much to tell you about setting up streaming for Twitch. I have so much things that I'm thankful for that Twitch has done and help with building a community compared to YouTube. So I really got to tell you that.
Hello, Kill Phoenix. Apparently saying first time chatter.
Wait, yeah, same for mine. How'd you find the stream? The tags beside the names?
By the way, I'll say to turn around before you go way too far that direction, and then take
Yeah, I
forever.
was just thinking that.
Yeah. I'll turn around and try to like fly towards your direction as well. You want to be very gentle and slow with this aircraft, because if you pull really hard all the way up, you can like just stall yourself just by pulling
Yeah.
too much onto it. But I'm gonna also kind of fly towards you as well.
Can we collide?
We can, but for one, it's kind of hard to do, but also that
Oh,
would
I
just
bet.
that would immediately explode us.
I love explosions.
We
A little
can
too much, I think.
we can see if we can attempt it if you want. You would have to take off again. Like maybe before we do too much great, it's why I was seeing if you can like shoot something off, like, just to kind of lose some of your weight, and then we could see if you can like now land, because taking off is actually kind of the easy part.
How far have I gone anyway? How do I find me?
So when you have the map up,
Yeah.
the very top left, you see like
Oh, I
this
see.
this little arrow
Yeah,
thing.
top left.
There's center on
Oh, yeah.
plane.
Okay.
So like the buttons on the top area of the map, and then you can zoom in,
Yeah.
and that's where you are. So that's an easy way to like just find yourself if you're like lost. Where did you go in the map? Just click that button.
Marvel dudes jumping streams like it's oh shoot. Marvel
Also,
dudes jumping streams like it's a sport.
another thing that's helpful to look to read this map is you see this far right thing. There's saturation, or whatever.
Saturation?
This whatever that means. I think it means like saturation. I don't know if it actually means that. It turns the map into the more realistic look of the actual map, and so you have an easier time. If I hit like Control FL,
Oh yeah.
you see how
I should be heading it in your direction-ish now.
yeah.
Closer to it.
But if you went to the right a little bit, go towards the shore, you can go to where there's targets if you want to like try to shoot at something.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Shooting at targets. Oh, so many more keybinds to remember all of a sudden.
Do you want to do that or just ram into each other?
I'll try ramming first because that'll be so funny. But then we could take off again and then do something else, I guess.
Yeah.
Except, what's our altitude? Oh yeah, that's the P right there, right?
It's on the right. Yeah, it's the top right thing. Wait, let me see.
I have to take off more then. I have to lift up more.
Yeah, I think I'm 1,500 feet. I see you right there. Like I see you.
I don't see you.
You're not pointing it towards me then.
Oh wait, I should do F1. Hurrah.
Actually, here's an ornament you can try to do. So switch to longitude, the other mode like AA, and see if you can shoot.
Yeah, I don't. Well, I don't see you anywhere. We're about to cross.
I'm to your left. You're not pointing straight at me.
Oh yeah, now I see you. Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna see if I can ram you then. But the other thing is, like, I could shoot cannons at you. I do have those. I could see if I could shoot you down. But I'm gonna try a different thing and see if I could ram into you.
Okay. I'm turning as well, by the way.
See if you can slow your throttle down just a little bit so I can catch up as well.
Okay.
So as much as like I could try to just gun you down right here, it'd probably be more amusing if I ram into you here. Which is actually a little more difficult than what you would think it'd be.
I've turned the throttle down like halfway. Yeah.
Yep, I am certainly catching up onto you.
I'm just very unstable right. Oh, whoa.
Missed you.
Uh-oh, I got beep beep.
I got rocked because I hit the wind wake behind you that actually affects your jet. So you know, jets, they when they like fly through the air, they're like creating this I forget what it's called.
It's just the wind, you know, the air.
Yeah, like
just the air.
Some airwaveness.
Sonic boom. Just kidding, not that far.
Yeah, I don't think we're quite going that fast. I'm not sure if we're going Mach speed.
No, definitely not.
But we are going decently fast. Because something I remember hearing is the Harrier, I believe, can't go Mach speed. It's like it's one of the jets that, like, same with like the A10, it can't go Mach speed. It's not that fast.
Yeah. Honestly, I want a nosedive. All right, I'm gonna slow down then. I'm at like 2050-ish or 2100.
Yeah.
2100.
See you way off in the distance there.
There you go, 19. Yeah, 2000.
Do you remember what button you had for longitude missile aiming mode? Otherwise, it's 6.
I do not remember. Looks like it's cruising at like 2070, 2080.
Can I admit that like we've been saying, never.
Yeah, I just read that.
Interesting. I could go in. Alright.
Also, Marvel, I can't believe you called stealth oogly moogly. Haha.
Yeah, this is just something. I think I want to flip.
Cheddar, you created another. You created another account already?
Makes sense with that. My weapons change.
I see you.
Yeah, I'm seeing if you can turn on your anti-air things. And actually, wait.
My things.
I actually don't think you have those on that loadout. Now that I think of it, or seeing your aircraft. You just have air-to-ground missile loadouts, actually. I'm seeing if you could like at least shoot like, because it would be very easy to like switch it to that mode and then point at me, and you listen to a tone, and then you could shoot. Then you shoot anti-air stuff to me.
Anti. I don't even remember my shooting mode stuff. My shooting stuff.
Yeah, it would be. If you didn't change it, it would be 6.
I probably did change it, but oh wait, yeah, I pressed it. How do I know if it worked?
Does it show LNGT on your HUD?
No.
Oh, it's because it's Russian.
Oh. Is the thing on the bottom left it then?
I'm not sure if that's quite the symbols, but yeah, it looks like you did switch to it because of just how the HUD.
This is something I know like some Cyrillic because of Serbian.
Otherwise, yeah, if you're in that mode, then press C, turn on your cannons.
Oh. Whoa.
So
That is.
So it has that display, so you can like know how much to the path of your guns will take when you're like aiming at another aircraft.
When I'm aiming at another aircraft.
Yeah. And so with that,
Oh, I just caught that. Wait, Marvel's going to bed. Oh, I mean, you're heading. Wait, heading to bed for work. Oh, having to sleep for work. Imagine. Sleep well.
0 and D. So now, see if you can shoot me down with that.
Finding you is going to be very difficult. I have no sense of direction.
That's where I use the F10.
Oh,
like I kind of cheat with that.
I see something. I just don't know how to shoot you down.
Yeah. Well, you just hold trigger when that's up. It should let you.
Oh yeah, it was X for me. I lost you. Gosh dang it! Where'd you go?
Yeah, I'm struggling to figure out where you are as well.
If that was even you, I don't even know if that was really you.
We are next to each other.
Yeah, okay, that was definitely you then.
I just lost where you are, and I'm kind of
I
cheating
lost where
with.
you are.
I'm kind of cheating with the F10 map.
Oh yeah, so you just turn more.
So you're that direction. Really, this is where you'd have other wingmen's calling out like where buoys are, and
Yeah,
with
I
modern
also see you.
yeah, and with
Right,
modern
did see you.
jets, you would have like the radar systems and stuff. There you are.
Dude, I lost you. I just saw you, and then the frames of the plane just blocked it, and now you're gone.
I'm not going fast enough. I've been turning too much. I lost too much of my speed. I'm struggling to like turn
I've been
up.
full sending it the whole time.
Well, I was slowing. You want to be able to turn, you have to slow down.
Oh yeah, I was just taking wide turns, I guess, when you think of it.
Yeah. Well, when you're trying to get up behind someone, you can't take wide turns because then you're someone can get
Cheddar's got work
up
too. Oh,
behind.
I got work tomorrow too, but here's the thing. I work in the afternoon.
Nice.
Yeah, so that's why I'm usually on at night. Oh my gosh, who redeemed war crimes? Hold on, I gotta check. You ain't getting away with this. Marvel. Oh, you're behind me. Oh, great.
Seeing if I could pop some shots on you. I think I tapped you.
You did. You did.
Did that damage anything on you?
I got a lady speaking at me. I,
Doesn't seem like I damaged much on you. I might have like
you did tap though.
I must have hit one bullet on you.
I think that's yeah. It was just a little bit.
Yeah, I might have to see if we even can take damage because I left the settings to be like unlimited ammo and being invincible, but that's I believe that only works like locally, like on the local thing, so I don't know if okay, Kara Wolfie.
Oh, Wolfie! You didn't see any of my bullets flying around past you, did you?
Nope, I didn't notice them.
Oh, I think bullet travel. I
Yeah,
it took too long to travel.
that's kind of the help of like that little indicator things for. But
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out like how long it'll take to get there with that
yeah,
distance.
it's probably for these older planes. It's more often this happen, but like modern jets, like you rarely get into this situation, and when you do, you're trying to survive, not actually shoot down the other aircraft.
Yeah.
But
Is it morning for you then, Wolfie? Yeah, it's a different time to stream today. At least for me.
figure out where'd you go.
Discard apple pie for nothing. I don't know why I made that redeem, because now people just spam it and they're wasting their apple pies, and I'm like, huh, good use.
It
Okay,
saddens
I'm
you.
gonna use the cheat sheet map. We're going away from each other. Lovely.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. So it's like you might as well use it because like I can't see of how anyone possibly find how I wonder how these aircrafts will even find each other. Like I
Yeah.
imagine realistically you can like look
Oh
out
my.
the
I've been
window.
banana voicified on my end. I was debating on using the what's it called? The voice mod input for Discord so that you hear it whenever I'm on banana, but I decided against it.
Let me see. How much? You know, we might actually have infinite ammo. I'm going to purposely dive into the ground, which you can if you wish as well,
Blast it!
because I am because apparently yeah we have infinite ammo, so we're probably invincible.
What are you doing so low? Wait, I lost you.
Minimum speed.
Yeah, no, no.
Yeah, we are
Is that you
invincible.
going so low?
Yeah, I slammed into the trees.
Oh.
And guess what? My
I
aircraft is perfectly intact. So yeah, we're invincible. I do need to change that then.
All right. I love the sandboxing on this.
But hey,
And yeah, Cheddar, that's another. I'm gonna crash into a tree.
yeah. Sadly, it's not any fun,
Dude.
satisfying explosion for you, but
Dude, I recovered. No, 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 no. Okay, I did not recover.
once you're stuck on the ground without landing gear and stuff, you may as well be like exploded because like
Yeah,
you can't take off. So it's like you're stuck there.
yeah. I I can't take off no more. Hold on, I'm changing
Well,
my sound for the game. It's way too loud.
it's gonna kick you out because I'm leaving out because I need to change the setting.
Oh yeah, my game straight up it's not responding anymore.
Yeah, it's because it's probably loading you out. maybe I should have let you close out first, because hopefully
Oh
that
well, I don't care. It's
didn't
out.
crash
Connection
you.
failed. Cannot connect. Is what
Yeah,
it says.
because of course I disconnected out, so like it lost
Yeah.
connection.
It's weird because usually when a server closes or when the host disconnects or something like that, it will send it before you leave. It'll go tell all the clients that you should disconnect before you get like a disconnection error.
Oh, actually, Su-25T, it's only cut. There's only default cockpit customized. Huh.
Also, Marvel, you betcha. Yeah, every time I come home from work, I have the opportunity, well, not every time, to take some of the extra apple pies. So I bring them home. Sometimes I send videos or pictures of me eating them in front of stuff, not in front of stuff, but to stealth, or throwing it in the garbage, and I'm like, haha, no apple pie for you. Now that we're flying, by the way, I am enjoying this.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry it took so long to even just get to flying, but you
That's
see,
fine.
yeah. But then again, like it's hard to like get around from that when you see how extensive this simulator is.
It is incredible. It's just, it's not beginner like user friendly. You have to actually
Well,
kind of have experience or have somebody who's already experienced with it to learn it.
yeah, of course. Like that's probably with any like realistic simulators is
Yeah.
you're not jumping on this on like, oh, I'm just going to hop on and like fly a plane and and expect it to be like a game or feel like it like
Yeah.
like any
Like,
like
I
usual game.
guess,
But
yeah, because honestly, in a sense, if there was a lot of, if it was more like tutorialized and like in your face about like, okay, this is how you do this and that, it might as well be more like an arcade game.
yeah. Well, like I will point out again, like here is like go to the very main menu
Okay.
and then there's an option for training.
Training. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
so
saw that.
these are the in-game training missions. Uh, it's just I find them difficult to follow with because they just throw like way more than I even was possibly doing. Like, well, it
Ooh.
helps that I get to like I'm communicating with you and you can like respond if you like got it or not
Yeah.
and stuff. This it just throws the information on you and then expects you to like just remember all that.
Wow. What a great way to teach someone, right?
and and unlike a video, you can't like just rewind or pause like right in the middle or something and like figure out what it's like what button is it talking about to like press and this and that and like it's kind of it has like its own challenge that makes it hard to for me personally to follow through with it. Like it's certainly you can like if you wish to go through to like see if you can like learn from it, like it's obviously free to go through them and it's nice that they actually even make them uh, just in case because there have been like a few that I've learned how to use like some system or so by like carefully following but sometimes you have to like do it a few times because of like how easy it is to like miss what they're like saying or to like retry it. But
I wish
but
I
that's
wish it was like hands-on.
yeah, which that's kind of what we're doing right now like with me.
Yeah.
But that's why I made my own training videos and that's how I learned a lot of the things was I jumped in this and then watched videos on how to do this stuff and then me doing like copying of what the video is saying and stuff and I can
Yeah.
like pause and
That's the way to
rewind.
go.
Yeah, and sometimes And it's why I have like all these like loadouts and stuff of the aircrafts like in the air, is so I can just
Oh, yeah.
instantly pop into those, and then
Wait, while they're in the air?
yeah, like so.
Oh.
I'll launch up this again. I'll switch my screen just so.
Yeah, I'll just watch on yours.
Well, I'm changing the screen because like again, just so like people don't see what password it is, and then
Oh, yeah.
I'm kind of guessing.
Gosh dang it.
I'm guessing people won't do that really because. Oh, you know what? Actually, before I start, let me actually look at something in the mission editor. I'm curious about something. Just a quick thing to look at.
That's definitely one thing I want to learn how to use, the mission editor.
Yeah. So the quick, easy thing to know in this, like, for one, you have like just the simple, the basic file, open, save as. The only crazy things to know like on here, because like there's all sorts of stuff you can add in here, is the objects and then the planes, the helicopters.
Dude, that's cool.
You could put boats, you could put ground units, like I could just stick tanks in here. And when you put a waypoint by default for something like this, so I just stuck a basic tank here. If you put a waypoint like this, and then just like add another one, it's going to drive to that waypoint and then go to like the next waypoint.
Dude, that is awesome. That's going to be so much fun to play around with. You can also like set up different scenarios. And
so for fun, I could just have this unit there and like it's going to like drive in this like little L shape. Or actually, what I could do even more crazier is make it do a whole circle.
Oh, you can like sign those?
Yeah,
like
so
SINE sign?
Yeah, so I could put them like this.
Oh, yeah.
And then, so on this waypoint, I could add an action and then tell it to go to waypoint 1. And it's going to literally go into a full circle.
This is my favorite. I love playground aspects of simulators.
Yeah. So I just made a friendly tank unit. It's just going to drive in a circle around our base.
Let's see ya, Cheddar. Hey, I'm gonna message you on Discord tonight. I got so much to tell you now.
Yeah. Oh, and I probably should put it Russian, otherwise it's going to shoot at us.
Oh.
Well, but I'm
I'm looking at the time. 10 o'clock. I'm I might have to go stop streaming tonight.
Oh, okay.
I might have some snack, and then I'll probably play more games though. But for the stream, it'll be over.
Yeah. It's why I wasn't sure if we even like would get to like multiplayer servers and do like doing wingman. Like it was all that much
Honestly,
just to get you to take off with the plane, and you haven't even tried landing it yet.
I mean, I hit a tree and the thing landed. It just wasn't safe.
Well, technically, you didn't blow it up because you were just magically invincible.
Wow, this is so realistic. I'm gonna go fly a plane in real life, and I'll be invincible.
Yeah. I was curious on looking on this though. I don't know how to set this airport to be like that dynamic set that it was before, but yeah, I don't know how you'd set that up.
But honestly, I kind of thought this would have been harder. I know I was a little like mind boggled by how much there is to learn, but at the same time, I didn't expect myself to take off and fly for that long.
Yeah, and that's really like we're going to not need to spend that much time again. Like that's just
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
the first setup. Like jumping on this complex game, which yeah, it's not a user friendly game or a new user friendly game. And but like if someone wanted to really learn like the specific aircraft, they can hop into it, follow like many options of like tutorials, and
Mhm.
and so like in a sense, people can't like anyone can like learn this stuff without really needing someone to walk them through it. But
Yeah.
but with me doing it, I think it's like much faster because then like I explain like I got all the
Oh,
buttons
heck
for
yeah.
you set up, and so you don't have to spend like the many hours I like spent setting up my
Thank you.
my stuff like two nearly 3 hours of setting up controls was like not nearly as much time I spent on each of my aircrafts. Like
Wow. I mean,
just one of
you
them
don't
I
spend a
spent like
cent?
what?
Like, I was just thinking, I mean, I guess, well, you don't spend any money to try it. Taking 3 hours to set up the controls before you even know if it's going to be worth your time?
Oh, yeah.
Like, wow.
And hey, you didn't
But you were
wait.
going to say?
Well, I was going to like I think like trying to think of like with the key bindings I set on some of them like I spent like nearly like a day or like a few days of like going into like key bindings of which is where like I try to like set them up like it's the probably overthinking I've done with my key bindings of
Mhm.
like I set them up
You
in
future
like
proofing it.
yeah well trying to think in my mind on what's the most like optimal way to have these buttons set up and to work between
Yeah.
like multiple aircrafts like
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I didn't really think of that actually still.
well
I don't know if I'm going to spend a cent on this still, but we'll see.
yeah if you don't then that jet that you flied is your only option to actually take out targets because
Hey, it works.
yeah
Probably.
uh didn't get to show you the TF51D, which is the training.
Oh, the other one?
Yeah, this is the training version of the P51, which I have the
The
P51 here,
training.
but
Uh-huh.
this is the one that you will be able to hop into and take off with this one. And see, in this
Uh-huh.
one, you can interact with the cockpit.
Hey, that's cool. Oh, yeah, I see that.
Even the canopy.
I want to try this in VR though. I also want to try to integrate my pedals into the setup if
Oh yeah,
possible.
which
I think
that
that'd be pretty cool.
that would be an amusing thing to see for your first time trying is try it. So you if you think the Su was like at all difficult to take off this thing and see if you don't crash it. It is actually
Oh,
like I think even in real life, like I think there's some pilots that have died trying to take this plane off.
these machines,
Yeah, it's
they aren't
that's
playing around.
yeah, it's the challenge with like some of these like old prop planes is like if you don't know how you're taking it off, like taking off with it, you're going to crash it.
Yeah, like you said before, I think less safety features.
Well, it's not the less safety features, it's just how it's designed. It's a very
Mm.
powerful prop engine, and that's going to push torque on the plane. And if you don't think of holding it a direction when you're taking off, you're going to roll over and stall and fall
Yeah,
and hit the ground.
yikes.
Which I'm curious on uh, taking this off and seeing if I can like actually land it. Oh, and you will need to set like left and right brakes perhaps on this, because it's the only way I've
Left and right
figured.
brake.
Yeah, see how like to turn this thing is basically by your brakes, because rudder barely
Oh,
it barely moves its rudder. You barely turn with its rudder. You basically have to turn with its brakes. Otherwise, you're going to have a really hard time taxing.
that's so weird having that. Instead of having that like vector graphics looking interface, it's split to a bunch of little meters.
Oh, you mean like yeah, see like this indicator thing, that's my brakes. So I have to turn like this.
Oh yeah, I see that.
But yeah, these are the, I'm trying to remember the word for them, but they're like physical like instruments. They're not digital reticle or so, because
Yeah.
this is World War II plane, so
Yeah, I saw the thing said like um from World War II to present or
yeah.
like modern vehicle air
Well, modern-ish, because
modern-ish.
even their most modern jets in this thing is like still like eh, at least like 30 years old.
Eh. Yeah, modern level 1. Let's call it modern level 1.
Yeah. So again, that's why I say modern-ish, modern, or whatever that made up word. Oh, let me see. Like, oh thing. See,
Ooh.
I
Oh
hit
yeah, I
the
see that.
brakes just too hard, and that's what happens. I wanted to see. Are you moving?
The bouncing is like when you're playing your favorite song in your car.
Oh, that's why I was afraid he might drive through the fence. Let's actually watch this. I'm curious about this.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I can
Yeah, I'm
speed up
watching the
time.
stream delay.
I'll speed up time so I don't have to wait here forever. Are you going to run into the fence and break it? Yeah, you take out the
Please.
fence.
Here we go. I'm watching it now. And
He just drives
wow,
through it and doesn't care.
literally nothing stopping it, like not even slowing down one bit.
Yeah, I might need to change his
No damage.
pathing, but otherwise he's just gonna always drive through those vents.
Nah, he's playing Asphalt 8 where you get extra points by ramming into things.
Yeah. But yeah, and I just tossed that unit in, and I didn't even change any settings for it, but just gave it waypoints. And then the last waypoint, I just told it to go to the first waypoint, and that's how I made it. So this one unit is just going to go foreverly in a circle here.
Just goes round and round and round.
Yeah. Let me see when it
Rolling, rolling.
turns. Oh, that's how it turns. Okay.
I'd like to try this with cafe also.
Okay. So that's just what it's doing.
Oh, it's literally just taking sharp turns at each waypoint.
Yeah. Well, I was like afraid if it was like going to do like a very simple turn, like literally just pop turned, because some of the things are like for optimizing or so. He's probably set that way. So I'm kind of surprised they actually turned the wheels and turned it. So
Huh.
yeah, I'm gonna take off this guy with this guy.
Oh, you mean like if it went there, it would like teleport into the next facing direction? That kind of thing?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking it might do,
Oh yeah.
but it didn't actually do that.
That's well, good detail. I mean, I know this game is getting like kind of old, but still, I wouldn't expect a game running this strong to
Well,
do that.
they of course been updating the game over all these years. They're still doing updates to it. So they probably like rebuilt this game like a few times.
Good. As it needs.
I'm going to have to send you Elite Dangerous so we can... Oh, Elite Dangerous. I do have that game too, but I what so what doesn't I would getting on that game because Elite Dangerous is a space game.
Yeah,
If you haven't heard of it,
not have heard of it. You're my game discovery.
yeah.
You and Cafe.
So yeah, Elite Dangerous is a they're kind of like futuristic space simulator like game. It's a little simpler to then you're always just in a spaceship. It's simpler to than what Star Citizen is, but it's feature completed. So
So what is Star Citizen compared to that? Like, why play Star Citizen if you can play that?
well, because you can't jump out of your ship like
Oh,
all you want or walk around inside your ship. Like you can't even walk around inside your ship in Elite Dangerous.
I see.
They do have a DLC that you can have moments to be in third person. It's simplified is the best word to say for it. The game's simplified, so it can work with what we have with the technology.
Oh yeah, like what you were saying at the Rex meetup.
Yeah. So Elite Dangerous, I don't mind replaying that game. What just makes it hard to get into the game is it is a very slow, grindy game that I'm to where I can't do anything more other than joining someone in the game. Let's see, where's my flaps indicator? Is there...
Do you know Goat Simulator 3?
I know Goat Simulators, and I don't remember like how far they went, but I never had an interest to get the game myself. I just know about it.
The original Goat Simulator is like pretty old now, but it's kind of my childhood of like playing on an iPad with friends at school. But
Right.
you know they have a sense of humor. Goat Simulator 3 is called 3 because they're skipping 2 to troll people just to be funny. And I played the third game on multiple devices. It's fun. It has online support, 2 on mobile, 4 on everything else. You can even unlock a furry head with one of the missions.
Yeah. I don't know what's supposed to be my flaps on this, but yeah, just mention on it. I don't like so much to explore like the comment. I don't know what you would explore in that thing because like everything feels the same for Elite Dangerous. Like all the planets are like just emptiness or so I just to simply I guess say to that cafe is I don't know what interest exploring you would have on that either. The combat I would say is more interesting than exploring for me, but
Are you gonna land?
yeah, I'm seeing if I can land. Hopefully I'm like
Right, landing gear.
low enough speed.
I had options triangle, options square. My
Yeah.
keybinds.
Yeah, we haven't gone through this thing. We could have gone like through the key bindings of setting this guy up if you wanted to fly this.
Next session.
Yeah, maybe next set. Yeah, and see the trouble is like you bounce, and this is why I'm struggling to like stop bouncing.
Ooh. Ooh. Do you have enough runway still?
Hope so. Otherwise, I can't. Unless I nosedive my thing, I can't hit my brakes that much. You have to like really gently tap your brakes at this point.
Yeah, that seemed that's like nerve-wracking to land.
'Cause if I slam my brakes, I'll literally nose
Yeah.
downward. So you gotta be
You just go,
really.
"Oop."
And look, I safely landed it. I didn't crash or anything. I did bounce a little bit, So it wasn't a very smooth landing, but I really don't know how you don't bounce on this thing.
The entire thing just seems bouncy. So, good job.
Things.
I'm
It's
taking notes.
it's just a kind of tough thing to taxi is all. And just for fun,
Mm.
I'm just gonna slam this. Ooh, I
Yes, I want
rocked
to
it
see
though.
it.
I'm surprised I didn't hit the propellers. Let me actually try to do that because I'm gonna switch out
Oh
of
yeah,
this.
you didn't. You were just sniffing the ground. You're just checking to see if it was slippery. Yeah.
Yep, I'm apparently just sniffing around there. Am I actually able to
You're
crash?
sniffing the ground again.
Okay.
This is content. I just want to. One thing I want to dedicate time to is just messing around with the physics.
Oh, come on. Did I? Grr. I want to know that I'm not like breaking on things or so. Why was that turned back on? Did I not hit OK? Come
Oh, the
on.
invincibility?
Yeah, it was still on apparently.
Bruh.
Grr. But
Immortal. Oh.
I must have hit cancel. All that silliness thinking that I was actually landing it and probably not breaking things. And now I have to do this to
Ugh.
confirm myself.
Oh yeah. You have to. Yeah. Okay.
Let's do that all again just to confirm that. But if you need it, like, and I don't want to, like, I'm probably gonna still play a little bit more.
Oh, I'm down to stick in chat while I have some snacks.
Oh, okay. Oh, wrong one.
Because now that I've played it myself, I have more of a sense, like how you do what you do when you play the game, like
Yeah,
how it feels. So it's more relatable.
yeah, and it's probably actually thinking of it, it's probably very easy to set up the controls of this. Like, for one, I don't think I have like, oh yeah, well I have the landing gear, the flaps. I think it's literally like all. I think the trims, yeah, that's all the trims. Oh, and then just the views. I just left those as views.
Mm.
I got my center, and I got do I have it? Oh, that the trim reset is that button. Okay. So yeah, there's very few buttons really set on this because like there's no weapons to set. Like you can't put weapons on
Mhm.
this thing. So that's always the
Not
thing with.
much, not much mode switching.
And then there is another axis to understand is what's this called? Engine RPM setting.
Oh,
So you want to have that. I'm sure there's like a button set like that. That's a nice thing I like of this is so engine increase, decrease. It's basically how fast you're making the propeller spin, I believe. And
makes
you can
sense.
and you control that. Actually, no, I think throttle does that, but there's something to do with prop. Like I think it's like twisting the prop angle. I forget which does what because I remember like because of course throttles up the
Yeah,
engine, and so there's something to do with like this being called RPM, the engine RPM, because here's
yeah. I can't
throttle.
imagine the use case for that if there's throttle.
Yeah. Generally you put it all the way up, but like it's yet another thing because again like it is in like old design of this thing is you which if you didn't set anything you just mouse click and you can set it like this.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
So and
You can
most
still just click it all.
yeah most often you're going to have it like up there because again I have a dual throttle thing. I can set them both like this. So I can
You
control.
got everything.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's same with the Harry.
Slightly jealous.
Well, I would say it's kind of not worth spinning it like to get like the dual throttles because I find myself rarely actually making use of them. So,
Oh,
so I don't know if it's really that worth it, and I wouldn't mind having to set that to
yeah.
something
I don't
else.
think.
Yeah,
I don't know if I'd really like buy anything. Actually, it's just it'd be cool to have it if I could.
yeah.
But is it worth it? Am I gonna play this game enough?
And even with like let me show like the F-18 uh, has a which I do have it set a thrust left and a thrust right. So it's set for both engines. Or you can set
Oh yeah,
for either engine. That's what you do with a left and right throttle. Otherwise,
2 engines.
you can set just one axis to just thrust in general, which controls them both at the same time.
Yeah.
So it's already in keybind set to you don't have to worry about having dual throttles to control such an
Yeah.
aircraft
So,
because
like it's still accessible enough for like the
yeah,
less controls, but the options is there, which I like it like that.
yeah, it's got. Let me catch up what Cafe is saying. It's got on foot stuff now, but you can't walk around your ship still. Need. Yeah, that's why I was like explaining that. It's their like Horizon DLC, which is an extra DLC you have to buy in Elite Dangerous to do it. And I actually have yet bought it because I haven't got back into it enough to feel worth to even care to buy that. And I highly recommend exploring the galaxy though if combat I think like answered that earlier. That is the biggest problem, and you really have to find what you enjoy doing in so much a game. Combat is great, but PvP is well, I'm not wanting to do PvP. I'm just wanting to do bounty hunting. I like to do PvE,
Ooh.
so I'd like to join with people and then we bounty hunt things.
I prefer PV, like cooperative gameplay over
Yeah,
player versus player.
and that's what you can do in Elite Dangerous. And the nice thing that they did set up Elite Dangerous that is kind of unique and nice. Other, if you ever know about Eve Online, that had like this issue of really had like it had people that like at times ganked people just in like secure areas and even though they like basically suicide themselves to attack you in such a secure area, they do it just to like
Ooh.
take some people out, or people found ways to do it quick enough to grab cargo and then run away, or to get like what's valuable, even if they like lose their ships and stuff from security attacking them. But pretty much to all say, so in Elite Dangerous, you can set the server as offline, basically, like private or friends only, or just
Oh,
complete
good.
public. So basically, you as a group can be in the whole universe of Elite Dangerous uh, and not have any random person jump on you and PvP you to death.
When
Uh,
you say it like that, that's funny.
but yeah, it gives you the option that you can set it that way, or if you want to do PvP and have that possibility that someone jumps on you, you can set it to like completely be public.
Public's scary. Probably in a game like that.
Yeah, I always just played it like private, like on private, like I forget what it's called, but basically where you could, it's like friends
Hmm.
only. Uh, that friends could then join you.
Yeah. Just say like friends, I guess.
Yeah. and you can change it whenever you want. Like you can like go to an
Ooh.
area, be completely like private or so without anyone like yeah, private or solo. I think that's what I'm thinking of. Solo being is like offline. Private is like, yeah, we're friends, you can join up with your
Mhm.
friends, and then open is like, yeah, the full public. Uh, but like the game Eve Online, where people jumped people, like I heard like there was like all these like drama stories with stuff like that, and you're you don't have the option to prevent people from doing that. It's because like it is built in the game, so it is one of those games that you got under that you gotta go into the game understanding it is possibly like PvP can happen anywhere. It is built in the game, which is the
Mhm.
idea also with Star Citizen. Is you're in one universe, people can decide to just attack you, even if the whole station of security will go after them for you doing that. They can still have the option.
When the option's there, some people are just tempted enough to take it.
Yeah. Some like to be
I would
that
be.
silly and dumb just to have something silly happen like that. And just to test it, there it goes. Yeah. Broke my prop.
Oh, hey, gonna watch it in 3, 2, 1, and yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
cool. It bends.
yeah, so that's what happens if you nose dive it too much. You just ruin the plane.
Hey, but you're still alive. That's a win.
I guess switching
I
out
don't know.
just makes it like combust into a bomb, okay?
Dude, what the heck? So realistic.
Yeah.
Just somebody in real life, they'll step out of that plane and go into another one, and then the plane they were just in just blows up.
Yeah. I think it's because I damaged it, and so like exiting out, it like decided, okay, now I'm gonna explode.
Would you just blow up too if you go inside the flames?
Uh, Possibly, but I want to take off with this, so I didn't want to risk that.
All right.
I'm probably going to keep forgetting to like to spend the effort and fix that one tank from going in. Oop, I went on the grass.
Uh-oh.
To not go through those fences.
Oh yeah. Style points, I call it.
Yeah. I did steal
Yeah,
someone's ship
flare.
in Star Citizen one time. Just sat aboard his ship in port and wouldn't leave when he demanded, so he gave up and left. And then I took it. Well, the good thing is like he would, I'm sure he would have been able to claim another one, which depending how big the ship was is probably a timer he didn't want to have to wait for. So it's kind of a rude thing to do, but like again, it's like it is available in the game. And I forget like at what level that there is a point that like you are just kind of trolling people to let them like test the game, because it is like alpha game, but at the same time with that you can't like really say people are going against the rules of the game, so it's like, so yeah, they're just being a bully within the game rules.
Yeah, I'm gonna go have my snack now.
Right?
I'm just thank you for teaching me. Like I know it took
You're
a while
welcome.
to like for me to understand the controls and whatever,
Yeah,
but thanks for being patient.
yeah. There's like several layers of like it just being like that. For one, like he never even tried the plane before,
Yeah,
so there's that.
I hardly knew anything about planes at all in general.
Yeah. Yeah, so like so there's that, and then there's knowing what key bindings to set things to. So there's like
It does
going,
help to have a controller, in a way.
yeah,
And also having multiple input methods being acceptable at once.
yeah. Which is
And I'm going to stay listening. I'll keep learning from you. Tell me all your secrets.
yeah. Forget what's the speed
And
this thing is, but I'm gonna.
wait, how do you see the speed? Like this interface?
Airspeed should be, I
Never mind.
believe. Oh, let me. Another thing I
That's
want to
your
adjust.
altitude, right? No.
It's that left indicator. I was going to zoom into it. I need to set my zoom actually.
Oh.
So that is something I actually need to. What is set? Why wasn't it zooming? Aren't you zooming? Oh,
The heck?
that's my. It's because I have it set on the F18. I need to look at T51 axis.
You'd expect it to
There.
automatically select the aircraft that you're in.
Yeah. I always have to put like such a kind of big dead zone for it because this thing when you center it, it has like a little bump in it and it could like wiggle it in the center. So I always have to put like
Oh
these.
yeah.
See this red line? There's
Red
a
line.
or this red dot, I should say. There's a spot
Oh yes.
I'm trying to get it to go there. There it goes. See it wiggles?
I'm watching. Yes.
It's kind of subtle, but it is wiggling there, and that causes the vision to actually wiggle.
Yeah, because you have to set the dead zone, or
Yeah,
because sometimes the sticks will just have drift.
yeah. So like if I do this, there's my vision wiggling.
Wait, I gotta see it. Hold on. Come on. Show me, show me, show me.
Yeah, it looks like there's like I have some wobbly vision going on.
Yeah.
So yeah, I
Speed
just
effect.
so I just set that and then boom, I'm good.
Problem solved.
Yeah. And yeah, so I was going to point and zoom in like that. That's my airspeed.
Whoa. Hold on a second. I don't know. Myth, 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 Peeba?
Hello, Mythpa, or
It's been a while. Talking to me?
yeah,
I don't recognize you.
I don't remember that name either. It must have been so
Huh.
long that sometimes I even like forget names. So
Oh, I mean, I bet you meet like 10 times more people than I do.
maybe.
Oh, you're Jeet. Oh, it's so nice. So nice to see you again. Jeet is my neighbor. Well, it used to be my neighbor. That's awesome. I was just ending stream on my end, but I can raid it. I can raid you, right? Even though I'm sharing chat.
I think so. It's not a surprise though.
I mean, either way, I just stop sharing chat and then
Yeah.
raid. Well, that's awesome. Yo, Jeet, we can text each other anytime. Yeah, we didn't have a birthday celebration this year. What happened? Sorry, it's very specific between me and him. Like,
Oh, no problem.
that just caught me off guard.
In a way, I feel like just leaving that tank, just driving through the fence all the time because it's just kind of humorous that it does that.
Just make it drive along the fence the entire way.
I'd have to. I wonder. That's what I was wondering on doing is like seeing if I could like make it actually drive along the whole fence and just take out the fence for us. Because sometimes you could crash into that fence with planes.
Still funny you could just make it do that though. But yeah, I was able to initiate the raid. While the raid's counting down, I'll just say that was fun, and good thing I have somebody to teach me, because otherwise I wouldn't even like started playing the game at all because it wouldn't be worth it.
Yeah,
Be-
it's unless you're super dedicated to do it, I can imagine it's hard to like want to learn this on your own, like for the first time.
Mm.
Like
It
even
just makes it fun with a friend.
yeah, even when I jumped on it, there was like I was doing it like with a few others and stuff like uh when we were like 'cause, uh I started this with someone called Laughin that was also interested in aircraft simulators and
You got
uh
me interested in it.
yeah
Thank
and
you, thank you.
okay. And
Yeah, everybody go spam apple pies. Here
everyone gonna spam apple pies into my chat.
we go.
Oh, what a surprise.
Hold on. I gotta join on in this too, because I am specified as a raider. I mean, like, yeah, raider. Woo!
Here, and have a shout out to Blahuga for reading.
Yeah, all of you that were just in Blahuka's channel, go follow Blahuka.
Yeah. Well, also I could do this shout out because like I've set it up
Oh,
to do the
you actually set that up. That's
explanation
cool.
SO, and I could do that, and then I could see what you last played, which of course it was DCS.
Yes, sir.
I just don't
Oh,
have
that
it
was fun.
more fancy set up that I've seen others do where it actually
Yeah,
where it
I
like
remember you
shows a
talking
clip.
about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
And
I'm all on you in that decision.
yeah, and yeah, and which I don't mind like so like in purpose I probably won't set it up with the clips because yeah, like with some of the
Mhm.
clips people do I would worry on some like inappropriate clip just comes up like even if like Twitch is fine with having such a clip, it's like it's kind of inappropriate.
I fully agree. Like Twitch itself, you could be shutting out an account that does like 18 plus streams for all you know.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I would be worried on that. And hey,
Yeah. Oh wait,
player of the Red
I think
Fox.
I have to end the session.
Oh yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
that's that still goes even though the stream is over. That's cool.
yeah, you got a the stream together thing. Can like you want to end? Yeah,
There you go.
yeah. I
I
don't
was like
think.
I was wondering why these messages were still appearing on my overlay thingy.
Yeah, it. Yeah, it's interesting. Like it still connects the chats even when you're like not streaming together.
It's funny. You'd expect it to end it. Because you're not only one person streaming. Why would it be streamed together?
Yeah. So yeah, I safely landed. I almost ran off the runway because it is tricky to actually keep it straight when you're like when you're landing. Especially I landed a little crooked and I had to try to straighten myself out
Oh.
and at the same time not nosedive. Yeah, but other than that, I don't think I broke anything. So finally,
No bones broken either.
and just to prove again, like yes, I did land this with vulnerability. I'm gonna break my props again. Here.
Yes, let's do it.
And isn't it? Oh, I
Let's
gotta
just call
hold.
this one-time use aircraft.
I could hold the canopy. Open up the
Oh,
canopy.
that's cool.
Is this? Let me
Is there
see.
any implications for doing that while you're mid-flight?
Oh, what are you talking about?
Like opening up the the whatever that is. Sorry, like those are not windows.
Oh, the canopy. I
The
just
canopy.
I just held left shift C to open canopy.
And if you do that, is there any like dangers while you're mid-flight?
You could rip the canopy off it,
Oh,
and
lovely.
then you just have more noisy wind flying by you. It's not like it's going to suddenly make you crash or anything. I think certain like on like even more modern jets, like if you break your canopy open, like it may mess up like some of the sensors. Like
Oof.
won't help display, but like yeah, you rip your canopy off, which is built to do that actually for ejecting out as you expect.
Mhm.
I actually can't remember if this thing would actually rip off. Think of it, because it's what I just looked at. You don't have any ejection seat with this thing because it's World War II craft, so it's the person's going to be jumping off of
Wild.
the thing.
It's I kind of expected the air to bend inside, like from the front when you're mid-flight. The air would like kind of curve inside, and then it'll cause
Hmm.
some like air drag or something.
I'll, yeah, I'll have to take off with the plane again. You know what? I can take off with this guy. Right, because so here's the guy that you could put weapons on it. Because the big difference you see is this thing that you turn this thing on to be as a HUD.
Mhm.
I'm just going to do
Wait,
that just
no handhold. Is it telling you not to put your hands there?
yep,
Oh,
because
okay.
it's not designed to hold the weight of your hand. You would rip it off. It's I believe why that would say that. Because
Mhm.
you see what it is. It's to help change settings like on your HUD or distance wise on what you're aiming at.
Uh-huh.
It's yeah, like this measuring thing. And I believe
These aircrafts are so fascinating.
yeah. This aircraft obviously is like way back into World War II.
Mm.
And even at that time they had a little HUD indicator, which I'm waiting for it to like all power up here. Uh,
Is there like steps to powering that one up?
just again, like it's not like a little turnkey and it's on. There was like
Yeah.
doing a choke thing, and it like as you imagine like a old like like a like an engine. You're like starting up an engine. So like I think there's like a choke thing that you got to do. There's like a mixture of your fuel. And I right now I'm just having it auto start, so it's like doing all that stuff for me.
It's cool. You can make it automatic.
Yeah. I think it's already done, so why is this not like on? Like I forget like how I turn this on. Not turning on for me. But yeah, that's what this is for, is there's a little HUD display thing that's supposed to come up and I can't see on.
Oof.
So if you hold
It
right
just
control shift by the way and then press the
control
numpad,
shift.
you can slide your
Oh,
camera around.
I
If
really
you know.
want to be able to just make my vision go up so I can see better.
Well, that's like what you do with this. You just go like that.
Yeah.
I can't understand why I can't like turn this on, but whatever. I remember it's these switches, some of these switches supposed to like turn it on and off, but like it's just not turning on apparently, so I don't get it.
Maybe it's just scared for what you're going to do with it.
Alright. Just something's probably not turned on for it. It's the they even have like so when it's like nighttime and stuff, these are like lights
Oh
inside the
yeah,
cockpit.
fluorescent lights. Huh.
So even
I
at
wonder
that,
what it looks like flying at night.
you just set the map to be night, and you could see.
So realistic.
Yeah.
Just setting the time to night on demand.
I'm not sure if I can like in the map, but like when you're setting up a map,
Mhm.
I know that you can like set the time for it. Well, which that's the other thing, other than in here, if you go into the main menu, there's also instant action or like generating like instant action. Like you have settings that you can just have it generate stuff for you, and you could do like some settings of like what kind of units and stuff that's going to like appear on the map and like where you want them generally to appear.
Hmm.
So
All
there's
the freedom.
yeah, so there's ways to not have to go to the overly extreme of setting manually unit by unit, but you can do some you can use a like kind of a generator thing that does that for you. But I'm
I'm just
gonna
gonna switch. Sorry, I'm just gonna switch off the call. I'll be listening from my phone now.
okay.
That means you'll have no more Blowhuga voice distractions.
No problem.
All right, and thank you. Seriously, thank you. This is
No problem.
awesome.
I'm being silly and taking off from the runway because I don't want to take the time to properly get around. But yeah, you're welcome, Blahuga. Like it's it's the big fun I've been wanting to have. Like the fun I've been wanting to have on DCS is fly it with others, not just be by myself doing all this. It does get boring. But yeah, so open canopy. It doesn't rip off. Okay. That's all I was like flying up in the air to check. There you go. Canopy does not rip open. Can you jump out? You can. You jump out. There you go. Abandoned abandoned ship or abandoned plane in this case. Yeah, so because you don't have a jettison eject seat on those old planes, they did had to jump out of their plane if they were like getting shot down. So that's simulating just like what they had to do. And we had a nice little explosion over there. Oh, and which, by the way, you can walk around with these guys. I think, you know what? I need a week to confirm that. I I think you can like walk around. However, the thing is you can't see other people when you're like in the ground. You might be see the parachute like this. You'd probably be scared. Well, the thing is like they won't things don't shoot at you when you're like just a guy on the ground. I think let me see. Is there Yeah. So what's weird is so to move around is using your pitch and roll axes. And then rudder control is turning you. So yeah, you can walk around. It's just very awkward to walk around. Let's throttle. No, it's not like me up any faster. Me. And I kind of like snap when I walk. Yeah, there's me walking. And what's funny is you can like walk up to the enemy units and just like say hi to them and stuff. They don't care about you. They took out your craft. That's all they care about. And yeah. Oh, which by the way, the if you ever load up your own map or so, like offline, Control Z speeds up time. Clicking Control Z and it steps up. See on the bottom right, it's now X6 times. And then Shift Z, which by the way, left shift and control. So left shift Z sets it back to normal. Control Z is not a yeah, they set up the buttons to be so it's speeding up time. Which even speeding up time. Well, the other problem is it doesn't really show where you are in the map. You're like just you're non-existent. I think it's just like only like client local side pretty much when you're like just a pilot walking around. And I think all that time, even speeding up time, I only just walked like to there. So it would take me ages to get like all the way over there. Well, let me see something. Are you? I do need to change it. I think he gets stuck somewhere. Oh, you know what? Maybe I need to actually do another waypoint all the way to it and then tell it to go to that waypoint because I think it doesn't know where to go because it feels like it's blocked through here. So he's not going an infinite circle at the moment. Yeah, it's of course nothing of a problem. Like it's nice that they even like even gave you the simpleness of like, oh, you can walk around the ground. That's neat. It's really not needed, but they threw it in anyway. Kind of same with like Microsoft Flight Simulator did the same thing. Like it's not really a walking simulator, but you can walk around in it. And they're on like back of his pants there. That's like I think the whole parachute. Like you're pretty much sitting on it. Yeah, yeah. Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. I forget if 2020 did it, but 2024 did it, and just to say they still have some bugs or things to polish out in the game. It's not quite a full release on what they like. I think there's quite an amount of people disappointed and unhappy of Microsoft 2024. But I think they're slowly working on it, and it's one of those instances that they probably were just pushed to get it done too soon than they really should. Like they should have take given themselves more time to like polish it out. But if you get hit while you're walking, I don't think you could really die. And it's hard to really test that. Like you would have to like walk in front of like some tank shooting at some aircraft, and then again you have to like somehow float up in front of its gun. So it's like I don't know if you can really test that. Actually, I'll just cancel and quit out here. Well, actually, let me like fly again. I'm curious. I'm just doing something, another silly thing in here. I want to. Let's try it on this guy. Well, also, I wanted to like, so yeah, it's bail out. Power emergency. Just in case I need that, I'll have it like that. I want to just make bail out to be simple. E. I want to do that with my. Should I? Here's my 51. I want to. Actually, no, I don't want to set that because really this is the. Here, I want this to be E. I don't kind of don't like that they set that as the default because like more often I'm going to hit E for trying to exit my plane. I'm sure you can get hit by a cannon, just space drag. Yeah. Yeah, do like what we do in like VR chat and just float drag yourself on. Let me also see something. Oh, it already did it automatically on me, so fine. Even if I use the same password later, I could tell the stream now the funny the funny password I was doing is I am cute. Maybe that's a way to secretly make everyone admit that they're cute is like you set the password that they have to type in is I am cute. And I was just checking on Discord for already I want to so thing that like I actually take more a little bit more time like doing my key bindings is every time I change something just to make sure I keep it set that way. I like to make a save. Oh, and I never made a save for keyboard, so let me change this to keyboard. Just in case I'll do one for mouse as well. Oh, but it's not a Su-25T. Great, now I got this other. I'll just do this. Call this keyboard. And this one can go into the folders and delete that. Accidental mistake. Like that I have to go through my actual files, go to that. Where is my user inputs? Here. Video. They're only like a few kilobytes in size, by the way. All those like profile save things. They have like extremely optimized like save on however they do it. It's just literally a few kilobytes. It's interesting how they make them like so cheap like that. Just making sure I'm not. When I do load, yeah, now it's not there. I had to like physically delete it off out of my files. Somebody follows it, calls them. Oh yeah, yeah. I wondered on like doing that. It's like, thanks for the follow, cute person. Something silly like that. The control menu was daunting at first. Now it's yeah, and that's the thing is like don't look at like try to look at all the controls at once. Don't like think about them all at once. For one, they are just simple sections, so like think of them as like they're grouped in categories, like hence like this whole column, like they're categorized. Like these are just all communication buttons. These are just view cockpit things. Like half the things are just like camera control settings. Like view, 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 view. And then you have just random like little simple things of like fuel booster, fuel boost off, booster off, fuel booster on. And of course the flaps, you got the generator. So you have a like probably 80% of the key bindings that you can do. If anything, 60%, you probably will not have to set any key bindings to because they are just easy manageable switches to do like in the cockpit itself, and it's probably more sense of like makes more sense to have them as like this pitot heat. Like the switch is like right here. Like why would I need to set a whole keybind or remember the keyboard button when I know visually that that switch is just right here to switch it on? What if you spammed comms? Oh, this game does have like radio stuff. Like, hey, I do wonder on if they made it like, cause I seen oop, that's what happens when you do that. It just exited out of it. Hacker, I gotta switch different. Yeah, now that thing's just sitting there. Whoops. So I wonder if they done recent updates that made it so in the game itself you can uh, communicate with the radio. There was a add-on thing that you used in like with the game that you like opened up and it connected with the game. It was kind of like a side modded thing that people made for it that worked with the radios of DCS on what you're flying, and you actually could, and with servers you connect like with their IPs and like with the server and stuff, and you basically can use the radio of your aircraft to then communicate to people in the game, and it like worked fluently with that. So you actually had to with the let me actually exit out and go into my other. So I have like all my options of planes. And yeah, jumping in here just to show than just trying to explain it here. Yeah, let me jump in a unstarted jet fighter here. Actually, no, then I'll have to like wait for the screens and all that to turn on. So let me change it and grab a different one. I can show like if I can remember how I actually turn this fighter on. Um, Let me just jump on the one that's on the aircraft carrier. Yeah, see, there's all the people standing around. Crew members. Waiting salute. Oh, interesting. They even have that up to indicate to launch. I can show you how it's like to launch from the aircraft carrier. It's kind of neat. So yeah. So radio wise, you actually had to put the radio frequency, like let's say it's 128, blah blah blah, and then you press like the button to communicate, like the actual radio button. Let me see, I should have it set on this. Just not sure if I am. Oh, maybe I'm not. Maybe I don't. Probably because I had the button technically set on that other radio thing. I actually don't have it installed on this to like bring it up or look at it. Because yeah, I haven't got all that stuff. I re-got that stuff in on this computer. But that's again why I'm wondering is can I now just use the radio in just a game itself and not have to use another program just to do that with others that actually play that way, if they want to like be that immersive of like even using the radio frequencies in the game itself, because that's where you have, so in the briefing in servers, they actually have the frequencies to how you communicate to ATC, to other like to your team or so in the with the players list and stuff. And some servers, yeah, and depending on like what groups you play with or so, there will be people that are actually acting as ATC that control air traffic. Yeah, people would do a lot to get immersive. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, I I was with like what was known as a group that was newbie friendly, and yeah, when I was trying to join in with like doing like their operation stuff and trying to like learn, like I would have to go through like enough of their training and stuff for me to actually join their like high end like their higher end like operations and stuff, because they of course you don't want to like fly with a group and someone like doesn't know what they're doing to like fly in formation or whatnot, or do the proper taxing and stuff. And it's like I understand that to the importance of having like all that radio talk and taxing communication, but it's like when you just want to play this as a casual game, it's like I'm sorry, I don't really care to really learn that stuff. Uh, but yeah, you like talk to like a air traffic like an ATC air traffic controller, and they would have a designated frequency radio frequency for that, and they would hand you over when you like take off to someone that acted as the what they would call overlord, which was the person that looked at the map and communicated with the team on what targets to attack or if bogeys are going at them and stuff. That would be me, the one who wouldn't know how to coordinate or communicate. Yeah, and that's the same. Like that's how I was with 2, and I was trying to learn and I felt like I kept having to. It just felt so strange. Like I guess I don't like to have to think of like memorizing a specific coded way to speak to someone to to say things properly. To say okay, like, can I request a taxi through this Bravo there, blah blah blah, to get to this runway to take off. And, and so there was like set rules on what you had to like talk to communicate to the ATC, and just it felt so like restrictive for me to like, hey, I'm just going to taxi up to the runway and take off. Can't I just say that? Or not, or yes, like say a little more thing, like I'm going to taxi through this runway, this passageway. Like I'm going through like Alpha Taxi Road, and I'm going to take off, and like just to let you guys know so we don't ram into each other, because the whole point is like, yeah, safety control of like we don't want our aircrafts to bump into each other even on the taxiway, or someone landing and then ram into you as you're like getting in the runway. Plain English should be good enough. Yeah. And that's what I've been kind of seeking in this game, is I want to play with someone that we're just that casual, is like, yes, we're not going to stupidly run into each other to have enough of communicate. And even if we do, it's like, it's not that we're not actually dying or so. We're just crashing or playing stupidly in the game. And but yeah, I'm sure we can like be communicated enough that we're going to taxi, which we were doing. Like at the first I was going to have you like take off, but I guess you did, something weird happened to your plane that made you constantly spin in a circle. So that was actually kind of very weird. But I was going to have you take off there, and then I was going to take off behind you, and we were in communication enough that we weren't ramming into each other, because I knew what to watch for. But then again, we are in a secluded of our own world, and no one else is like landing or taking off that we had to communicate to. And with the many times, if you saw me joining in a server, I'm looking at the F10 map to check if anyone's landing or taking off, so I don't just go in the runway and bump into someone. You pretty much don't need any radio communication to say that. Then again, it does depend on how heavy the traffic is, and even then you can like rate turns and have like kind of this general understanding that people are taking turns taking off the runway. So it's like so I don't know, like all to say that yes, in the real world there is reasons why they have radio communication. But in a game like this, that we can obviously hear each other very clearly in Discord, we do not need to do that. We can like play this very casually. If I try to take off in public online, I'll be nauseous, not nuisance, and not be my choice. What I'm pretty certain, like you'd have to really be intense. You have to be intentionally bullying people to be basically a troll in this game. Uh, there's obviously understandable accidents that you like, oh, whoops, I shot a missile and shot my friend because I didn't know what I was targeting. Like, in the servers themselves, they don't just boot you out suddenly if you make one like wrong mistake. And I think it like even like warns you if you're accidentally shooting at a friend or something. Which also, just to point out, if you just remember, if you ever get on the F-18 here, this little button here, DL, is like direct link. Make sure this is turned on and you click it again and then turn on again. And it will be on 127 or like some random number. And so now what I just turned on is my, you know what, I'll even turn this on to make sure, well, I guess that's on by default. What that turned on is basically my friend code, where so people coded in this signature or so with these jets will see me as a friend. Uh, yeah, so when I like look through like this, there won't be anything right now to see, but if there was another jet of me, it would show a circle and even show like what jet they are and stuff, or like show friendly. So if I ever like target them with my radar here, if I see like a dot or so that this radar is picking up, it's right now not on because like I'm on the ground and everything. It would, if I target onto them, it'll say friend like targeting friend, basically saying like don't shoot at this. This is a friend. So pretty much with having that on, it's more likely you won't accidentally shoot your friend down. But the only major thing I would say that you might accidentally do is if you're like taxiing and then you don't check this map that someone's like landing or taking off, and you go on the runway and then you crash into each other because you didn't check that and you're not having any communication saying that, oh, I'm someone getting on the runway. And someone's like already like emergency landing or something. So that's the only thing you need to like watch out for is when you go into server is just check this map. It obviously will show friendly, especially the training PvE maps will let you see everything on the map. That's as I have set up on here as well. And let me spread out my wings here. And also I need to tell the ground crew to take off the wheel chocks.
Chief, remove the wheel chocks.
Is it? Oh, is it that glitch again that they don't remove the wheel chocks? Oh, come on. I thought they fixed that. I can't. Apparently they have not. Remove it.
Remove the wheel chocks.
Oh, it's because I think I changed my radio. Whoops. You know what? I'm going to select slot and just go into. I think I messed myself up because I changed my radio frequency and now I'm not talking to the ground. Or not talking to the crew right next to me. They can't hear my voice over the jet and me inside the cockpit and everything. I think if I open up my canopy, it might work. You know, like I already screwed it up. There goes the plane. Okay. Let me just reselect it. Find it on the aircraft. That's it. The weird thing is it's like me say, oh wait, yeah, naval. Yeah, I wanna have one that has just like some Mavericks bombs. It's like this one. Okay, suddenly I'm back. Okay. Can you remove the wheel chucks now? Move it.
Chief, remove the wheel chucks.
Air source isn't. Why is it saying air source isn't connected? Okay, what's the briefing to that? I don't get what that actually means. And there is like no frequency, so like, hey, let me open my canopy. Hey, people on the ground, take off my wheel chucks. I can't move.
Chief, remove the wheel chucks.
Are you gonna be back in a bit? Okay. Yeah, this is gonna be a disappointment. I don't think I can like show off taking off on this if I can't stupidly remove the wheel chucks. Do I have to change the mission itself to work to have a silly frequency for that thing? So I can talk to the crew and all that. Oh my goodness. I would like to actually make it so it's like doable to take off that thing. You know, I might actually join a server just to do that instead of dealing with this annoyance. Which that's like something kind of new. I don't remember having the issue before. Probably their updates kind of changed some of the things. I don't know where to set their frequency and whatnot. Yeah, it is set to like it has this frequency. What? I have to put it FM? Welcome back. I do have a frequency on that boat. I don't get it. I just changed it to FM if that did anything. Otherwise, I might join in like a multiplayer server and mess around. You know, I might see if I can grab the plane that you can fly and then see how doable it is to take out targets. So when we ever get to you joining with me on a multiplayer server and seeing if we could take out targets and if you're able to do it with your free plane that you have. But yeah, I want to see if I can just I want to launch off the aircraft and it's going to be stupid if it doesn't like and crew, take off these wheel chucks, please.
Chief, remove the wheel chucks.
Remember's gonna. You know what? How about salute? Does that do anything? We need salute gesture. Am I saluting? Salute. Waiting permission. Can you pull the wheel chucks off now?
Chief, remove the wheel chucks.
Oh, they magically did. They magically did from me saluting, I guess. I think he's doing the signal. Well, you're playing silly. saying to rev up the engine, like that doesn't make sense to do that when we haven't even hooked into anything. What are you saying to like, I don't know what you want me to do, run you over? Oh yeah, he wants me to turn in over this way, okay. Which makes sense, I'm gonna hook up here. Oop. Eh. Yeah, so they're directing me to go. Wait, are you? Come on, press that. Oh, you want me to go over here? Okay. Now he's telling me to go here. I'm trying to figure out like which way are they telling me. Run them over. This isn't real. Yeah, if you run them over, you just go through them, by the way. So realistic. I don't know if I... Hopefully that's good enough. They put up the shield, so they're going to hook me in. I'm probably going to magically snap in position, because that wasn't exactly straight. Oh, yeah, he's signaling, so he wants me to put this thing down, which is that little hook in the front. And then he's going to hook that into me. Yep. I figured that would happen. This is basically like the real like kind of signals that they do to like line them all to like to get in these launchers. It's telling me to like rev it up to like hook into the see that thing there. I'm getting like this thing to basically hook into the thing that's going to launch me. Boom, there it goes. Then they're saying to pull this up, which pretty much locks it into the thing. Now it's like holding onto it. And now they want me to rev up my engine. Just want to make sure I got the final thing set on me. I believe I do. But then it seemed to always need me to go into that for some reason. Okay, I don't want that on. And do. I know he's just waiting for me, but I'm just checking through my stuff. Tell that to be on just in case that. Okay. Yeah, rev up my engine. And then I got salute, I'm sure. And there we go. Then launch. If you watched the bottom left corner thing, until like after a little bit, like I didn't even have to like pull my stick back. I just held it straight and it just, the plane itself kind of like did that. And I need to put my gears away before I go too fast. And I'm off. Turn that on, so switch that on, get to air to ground, to my that when I want to target something. Oh yeah, I need to have that on. There's a few things I forgot to switch on. There we go. Just the anatomy of the plane allowed it to take itself off. Yeah, that's the neat thing of the neat thing of the F-18, which might even help you even more if you wanted to start with something at lot more advanced and be an all-around. If you're not sure if you want to do a lot of air to ground and have like good air to air. If you want kind of a mix and like really nice, really pretty much advanced systems in it, F-18 is would be like the jet I would suggest to go to, because taking off, the thing is like designed that it takes off basically itself. It's like trimmed to like take off for you. And even like with me flying, so like I could just point it like this. I don't even have autopilot turned on, and look how steady this thing is. I'm not even touching my stick. It's already trimmed. So and it's not quite the thrust power that I can go straight up in the air forever. I think the F-16 can't quite do that either, like, but it can do like quite an amount, like, so I can put all the way up. So I got my afterburners and everything, like this is full throttle. I could point this like straight up in the air and go for a little bit up in the air until I slow enough down, and now I'm stalling. Sorry for the big high pitch, but that's what it does when you stall. And I just did a loopy loop. And to do crazy maneuvers or so, you don't have to go crazy, like even just a barrel roll. You can just, it's just always like nice, easy, slow movements. You don't want to like go crazy with the movements. Skill points. Yeah. Which droid? Where am I? Where's the targets? Oh, they're over there. You can see if I can remember how to do my Mavericks here. This thing. So I'm pressing up. What buttons am I pressing? Just to explain. Sensor control switch. I just pressed up and I can control. I'm pretty much.
Altitude. Altitude.
Well, I'm not that low. Why are you screaming at me about that? I pretty much made my front HUD thing as my thing. I can press actually up is the HUD, down is I think something else. That's that map actually. Press up and I can actually make it so I click something over there in the ground and then everything slews to that. And I press sensor selects to the right. Now I can control my targeting pod. Well, there they are. Let me get it so I could just put it right there. So there's the targets. I can tell by all the red dots. And I could just target on things right there. Then now I'm controlling the Maverick, which is already pointing at what I just told it to point at. Be able to zoom it in a little bit. I think it's already targeting. In range, yeah, I'm in range. I think the word to say there is rifle. It's so weird to tell it to like, hey, let me I'm gonna move it, aim it to that guy. There we go. Boom. There's my two Mavericks. Let me just pause in the air and see, F6 does that. That's what F6 does. Yeah, not to full force it, yeah. And the thing with the Mavericks is they are a very convenient, they're what's called like a fire forget thing to shoot. Other ones should be coming. There he is. Boom. So once you lock the Maverick onto it and then release it, it's going to follow what you just targeted it to, which is a heat signature thing. Those are IR Mavericks. So you gotta get to a certain distance, like they're not super long. Laser Mavericks are further, you can like shoot them, funny enough, much further and laser target for them. Something with like, I guess a laser pointing target can see further than having a camera sense a IR target. It looks fun, yeah. So it's an air-to-ground missile that what I could have done is like shot it and run away, not like not have their air defenses shoot me down as I shot that. And times what you do is you would fly actually really close to the ground. If you're like dealing with a SAM site, you would be like way on the ground here. It's going to be screaming altitude at you. But you be like this, and this is after you targeted where that is, like where my... Oh, I actually lost the target, like, because I untargeted. But you know that it was there. Say, like, I do that. If I'm to like shoot at this thing, I'll pop up in the air. I probably went too high up. Launch the Maverick once I get the thing in target of it, and then run back and then fly back to the ground to evade their missiles. So that's like one of the techniques you could do when you're like up close to it and they're like shooting at you. Oh wait, I forgot to turn on my lasers and everything. That's probably gonna miss. Yeah. Oh, that missed. Whoops. Let me actually turn on that laser. I believe I should have it like... Yeah, there we go. I just armed it and everything, so... Also because I dropped that one bomb, so now I'm like lopsided. See, this is where you have the trim, so now I gotta do some left trim so I don't roll to the right, because I dropped the bomb, and so I'm offset now. So much tactility. Yeah. I always want to try this in VR. I noticed the VR graphics are lower than high. Yeah. They obviously understand that VR tend to need lower graphics set to run well. Especially on lower end computers, probably like yours. You would have to turn a lot of the graphics down. I might not need to turn them up. I notice I do have a lot of loss of frame rate when I join a multiplayer server. So I turned down more of my graphics for that. so I could even go on multiplayer server in VR, and it was working just fine. Other than one odd crash, and to just say there was only 2 crashes that happened that I could think of recently that of me messing with it. So I'm not sure if it was to do with any of that. Bombs away. Laser should be. Oh, and they're shooting at me as well. That was totally off. Ouch. They're hurting me. Flying really low and slow. It's probably not where I would want to be. Which let's do this fun thing. You know what? Let me just drop my payload. So when you set these things, there goes my payload. I even dropped my targeting pod. Now I don't have a targeting pod in front of. Oh, really? Is it? It's actually hilarious. Technically, I don't have a targeting pod, but yet I can target things. That's actually hilarious. I think that's a glitch that, I don't know if it's a recent glitch or they just never fixed this. I should not have a screen targeting around right now. I just dropped that off. See, it was the middle thing along the plane right there. It was the targeting pod. The targeting pod is imaginary. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, now I don't have any of these armaments. I still have my Sidewinder, because there's no need to, like, they're not that heavy to keep those if you're, like, in an emergency. And if a plane is attacking you and you have to, like, emergencyly drop your load, you would keep these things to, like, still shoot at them. So you can fight back. Funny thing I'm going to do, I'm setting up here, getting up like enough altitude and stuff. Also, let me retrim myself back to center. Well, I'm going to get like up in the air, which is actually not too long to do with this aircraft. You see how much like I can just tilt up and just climb. I'm like already now 30,000. With your aircraft, I'm not sure if you can even reach 30,000. With the Harrier, I know really struggles to be at 30,000, and that's like the highest it can like fly at. And I'm pushing past 30,000. So, yeah, like I'm like way up in the air. This is like super high. This is probably higher than you would like normally cruise in. Though this is probably a height of like airliners would fly in. Or like a jet plane like this, like a fighter, like combat. At least I see in the simulator, like in servers, they are only like usually fly up to like 25,000. Like NPCs that do. So here's a fun thing. If you want to like really be destructive and just rip yourself apart, there's these little switches right here are little safety circuits, and I'm going to just pull them out, and then I'm going to dive down and be like a rocket. Oh, by the way, if you go out of spinning out of control, there's this emergency thing that should help counter out of your spin. It's meant to like help to do that. Yeah, no more safety. So now I'm diving to the ground. There, now I'm a rocket. I
Flight controls.
don't think I can
Flight controls.
pull off the other ones. Yeah, I'm now a rocket. Look at me. I'm even like blacking out because of the G-forces. Which also, by the way, it's simulated with G-forces. You can black out your pilot. Oh, you're an amputee. Hey, guess what? I'm still flying. I'm flying fast enough. I'm still technically flying right now. Because, hey, when you fly fast enough, you are literally a rocket. Blacked out when you... Yeah. Yeah, when you're invincible, you still, like, technically... I'm seeing if I could keep myself still, like, in the air here by, like, pulling up and down. Wildly flapping back and forth, though. Yeah, very wobbly rocket. But this is showing even, like, for the F-18, I'm missing my main wings, and I'm still able to, like, fly forward. You know, I am curious if I could, like, possibly land or something.
Fuel low.
Oh, I will have to land pretty soon because, like, my fuel is going low. Dude, you'll be shaking across the cockpit if you're really... Oh yeah, yeah. You probably be smacking your head around or so with the wobbleness going on. I don't know how much I can like really slow myself down because yeah, I'm gonna. Yep, there you go.
Altitude.
Pull up.
Pull up.
Yes, I'm trying to pull up. No, it's not working. Explosion. Yeah, so yeah, and you're delayed on my stream. And scene. Yeah. It does remind me, so in real life there was an F-15. Like this shows how much of a tank and just sturdy the plane was designed to fly with missing a complete wing. So during like a combat or so, his right, like I forget which side wing, I think it was his right wing, but like his main flight wing was torn completely off. Uh, he him flying it and like the fuel and like the flames and smoke just fuming off the wings. He didn't see that his wing was completely shot off, but he found he put the throttle up enough, he was able to keep the plane steady, and which his co-pilot was saying like, we should just bail out. We're the craft is like completely shot apart. But he said like, no, I'm keeping it like I can keep this stable, and he flew all the way like a mile, like few miles or something back to the carrier or like the runway. I think it was a carrier that he landed on back on, and flew it and landed it still with like this full throttle and stuff. Uh, like amazingly, like and landed it because he turned it basically into a part rocket with a completely missing wing on the side. So it's interesting when they design a plane so sturdy enough that it can literally rip a wing off and able to still land. And like let alone the pilot being that skilled to control it. So and that's what I remember, like I remember hearing that like as like being like a real story. Like I think I saw like like a video on YouTube of it being like one of those surprising stories from war of pilots landing such crazy extremes. No wings, no problem. Well, it technically wasn't missing like all the wings or anything. It was missing, from what I remember, one full like main flight wing. Like probably not missing the full thing, but like half of it or something. It was missing significant enough that like by all means you should have like be spinning out of control and stuff. What anyone would think. But no, you put enough throttle on the thing, it turns into a rocket. And that's what he did. And he was able to get it back to base or so and land. Trying to think of like what else do I want to like really do? Oh, you know what? I'll take a shot on landing on the carrier. Which technically this is not like the correct way. And you know what? Let me, instead of doing that, because the thing is, even though I set up that jet to be lined up to land on the carrier is static on the water. I think I tried to make that thing move, but the proper way. Let me actually see if it's like just a mission. Might be a training mission that I need to jump to. Carrier takeoff, but where's carrier? Here's air-to-air refueling. I'm curious if I can like still do this with the jet. There's a lot of throttle control that you got to do. But there's a mission to I believe I remember to land on a carrier, and it's I have to remember the instruments I need to turn on, because there's instruments that you line up to land properly in on a carrier, and it's quite difficult because you're trying to get like a little hook on the back of the plane to hit a wire to grab you on the carrier. And which, by the way, once you hit the landing on the carrier, you don't put throttle all the way down. You actually put it fully up. Even if you're catching the wire, you do this in real life because just in case the plane, like if the wire just snapped off or something, or just happens to completely miss the wires, you don't want to have your throttle be completely off, because you don't have enough runway. You're going to crash into the water, and that would kill you. So a precaution, you always have the throttle completely up when you land on that carrier. That way you still have enough thrust that you just take back off again and you try again. They actually do that on real carrier landings. So just a bit of information on like when you're actually landing on a carrier, you try to hook the wire and then you put throttle completely up. Yeah, it's an interesting procedure. If you're never told of that, you won't think of that. Like you always think, oh, I need to cut throttle completely down, try to land. No, that's on a carrier, that's actually a bad idea. you're going to crash into the water if you do that. And even knowing that, it's a hard habit to like not just throttle completely off. It's interesting to think of like, okay, now full throttle once you touch the bottom of it, or like hit the wire, just in case. In this one, it's going to be, I gotta fly very steadily with this fueler. And I gotta like I don't think I need to set any radio frequencies. Like, I think it's gonna be set for me. And it's mainly telling this to like,
Texaco 1-1, Colt 1, request rejoin. Colt 1, Texaco 1-1, proceed to pre-contact at 15,000 at 300.
pull out my so I get this fuel probe out here.
Abort rejoin.
Oop. I wanted to do that, but I accidentally told it to abort. Oh,
Texaco 1-1, Colt.
Come back here.
Request rejoin. Colt 1, Texaco 1-1, proceed to pre-contact at 15,000 at 300.
300. So I believe that's this airspeed. So I need to speed up. When I'm pretty slow. I think I'm like, the clouds are kind of hiding them. Clouds do hide the radar a little bit, as you notice. I was gonna like select on him. Oh, I'm going really fast now. Slow down. There he is. I'm trying to radar lock him. He's rather. Why is he not showing up? Oh my goodness, even like friendlies are not showing up for some reason. What is that? Oh, forget it. I don't need to really do that. I'm just gonna speed up time so I can like catch up to him a little faster. Okay, yep, I'm catching up enough speed. It's gonna be a lot of
Ready pre-contact. Return pre-contact.
I forget what all the commands of like pre-contact, ready contact, is that, blah blah. I'm trying to catch up to them, by the way. Apparently not going fast enough to them. But I don't want to go too fast and then zip right past them. So I'm trying to like hold just a little faster. I'm speeding up time so we don't sit here forever. Oh my goodness, I don't remember that wake being so extreme. My goodness. Did they do updates that like broke that? I don't remember it being that way. But you gotta fly basically in formation. These guys.
Ready pre-contact. Cleared contact.
There he's gonna drop that thing behind him. And I'm gonna have to like match speed. Stop bouncing. the thing what you do with this is you don't stare at the basket. You try to have it like in your somewhat vision. I forget the word. I'm going a little too fast now, Adam. And then it's tricky to not bounce like this. Trying to, and this is where it really helps to have like those curves set. And I already have like the curves set like for this, so I'm like have like easier time doing like subtle movements, but even then I'm flying all over the place, as you see. Flying next to an airplane is super, yeah, that's why I'm like showing about this. This is very tough to do. But once you learn how to like steady it, then doing all those micro corrections and not overshoot your corrections, and you can like learn how to get this to go right in there. Almost was getting it. I think I've been mistakenly staring at, and it's what's like. I need to just like line up like that engine to my HUD and just like keep it there and then just be staring at that. That is what I should be like staring at, not like what the basket's doing, because perspective wise that like flies. And there we go. And then I just hold it there. Try to not like pull it too much, but not try to ram into him either. Little bit more throttle. And now I'm picking in fuel. Now this is like the easier kind with this basket thing, because it's a big stretchable or bendable wire, as you see. Kind of going a little too up. Trying to go back to where it was. See, look, not that hard. just try this, and then like you see how difficult it is. Like I've done this a few times, as you can see probably. And the biggest help was having it. I broke contact just a little bit there. But the biggest help was setting those curves on the joystick. I was trying to be stubborn at times, like to not do that, because I wanted linear movement, just to know like it controlled like a very specific way. But it really did help to take like these micro movements and stuff to have that curvature. And I'm starting to like fly all over the place a little bit there, trying to like.
Contact. You're taking fuel. Contact.
Yeah, I keep like slightly breaking off of it and slightly coming back. Kind of feels a little off on how how it's pulling away from me. That might be the game, not really realistic. Have some weird positioning. But yeah, as you see, it's you're flying it perfect, like basically the same exact formation as that jet, which the big fuel jet is flying as straight as still as possible as it can, so you don't have to work for keeping with it.
Transfer complete. Disconnect.
And then I just throttle down a little, go down so I don't whack into him. And there we go. Put this away. And then I could thank him for turning on my guns and try to reline. Thank you for your service. Oh, it's got flares. Oh, and see, look at that. My character froze. Sounds like getting haircut. But yeah, just for silly fun. Okay, now that you got it fueled. Okay, now I get to shoot it down. Because why not? Yeah, my 3D model, Vignon completely froze up. I don't know why it occasionally does this. Like, is it like when it like is on too long or something that it just has my phone stopped sending? Is it because the phone? Maybe the phone's getting too warm because like I do have it on the charger. Maybe it's just phone is like stopping it or something. Like it says it like looks like it says that it's like it's still going. Oh yeah, maybe it is like yeah. Because now it works again after I went out of it for a bit and then came back. I'm going to actually just close out of it just so I don't like overheat my phone or something if that's what's going on. So I'm going to go back into a voice channel just in here just so I can bring up my PNG. Yeah, it's iPhone. I think it's probably just for its safetiness, it's stopping it so it's not overheating itself. Oh, interesting. Yeah, my iPhone, it is getting like kind of warm. What it feels like, I don't know. For now, we can sorry if anyone likes watching my VTuber thing, but I don't know like how much like I won't try to like go like several more hours more, but I might go like another hour at most. But yeah, there's air to air refueling. Aside of shooting it down, which I committed fraticide. You have lost all your combat scores. Yeah, the combat scores of my offline stuff. I don't know if like you really like save much like and for just the fun of like doing that like I don't care. Like sure. Let me see. There should be carrier. Oh wait, I think that's a so there's a thing with case 1, case 2, case 3 recovery. I think case 1 is basically clear sky, visible, you're landing on the carrier, everything visible. I think that's what like the cases were. So yeah, this is like default normal, like what you think of like landing on a carrier when you see everything or see you get combat scores. I think so. Like, I actually not too sure what it's all about. I probably have a really poor score because of me being silly shooting at friendlies like that. Though I have taken out enemies in my own like missions and stuff too. So but I don't know what my score would be if there is one somewhere. So, oh, remember there's a certain like number I need to like know from. They're gonna like tell me. This one.
Marshall 305. Marking Mops 131419. Angels 2. State 6.8.
305. Mother's weather is visibility 10 plus miles. Scattered cloud.
305. Abort. Inbound resuming mission.
I hate that the same buttons to change your camera are also the buttons to communicate. So I just accidentally aborted the thing. I wanted to just change my camera to back to my view after I was looking at the map to see if like it always bugs me that it's like that.
Marshall 305.
Do that again.
Marking Mops 131420. Angels 2. State 6.8.
305. Mother's weather is visibility 10 plus miles. Scattered clouds at above 10,000. Altimeter is 290.903. Case 1 recovery expected BRC 309. Report see me at 10.
305.
Zero 05, is that what this is?
See you at 10.
305. Update state. Switch tower.
305. State 6.7.
I forget what the 6.7 was. But what I'm doing is like trying to set it to where I am setting my instruments to be with the ship. Well, there, so yeah, I know. Altitude's low. I don't want to go too high either. The carrier's just right straight ahead. It's not the usual like usually you would like come around in the circle, which I think properly I should fly over it and then go around, but like I'm just gonna land straight onto it. I might just put my hook down if I don't forget that. Forget which. Oh, it's not letting me change any of those. What's this on? This is something else that's. I remember it's this TCN, and there's like. Maybe 035 is my heading. Is that what? I'm trying to figure out. What I'm supposed to actually set on this, or if I should set something, because what it is you connect to the carrier basically, and then when you're like landing, which I should slow down actually here.
Tower 305. Overhead Angels 2. State 6.4.
I forget the calls.
Tower, Roger. BRC 308. Signal is Charlie.
305.
My landing gear down. Change my HUD right here. Oh, and this is something I was like going to like point out, which sadly the foghorn I don't think looks like it has it. I have to see it again, but you see this here. This is what helps you do your angle of attack, and ideally you want it in the middle one called the donut light, and that's like the proper angle attack that you want with the speed of the craft and how much angle you have it lined up with the runway. You should smoothly be landing at that angle. You know, I don't know my terms, or if you're talking about like the donut light thing. Either direction for landing should be fine though, right? Well, so landing on air carriers, for one, you need, I think, so many hours before they even let you attempt landing on a carrier. And you would have to know strictly the rules on what you need to follow, because it's all about like everyone's safety and your own, obviously. So there's very certain things that like you got to turn in a very specific pattern and be at a certain height, a certain speed, and then you do a left turn right onto the runway right at like a certain point or so. I think maybe that's the case tooth kind of thing, like you're going to I can't remember if I kind of just use this to like just land it, like because like I'm straight along the back, so it's like easier to fly up to it. But properly, I think I need to like fly over it and then do a circle around. But you see that like other thing that like came up right there on it. Is basically my aim direction. I'm waiting for that to. So I'm trying to. Basically, that's where I need to aim to the runway, and I actually got. You want to throttle to control it going like how much up and down. See that thing that popped up? That is my angle to where I am to the runway. And yeah, I figured I was too high. So I need to get that to the middle. And they even do radio calls that I saying that like, oh, I wasn't lined up. Okay.
Check gear, check gears.
I crashed into it. Well, I landed on it, but I just broke the gear. Hey, I caught the wire. Yeah, that was horrible. So you don't
Check gear, check gears.
you don't actually come in straight like what I just did.
Check gear, check gears.
You come in like this angle like that, as you see. That's why I was saying that I need to go right. He's telling me to go right. Yeah, I am checking the gear. Yes, I see it's broken. It's obviously broken. Is he waving to like
Check gear, check
to
gear.
have me park when I'm like I'm obviously destroyed here? Let me see how I can like even slide myself.
Check gear, check gear.
Maximum velocity exceed. Oh, this is hilarious.
Check gear, check
Where are
gear.
you telling me to like go to? Waiting wing fold. Okay.
Check gear, check gear.
Let me fold my wings because, yeah, sure, I could do that. Apparently at the moment.
Check gear, check gear.
No, I can't. Okay. I thought they were, you know, I think I'm doing the one, like, which is probably fine to do this one. I'm probably doing the one that you don't have to set up, like, the instrumental things. Which there is, and I'd like to remember how to do that. Why is it, okay, why does it feel darker? What happened? Does this feel darker? Oh, now it's suddenly bright, okay.
Marshall 305. Marking Mops 131.418. Angels 2. State 6.7.
305. Mother's weather is visibility 10 plus mile. Scattered clouds at above 10,000. Altimeter is 290.903. Case 1 recovery expected DRC 309. Report see me at 10.
305. See you at 10.
305. Update state switch tower.
305. State 6.7.
305. Request navigation assistance. 305. ADS, you're heading 323.
323. I look like I'm heading 310. What are you talking about? Yeah, I don't remember what you set these things as. Set things up. Speed up some time to slowly approach it. Yeah, I need to be like kind of like an angle over here. Really.
Tower 305. Overhead Angels 1.5. State 6.4.
305. Tower, roger. BRC 308. Signal is Charlie.
Landing gear and hook is down.
305.
I had my autopilot on, that's why. Come on. Wonder I was flying very weird. I had my autopilot on. That did help me dip down enough that I probably needed to. I need to trim myself properly. There's a lot of like throttle control with this stuff too. I'm paying attention. Too low. I think I'm like too low. Here I am.
You're drifting left. A little right to line up.
Oh, too much. I dropped my throttle too much. Great! I ruined it. So easy to ruin this. Great. I'm gonna just fly around in a circle. Just do this proper pattern thing. If you would like, do that. Yeah, I did the proper thing that like, yeah, that I'm not gonna land that, so do what they call like, I guess, a wave off. Still have my landing gear off, like down. Like, I don't know if you properly should like put it back up, but I'm just keeping it down for now. I think I turned way too slow and I'm like way out in the wide, so I'm like, hey, remember you're supposed to like see right the like end or something right there once you see that, and then you like take the turn. I remember some information of that. That's when you like turn. Yeah, now I'm like keeping myself like hovered in the air with my flaps and everything, just to like get around behind it and attempt again. Because, whoops, I dropped my throttle too much and then I plummeted. What happened there? It's so easy to do, I guess. It's so lined up too. It's not.
You're drifting. You're lined up right.
Why is it going? What?
You're drifting right. Come left. You're
This-
drifting right.
See, and I have my throttle all the way up. Felt like I hit the angle just a bit, but hey, there's a landing. Apparently caught. Oh yeah, the third wire. That I think is the one that you always aim for. Now, realistically, they want you to immediately get out there because there's another plane like coming for a landing. I'm not sure how realistic this would be. Hold my wings up so I can park. The other guy wants me to. These are designed to like they can like spin on a dime if you like hold down a button or like the high. And they're waving like that, I believe, is going forward. Guess this is my parking spot. This is what would be like more convenient to do in VR, to like look around it for these guys. Oh, they okay, never. I guess they parking menu. Oh, there's a parking menu? If you I could put art, I could be silly and put art or implements. Yeah, sure. Let me just put bombs on, then like let me bomb the carrier for the fun of it. Refuel me.
Request refueling. Request rearming. Copy.
Yeah, see, some of these menus are like very new to me. Which you can see like what's it. So here's my fuel. Let me see, it's going up, refueling me. Magic refueling, yeah. So they don't have a fuel wire on it. And yeah, this is a DLC, by the way, that has like all this crew members and stuff. These aircraft sitting on it. The DLC thing. Like that helicopter just floating there. Just perfectly steady. Refueling complete. So now watch it pop the ammo, the things on it. Monk, monk, monk.
Rearming complete.
So if I press... How do I bring that up again? There's a message history. That's nice to know. But yeah, obviously that's kind of like end of the mission. I could like ask to relaunch, but we already seen that, so that's kind of landing. You know what? Like I'm gonna we'll look at this one. I think this is the one that will like do some of the instruments. And I think there's a training mission you could do to learn, to learn it. I'm kind of hoping that it's just got the things set already. I do remember it's with that front one of those front buttons like the LN. You set it to the right frequency. And I forget what number it was. Or TCN this thing. There's something with turning this on. Turn on. Where am I? This is that one that's like way off in the distance like that.
Marshall 305. Marking maps 109.45. Angels 9.5. State 10.3.
305. Rough Rider Marshall, base 2 recovery.
What is the thing? Why would the message think that it's that? Oh my goodness. I'm just gonna allow it. It it probably thinks that you're doing a bad context with that, but it's like, no, that's not what you're meaning. Yeah, thanks, AutoMad. Yeah, it was extreme. It really thought you were like saying something completely from other context, and it's like that's not what you're meaning.
DV1 approach, effective PRC 308, altimeter is 29.903.305, Marshall Mothers 128, radio 23, DME Angels 8, expected approach time is 26.
305. Commencing. State 10.2. Altimeter 29.903.
305, radar contact 41 miles, expect final bearing 308.
305.
What do I remember? It says error when I do that. I'm just gonna turn all these things on. All that. Yeah, they're descending. I want to try this one time, but like, I feel like I'm going to have to go into once again another tutorial to properly do this. Under the clouds. It's, so ideally, this is like you can't visibly see. You will need to follow instruments. That's see that's friend. Can't remember if that's like. Is that the aircraft I need like?
305, switch approach.
305.
I want to remember how you do this. Because I remember there's like HUD indication that helps you like actually like land right on its runway. I forget how to bring that up. I don't remember anything to do with these screens. It was something that like appeared on here, I believe, wasn't it? Here. I don't know. Am I soon gonna like fly over this thing? See, the idea is that it's very cloudy, so like you need instruments to land on it. I believe that's the carrier. And I can't bring up the instruments for it. Do I have this on? You make me say, well, somewhat, like, there's like two cross lines that helped line you up and all that, and I forget how that like is brought up on this thing. I am crashing into the water. Way too slow. Way too low. I'm not lining things up like properly or whatnot. Okay. Yeah. At this point, I'm just landing it just like the same as before. But I would have to go to this. That's a Su. It says case 2 carrier. I guess it's like similar, both kind of a similar thing. Let me see if this is gonna help just see what I'm wanting to know. What's next? Oh, slow, low, W. I'll be going over to VR, but I'll keep listening. I can't miss out on any of them. Are you going to try to get on this in VR? Yeah, see, saying that it looked like the game played just fine for you. So yeah, if you want, yeah, you certainly can like see if you can like try it now VR. And hey, using a controller, that's going to be very easy to understand what buttons do what when you have them set to the controller. At least the important buttons. And that's where it could get tricky if you need to like click on something on a keyboard. When you're in VR, you have to like feel your buttons to know which button you're pressing. Same with when I'm pressing buttons on my HOTAS, I'm feeling my buttons because you can't literally see what you're holding in VR, obviously. But that's where if you really want to try it, you can try VR controls. And I actually saw a video. I forget if I shared it to you, but I saw like some video that there's like with the Quest camera, I guess that can do hand tracking. You can do someone set up theirs with hand tracking, the finger tracking. I'm probably going to try the VR of DCS another. Yeah, I'm still going to need to develop. Yeah. Oh, you're going to jump on VRC. Yeah, that's fine. Thought you meant that you were jumping in VR for DCS, but yeah, that's what I was thinking is like you want to probably see if you can fly things first on desktop because there's all sorts of buttons you might need to still press on keyboard.
Today we will perform a Case 1, Case 2 carrier landing. This will be very similar to the VFR field overhead pattern. In fact, Navy pilots land at airfields much like they do on the boat to maintain this perishable skill.
So we can go through this training thing.
This would be the visual approach element of the landing after being guided in from the Marshall Stack CV-1 approach. Case 1 is defined as having a 3,000-foot minimum cloud ceiling and 5 nautical miles of visibility. For today's lesson, though, we are going to keep the aircraft carrier stationary, so we can provide some gates that will assist you in the pattern. Press spacebar to continue. Ahead of you is a series of gates that you will fly through. These are designed to instruct you on where you should be during the pattern. You will start the pattern at 800 feet and 350 knots.
Yeah, throws all this information and expects you to remember this.
Phase of the landing, lower your arrestor hook by moving the arrestor hook handle in the down position. First, starting out, we will not break into the pattern until 1.5 nautical miles past the bow of the boat. This will give you plenty of time to get on speed in the downwind leg. At the break, you will make a level turn with the G of 1% of your airspeed. In this case, 3.5 G for 350 knots. As your speed decreases, relax the G to match the speed. You may need to relax or tighten the turn to roll out 1.3 to 1.4 mile of being the boat.
It's just crazy strict stuff that you gotta like do and remember.
You should be below 250 knots.
I'm sure you get used to it if you like done it a few times.
Lower your landing gear and set the flaps to full. Press spacebar to continue. Once on the downwind leg, establish yourself at 600 feet.
Like, can it say what to do while I do this instead of blurt it all out right now and then expect me to remember?
By keeping the velocity indicator inside the E bracket.
I am so not ready to remember all this.
Indexer lights. When on speed, the center donut should be lit. Use of pitch trim is very important to set on speed array.
Yeah, too much info.
Maintain on
I'm wanting to see if it points out
press spacebar to continue.
the other information I'm thinking of.
Wingtip is 5 seconds past the stern. Begin a 30-degree bank to the left while keeping your velocity vector just below the horizon line on the HUD. This will place us in a steady rate of turn to the boat while descending. If the boat is moving with 25 to 30 knots of wind over the deck, start your turn when abeam the white of the round down on the stern of the boat. Your descent rate should be 100 to 200 feet per minute, as indicated on the HUD above the altitude box. 90 degrees through this turn, your altitude should be 500 feet. past 90 degrees of turn, your descent rate should increase to 500 feet per minute. Only use your instruments for the first 90 degrees of turn. Don't peak. Use your throttle to control your rate of turn and pitch trim to control your airspeed. Press spacebar to continue. As you roll out on the landing course line, acquire the improved Fresnel lens optical landing system, or iFLOWS, and match your glide slope such that the center light
Thing that
stays
like
centered
pops out right
between
here.
two green lines. If the light moves above center, you are too high and need to reduce throttle. If the light is below center, you are too low and risk a ramp strike unless you increase power. You will fly to maintain on-speed AOA while keeping the ball centered. Prior to touchdown, do not flare the aircraft, but rather let it fly onto the boat at ideally 750 feet per minute, as indicated above your altitude on the HUD. Press spacebar to continue.
Oh, so it's 700. I gotta look at that being 750.
Before we give this a whirl, let's first set up the landing course line. Using what you learned in the TACAN lesson, set the TACAN to 74
See, that's what I want to know.
BRC of 350 degrees. This is the TACAN channel for the carrier, and it will provide us useful information
TACAN.
to line up our downwind and final approach legs of the pattern. Set your HUD to show the radar altitude. To give us final notice when we should be passing over the wake of the boat within the final turn, set the radar altimeter by your right knee to 370 feet by spinning the knob counterclockwise. Finally, set your left DDI to the HUD and your right DDI to the FCS page. Press spacebar to unpause.
Where does it want me to put it? Like 300. Set your left DDI to the. This window you want?
We are now flying a heading of 352 degrees and 349 knots at 1,900 feet. Fly through the gates ahead, which will place us at 800 feet and offset to the right of the boat. We don't want to directly overfly the boat, so we can first check to see if the deck is foul. Maintain an airspeed of 350 knots. Anytime you approach the carrier with the intent to land, you should do a hail-R check, meaning check that the hook is down and engine anti-ice heat if required. Anti-skid switch is off. ILS is boxed on the HSI when ICLS is being used. External lights are set for daytime and rad out set to the HUD. Cage the velocity vector on the HUD by pressing the cage uncage.
Let's see, like. Get to set to what? See, like I already missed like when I like anti-skid. Oh, switch up, which is on.
Press C. Lower the arrestor hook by clicking on the lever or pressing H.
See.
When at 1.5 miles from the bow, set the throttles to idle and follow the gates for a 180-degree turn into the downwind leg. The rate of turn will be based on a G that is 1% of our airspeed, in this case 3.5 G for 350 knots.
I'm going much slower than 350 knots. I did see change. Let's see something. Engine uncage button. Why would you uncage that? Oh, it actually. Oh, I wondered about that. Know that that actually can interesting. Well, this lesson's just like, oh, it's got, which, how do you take this turn in, 350? Like, I'm going even like 200, and like, how do you sharply turn that stuff? Like, oh my goodness. I was gonna say, it's like, oh, it has like the neat indication things, but like, oh my goodness. I'm like, I'm flung out of these things. I don't know how you properly follow those. But again, I don't know if I should have pulled that my landing gear. But yeah, see, it could have like been saying some of that stuff, and like half the information probably doesn't even need to say, and it could have been saying that stuff while I'm doing this. Floating green squares, so realistic, yeah. But then again, with computers and stuff, and like HUD screens, you could fake in these squares even in real life. Yeah, see, I'm going like kind of way too fast. See, how do you do that properly? Like, my goodness, like with all its explanation, I'm doing this horribly. Yeah, I didn't even land. That's why you don't throttle all the way down. I should have put my throttle all the way up, actually. I was just caught it, but with all that explanation, and I feel like I wasted my time doing that. What I really want, like, yeah, a good lesson to like help try to like do the case one game. I was hoping for where's the tack in stuff? Like, how do you turn that stuff on? Yeah, this navigation thing. IR. Well, I'm not like, well, I'm trying to think of like, then again, I was saying they probably don't, but then again, they already do have that HR built in. So yeah, they could simulate boxes floating like that if they wanted to. I'm not sure if they do on modern jets, but I can see the reality that they could do that through the helmet.
A key part of any mission is the ability to navigate to
Like,
and from the target. Two such
you
tools
have
are
this.
automatic direction finding, or ADF, and tactical air navigation,
Oh,
or
it's not letting
TACAN.
me select it.
ADF uses VOR stations located throughout the maps to get bearing-only information to them, and TACAN stations are co-located with many airfields, aircraft carriers, and some aerial refuelers. TACAN can provide both bearing and range, or just one of them depending on the source and TACAN mode used. In this lesson, we will discuss how to select ADF and TACAN navigation, and the steering information provided. I currently have the lesson paused as we first discuss a few items. Press spacebar to continue.
Every time I press the spacebar, I'm clicking this thing.
And then TACAN to navigate back to our home training base at Kobuleti. Let's start with the simpler ADF. To start, let's first select the Horizontal Situation Indicator, or HSI, for the left DDI. Press the menu Time push button on the left DDI to bring us to the tactical page. Note that this button will indicate menu when on the ground, but will show time when airborne. Let's press the same push button again to bring us to the support page. Now on the support page, press the HSI push button. The HSI is your primary navigation page that will display TACAN, waypoint, and ADF navigation.
Doesn't catch
data.
when I press them sometimes, so it's like, well, sometimes I have to.
In the center of the HSI is an aircraft symbol that represents your position from a top-down vantage. Your true airspeed is to the left of the symbol and ground speed to the right. Centered and around the aircraft symbol is a compass rose, and on the very top is a louver line that indicates your heading in regards to the compass rose. Along the top of the HSI is the SCL, or scale, push button. Consecutive presses of this push button will cycle through the scale range options of the HSI. Press spacebar to continue.
Yeah, this just sizes the poor way things are. Just getting in the way to see what it is when I'm clicking it.
An ADF is assigned to a specific frequency, which can also be stored as a preset on one of the two radios. In this case, we have the VOR ADF near Kataisi Airfield preset as Channel 2 on Radio 1. Right now, Radio 1 is set to Channel 1, as you can see in the Channel Select window for Radio 1. To select a new channel preset, place your mouse over the Radio 1 select dial and rotate the mouse wheel forward until 2 is displayed. When you do, you will soon hear the characteristic ADF identification code for that VOR station. Press spacebar to continue. To display the bearing to the VOR station on the HSI, we need to set the UFC ADF function select switch to Radio 1. To do this, right mouse button click on the switch. With that done, you will now note a small circle along the outside of the compass rose at the 1 o'clock position. This is your bearing to the ADF signal. There is no range information though. As you can see, ADF is quite simple. Let's move on to TACAN. Press spacebar when ready.
It doesn't seem very simple.
In order to display all TACAN information on the HSI and HUD,
It's on
press
this
the TCN
menu.
or TACAN push button on
That's
the
where
HSI.
it is.
Upon doing so, it will be boxed. Now we need to turn on the TACAN and set the code of the desired station. Press
Not
the
boxing
TACAN
yet.
button on the UFC. With the TACAN now selected on the UFC, we have three choices in the option select windows. TR is transmit receive and will provide both bearing and range guidance. RCV is for receive and will just provide bearing to the station. And AA is for air to air and will provide either bearing and range or just range depending on the aircraft. By default, we have TR selected, which is fine. The lower two option select windows allow you to select either an X or Y TACAN channel. For example, 67.
Went away because you talk so long.
Now let's turn on the TACAN by pressing the on-off button on the UFC. On the scratch pad, we now see that the TACAN is on and a default value of 1.
Yeah, turn that on and then
on the UFC keypad to remove this. We will navigate to the TACAN station at Kobuleti Airfield, which has the TACAN code of 67X. Enter 67 on the UFC keypad and then press the enter button on the UFC. After entering 67X and pressing enter, press spacebar.
So that's the X number that they were saying for me to like enter. I did press it. Thing. It doesn't catch when you like do things sometimes.
With the TACAN station now selected, we have some new information on the HUD and HSI. On the right side of the HUD, we have the range to the station in nautical miles and the 3-digit code for the station to the right of the distance value. At the top of the HUD, along the heading tape, we have a steering bar that indicates the heading to the TACAN station. On the HSI, we have much more information. In the top left corner of the HSI, we have a data block with 3 rows. The top row is bearing, distance. The second row is time to go in minutes and seconds. And the bottom row is the station ID. On the outside of the compass rose is an inverted triangle with a T in the center. This indicates your heading to the station. There is a corresponding tail on the other side of the compass rose. Between the aircraft symbol and the T symbol is a three-pronged symbol that represents the selected TACAN station. Press spacebar to continue. When a TACAN station has been selected, you can use the course set switch, labeled CRS, on the top right corner of the MPCD to set a course line that is centered on the selected station. Left click rotates the course line counterclockwise, and a right mouse click moves it clockwise. When a course has been set, the course line will be displayed on the HSI and on the HUD, with dots to represent 4 and 8 degrees of course offset. Press spacebar to continue.
I spy a scar eye. What did he say? Oh, good. You. Now, this is a very nice, handy update improvement. You have a history log to see what he said. Oh my goodness, trying to like figure out what they said and stuff when you missed it, and then it's like, gotta restart the lesson because I missed what he said. The course has been set. The course line is displayed. I think you just said press bar to continue.
When a TACAN beacon is selected, you will also hear the coded ID. You can adjust the volume of this with the TACAN volume control knob labeled TCN on the volume panel. Press spacebar to continue. You can view airfield TACAN beacon channels by going to the F10 map, clicking on an airfield,
How many
and
buttons to
reading
push?
the data
Yeah.
of the airfield.
That's how these
This
jets are.
concludes our look at the HSI, ADF, and TACAN. When you are ready, press spacebar to unpause this lesson and practice navigating using the ADF and TACAN.
So, I wonder if... Oh, I can set to like, hey, fly me to that direction. It's now going to follow the path that it's set to. Let me do that just so I hold steady now. On altitude. Seeing what it's going to do once I get up to the line. Oh, see, this is the thing that so you gotta wait for that to go to the center, and you like on the carrier you follow that line. That is what I was trying to like remember to bring up, and it's I guess to do with the HI. Let's see, and it's now it's lining me up perfectly right along that. Basically, my plane is flying for me. Let's switch. So I gotta do barometric, not radar. I think you switch to radar when you get like that, when you're like, so the plane doesn't crash into hills or the ground. I remember something to do with that. That's going to keep the barometric altitude. This uses radar to keep your altitude, as far as I remember. Seeing how far do I just continually the point? Oh, that's my plane. So what's that? I can't. Oh. Can't drop my fuel. Oh, I did. There it goes. Whoosh. Do I not have that set? Oh, I do. Why isn't it working? Well, maybe because spacebar in this lesson. Let me see if I crash into that mountain, just having it with this on. Yep, see? I crashed into the mountain because I didn't have my radar thing set. So now I know how to turn that on, so now I can attempt that other thing. Go to this and just, you know, I'm going to just do this case one. I want to see if I can like put in all that, like I need clouds in my face to try this again. Can I push them all? Somebody put. Well, sure, except you might turn off the battery of your plane and turn off your power and then crash your plane because you turned off all your systems. There is a code in here to follow. But there's these things. Excuse me. You can pull these switches out, and that takes off safety settings. If you really want to rip your wings off, being able to like dive and pull up the friend. Have it to like bring up friend. Okay, so
Marshall 305. Marking maps 131417. Angels 2. State 6.7.
305. Mother's weather is visibility 10 plus mile. Scattered clouds at above 10,000. Altimeter is 29.93. Case 1 recovery expected DRC 309. Report see me at 10.
305. See you at 10.
let's see where there's no X code.
Update state switched out.
305. State 6.7.
Was this what the 305 is about? You know what? Stop that. Just hold steady for me. So I need to put it. Here's my indicator, how much I'm setting this. Oh, there I see it on the bottom right corner. I'm hearing 305, so I'll set it to that. And I think I can like tell my autopilot to like follow that, and that would like line me up right onto it. How many times you crashed? Well, I crashed, I think, purposely a few times. I think one of the times I broke the landing gear, if you count that as a crash. There's no command to... Didn't help me. That's what I heard. 305 is... Who's that carrier now? I'm way to its right, so... Past it. Because apparently the thing wasn't doing what I was thinking it would do. Isn't it right there? Is that correct? Yeah, that is what it is.
Tower 305. Overhead Angels 2. State 6.2.
Angels?
305. Tower, roger. BRC 308. Signal is Charlotte.
305.
Look at that history again. I don't know what proper, or how to do all that proper, like, path direction and all that. I'm just going to go straight to behind the ship and try to land it. Yeah, see, I have now another thing to the right. You see of my little E symbol to line myself horizontally with it. And I'm trying to go to the right of it. And I need to angle myself up a bit more. I am way too low. Pretty certain I'm like way too low. No, too high. Oh, and then I'm gonna slam into the aircraft. Oh my goodness. Well, you wanted to see a crash, Scar Eye? There you go. And I'm struggling to like figure out to... I just simply want to set that up and then use it to guide. So 305 is, I think, just the course direction and all that is what they're saying.
Marshall 305. Marking Mops 131 for 19. Angels 2. State 6.8.
305. Mother's weather is visibility 10 plus mile. Scattered clouds at above 10,000. Altimeter is 290.903. Case 1 recovery expected BRC 309. Report see me at 10.
305. See you at 10.
305. Updates.
Expected BRC 309. Is that what I want to subsidize? I think I'm 305, so BRC 30. Why is it called BRC? I want to just know what is I need to know what direction. I don't know if
State switched out.
305, state 6.7.
what's the state 6.7 have to do with anything. Apparently it is going to this, turning that on. It's not right. That's that, and then possibly 309. Maybe that'll help line up better. Really, I think they communicate that. Which heading they're doing. My life is fulfilled. I can go long. Okay. Things out. I feel like the thing is more so 5. I want to just pause myself so I can set these things correctly. Looking at that little number. 5.
Tower 305. Overhead Angels 2. State 6.4.
309. Tower, roger. BRC 308. Signal is Charlie.
Autopilot was pulling me up.
305.
I want that circle. See this circle thing in the middle? That's the direction your HUD is going. Wait, no, pulled him. Yeah. I'm a little to the left. And the arrow's on the right, that means I'm left of it. But then again, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if I'm like on the right thing and all that. Doesn't look like I am. But there you go. That's what I tried to get up. Then you can, if you properly set that, you can almost tell like autopilot to like land that for you, or you pretty much just follow those instruments to properly land on aircraft. Crash in trees, vulnerability. Yeah. Night ball call. Those are nice paw beans there. That's the power. Okay, I need to go a little up higher. I am close.
You're directly left. You're lined up left.
The left.
You're directly left. A little right to line up. You're directly left. A little right to line up. You're directly left. A little right to line up. Power.
Yeah, that. I hate bouncing like that. I do that. That makes me want to just crash myself. Aircraft landing's hard. I, oh, I don't even know like what I did wrong there. Like I was lined up so well, and then like suddenly I lost it. I was suddenly way up in the air, too high, and then trying to correct myself, and now I'm going down too fast, and it's man, it's so easy. Like right when you get up to the craft, and everything just flies apart. Maybe I just wasn't lined up well enough, and that's just how it happened. The landing on water, you promise there be dinosaurs. I did have like a decent kind of like landing, but now that I know how to like set this thing, I don't see if it even like works if I just do that and then tack in. But the thing is I don't think I'm like set to the right one. I don't get this. It seemed to be giving me the proper thing. I don't know. Did it have full thrust?
Marshall 305. Marking maps 131.410. Angels 2.5.
Speed up.
Clouds at above 10,000 altimeter.
30.
Blue, 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 blue.
Tower 305. Overhead Angels 2.5. State 6.4.
305. Tower, roger. BRC 308. Signal is Charlie.
305.
Kind of want to rush into the position where I failed. So I'm like speeding up time and everything because I want to just try it again. But I hate this happening? Ah, go down. Why are you... Why does the planes do this? And then I need to pick up speed because now I'm going really too slow. So awkward. I just dived up into the air with me actually holding my stick completely forward. Oh, I'm going too slow. It's all about lining that up, and there's so many things you're juggling right at the same time. It's really tricky to do this.
You're drifting. You're lined up left.
I wish they just said like you're. It's saying where I am.
Right to line up. You're a little low. Power.
To,
Wave off.
you say power, so I do power, and then oh my goodness, it's too much power now. When I just touched it up a little bit. It's just because I was like here's a trick I'm gonna do to like retry that. I'm gonna wait for the craft to float away from me until I'm lined up again as I pause myself in the air because so I don't have to line all that up again. Oh, but like, yeah, see. I want to get one good landing at least. Now that I'm like on this, doing this. Hopefully I'm showing just how stupidly hard this is. It's something at a point that I don't care if I never master this because oh my goodness, it's just too many things that just you have to like be so perfect at. That yes, I get that I'm doing stuff wrong, but like I want to like I want to know that I can like do that I guess like prove that I could like control a craft so well.
Marshall, great.
Just take
10,000.
Great zero.
it just makes my patience go away sometimes. Don't want to be so patient for it. Where is they? Where are you? To the left. Let's-
1.5.
09. Power, roger. BRC 308. Signal is Charlie.
305.
Bit of gonna pitch me up again. Stop that. I do wonder how when I properly actually pull that out so it like it doesn't do that on me. And then I'm not like suddenly trying to maneuver myself back.
You're drifting. You're lined up right.
Okay. Their radio calls sometimes really confuses me and makes it kind of more hard. Like I feel like it makes it harder for me to do this because he says you're drifting right, you're lined up right. Does that mean I go to the right? like that's what my immediate thought response is with it is, okay, go to the right then. But no, you gotta think backwards. When he says right, I'm on the right, I need to go left. Why? What is the mindset? Why do they say that? Like, I would think that they would radio call what makes sense. Go right, go left. Like, do they really do this in actual carriers when, like, I do know that they do radio calls in it, like on these things like this to line up the pilot if they're like drifting off or so, they will call out like going certain directions, put more power, this, that. But, oh man, it throws me off trying to and too much. And see, it is so easy to, so I need to like be kind of quick with throttle, and I'm crashing into the thing. Oh my goodness. And then I missed it because I would have crashed into that's how quick and easy to fail this stupid thing. That's how quick it is. Suddenly failed it. I think I keep going too low to the carriers, or I used to be too high coming into carriers. Now I keep apparently coming too low, and then I'm having a huge mistake going on currently.
Marshall, 30.
I guess I'm just gonna until I get like at least one good landing, so I'm satisfied. I'm gonna keep retrying this a few times. I don't want to just give up on a terrible landing of me literally crashing into it, because I feel stupid because of that. Yes, I get the altitude thing. It's kind of why I wanted to make my map to like just have the carrier like just be lined up in the runway and whatnot. As a rule of thumb, you want to be like, how would I know what rule of thumb of like what altitude and stuff is that you want to as you cross the wake up? Yeah, you're talking about the whole circle thing. Like, I'm just trying to land on the thing straight, which I do know, yes, is not really the proper way of doing it, but like, I just want to land on this. I don't care. But yeah, that they have set rules of you be this height, be this speed, do this, do that. Like, I can't remember all those things. Or I don't do it enough to remember all that, I guess. And I guess if 370 feet, yeah, I'm a little high at the moment. Case 1 approach, yeah, it helps, but if you aren't good with your spacing, you just feel rushed and it's a lot to follow. Yeah.
Angels, 0.
You turn up. I'll say syntax that I've been trying to turn that on, and I even went through a lesson on like how to turn this stuff on. How do you do this? Do this carrier. Where is the code I put in the ILS? How do I turn that on? I would like to turn that on.
Point 5. State
Because
6.4.
I remember, like, so
Tower, Roger. BRC 308. Signal is Charlie.
I could turn all this on, the tack on.
305.
Okay, stop with your radar calls. It's not like turning that on. Kneeboard should have the tack on. Oh, it's in the kneeboard? Oh, there it is. See, thanks for pointing all that out. I've been struggling to figure it out. Is it ILS that I... Oh, it's not that, apparently. Is it tack it, like in here that... to the code? UTC... Is it like... I forget what was the significance of that, and... Second is it... Oh, ILS... Oh, I see ILS there, 11, okay. 11, enter. What was this link to? What was the link you do? Yeah, ATC. Yeah, that's what I'm on. What's link for? What was with this? Is that like you put this to channel 4 and then you'd like do 3.6? Oh, I also box ILS. Oh, there's the... You know, I didn't see a training mission that was shown to turn that on. I think I watched a YouTube video before, a long while, like some time before turning that on. But yeah, there's the things that I wanted to see before that, like, lined you up. There you go. You turn off your little auto throttle thing. And I'm just gonna put these down. Seems to shoot me up a little bit. Myself up with my angle attack. Off. Put some thrust. All over the place at the moment. I am lining up though. Why am I so low? I don't look low visually. Why am I so low? I'm coming up. I'm slowly coming up. There I am. Hey, that's better. I don't know if I did that smoothly, but there you go. I landed finally. It's so much help with visual things. I cut, like, I guess the last wire, but by the way, I put my throttle up like all the way before I put it back down when I confirmly had my the wire caught, and then they direct me to like X mode. What are you talking about? I don't care. I can run them over if I wish. I'm curious if I could like turn on my gun and yeah, because I'm on the ground. So what was it like again? That was turning on that, boxing those two things, and looking at the knee board for TACAN, ILS, all that stuff. Rating wing fold. It's doing this. It's funny how it like wants you to park like straight like here. It doesn't spin you around, which the pilots when they're parking they actually have to go like up here and then like spin completely around. But then it just pops you like that. Request relaunch like launch. Oh, oh yeah, that's why it says it. I thought at first when I saw this, awaiting for salute, oh that means when I get up there, because you saluted to launch before. They changed all that on me. Oh yeah, you go to here, ground control, salute. Reading personal. I'm not caring to like relaunch. Well, I wanted to go on like multiplayer and do like some of that, but it's late. Already really late. It's later than I thought I was like going to get on with this. Let's see. Anyone want to see Helldivers 2? I don't know anyone else really doing DCS that I see. Was really thinking of like jumping on to see if I could kill anything with the what's it called, the Su-25T that we were flying earlier, because it's the free jet that the game comes with. You get when you download this for free. Su-25, the frog foot. You'd like hop into multiple. You know what? I am curious on just seeing if you can like get off with that. And even do this free, because like earlier I was like helping with someone that first trying this game, and this is about like the level you can do completely free is jumping in this server PvE, this map, and you should be able to. Oh, you're down for diaphragm accuracy. Yeah, because I'm thinking of like rating someone that's playing it. I don't think I've rated him before. At least during playing Helldivers. I am curious on jumping quickly on into this. Quickly, like, try one little quick round of taking off, go attack a target, or just get shot down. But you gotta always join the blue side, so that's what I wonder. Does this mean we can't dynamically jump into something with it? I have Su-33s on just spawn slots. It looks like this is a base that they haven't taken out. So anything blue, obviously, it's friendly. That's looks like a helipad stuff. Yeah, here we go. Here's these things. Yeah, there you go. Su-25T. Difference of. Oh, I have that one. I don't know what the difference is. Let's just spawn up to it. What does this look like? Okay. Of course, your all buttons are different. You look similar, still no interactable. I don't know what's the difference. But the buttons are completely unmapped, so it's like it's apparently a different jet. Well, I'm not gonna do Helldiver. It's too late for me to play more on that. Like not tonight. I'm gonna release slot though. Just reload into this guy because this I know is the one that we were flying in that we have. And I could just grab like the very top things. I forget like what's the difference on these guys. My act laser. Oh, like I think that's laser, and then that's the laser guided. This one's bigger. I'm grabbing this one. Oh, I got it. I want to do that again. Another thing I could click. Spawn hot. You could like just spawn with it with that loadout and just.
Cleared for startup. Wind 191 at 2 meters per second.
Why does it always put the camera like so zoomed out? Oh, hey, by Mike. Is it like morning for you guys? I guess like see like I stay up so late, and then this is why I struggle like to get up like early with you guys. But yeah, here, DCS. And yeah, here's the gameplay. See, like you got objectives, progression. The big long progression is to do is just yeah, on how well do you learn the aircraft. It's I don't know, it's like I, I enjoy enough to at times repeatedly do it, and I like that I can just jump on it. Okay, I guess I gotta go to runway. I don't see anyone else nearby, so I shouldn't. Looks like it's kind of wintered here. I think set to like winter weather on this. What it looks like. You know, I understand it. Just not exactly my. Yeah. I can't say that it's like Star Citizen doesn't appeal to me, even like right now, to jump on it with you guys. So maybe I'll just like be going back and forth like with this one, and then and Like, I would like to get further with like see on like doing more bounty stuff with Star Citizen. What time is it for you? Like for me it's 3:30 a.m.
Clear for takeoff. Crimp, you are cleared for takeoff when ready. Climb 300 at QFE 748.26.
I don't see anyone near me, so I don't care for your clearance. Do you respect that?
Overlord
Yes.
1-1. Pop-up group 176-424 at 1000. Cold.
It's all that beeping. I'm going
Overlord
fast
1-1.
enough.
Pop-up group 175-426 at 2000. Hot.
Okay. We go that direction. Supposed to
Gear
be.
down. Gear down.
Overlord 1-1. Bra 171.
Why is it saying gear down?
At 4000. Cold.
Gear's not down, it's up. What are you talking about? Okay. What was the button for my ECM? What did I set that as? Oh, it was that button. I just want to remember it because one of those really odd, unique things that I have it set a certain thing. That's my launch over. I don't remember what it's called. See, am I? Yeah, I am flying in the right direction. Trim down a little bit so I'm not gonna push my stick forward. I should be able to turn on. But instead of disengage, I figured I can put this as just autopilot. I should be able to just turn it off, like even if okay, if I do that, I could do that.
Anapa, cleared for startup. Wind 191 at 2 meters per second.
Things all in Russian. There is a fighter over here though. Be up in the air. Maybe I should have like gone down this way actually. There's someone right here. Oh, there's a helicopter shooting at this stuff. He's already doing stuff, taking out this base. slowly flying to him to help out. I just don't know how to do all the navigation stuff in this thing. If it even has navigation stuff. It should be up ahead. As I know. Be past that river. Why do I see two rivers though? It's the same river and it's like a little to the left. Yeah, I think that's the airbase right there. I see it. I guess up. Well, I thought, why is that button not working? That, yeah, target lock. I'm pressing target lock. Why is target not lock not working? There it goes. Maybe it's because it's so far away. I think you're a target. Okay.
Anapa, clear to taxi to runway 22.
I think I'm looking at that guy. What do I have selected right now? I think I have my... Those are the rockets. What's the other things? Other... Oh, these are further range, apparently. Gotta tilt it to put that in there so it can shoot at it. Oh, no, no.
Anapa, request takeoff.
Got it. Locked on. Yeah, I'm gonna shoot at it. Let me shoot at it. Fire! Boom. Another one.
Unable to clear for takeoff. Anapa, you are cleared for takeoff when ready. Climb 300 at QFE 29.38.
Boom. I'm gonna run away before they start shooting me. Flares, just in case. You can... Oh, yep, they're shooting at me. See, you can attack things with this thing and destroy them. thing is still.
Overlord 1-1. Bra 131.
This thing is
440
the one
at
that's still alive.
24,000. Cold.
A lot of them are all along there, though. That's a big missile thing. Oh no. Those things. Really? The only thing that's tricky with this is I can't, like, spin it completely around. It's a front-facing targeting thing, so you gotta, like, know where the target is and then just target into it and attack quickly. I'm having to look at the map because I don't have a nice fancy HUD to like see where I'm pointing. Why am I going so low in the ground? Go back up. Not ideal. I'm probably going to get killed. It helps that being this close, you can just see the targets. Go and catch it. Oh, I missed? Where'd you miss? Missed. Did you miss? He's shooting at me. These are just like the radar planes and stuff. I might try to shoot this thing. But maybe try the flight sim too someday. like I told Blahuga, which I mean had him get interested on trying it. This game's free. You can just freely download it and
107 445 at 24,000 hot.
okay. you can fly it in this Frogfoot nicknamed turn myself to where the targets are.
Cleared for startup. Wind 191 at 2 meters per second.
Got it. Come on, launch. Why aren't you launching? I hate it when I'm like all lined up and stuff and things don't shoot for me. It's the cannon things, yeah. And I got hit.
Overlord 1-1.
Worse.
Bra 136 for 190 at 26,000 hot.
Yeah, it's those things. It's what I'm like. It's the other thing I have. That's what I was trying to shoot, I guess. Just not quite the one things that I want to shoot. Might as well shoot just more rockets. Surprised I am not unable to fly the craft or something just by getting hit like that. Usually when you get hit, like things shut off and you can't use because it broke things. I'm still
Cleared for startup. Wind 191 at 2 meters per second.
trying to take out that one tank. Struggling to do so. Shoot a few of you.
Unable to clear for takeoff. Crimp, you are cleared for takeoff when ready. Climb 300 at QFE 29.46.
Hit them. Shots level I have. I got a good amount of rockets still to shoot from it. What are, oh, you know what? The other ones are my air-to-air things.
Unable to clear for takeoff.
Let's see if I can use the cannons.
Climb 300 at QFE 29.46.
415 at 24,000 knots.
Oh, and I got a jet. You know what? Let me disengage on those guys. Switch myself to these. Possibly see if I can, like, I'm probably going to die here, but I don't want to, like, fly back and land or whatnot. Apparently an enemy way up in the air over here. There he is. Saying that a missile was shot at me.
EOS failure. MLWS failure. ECM failure. ACS failure.
Okay, yes, I could understand.
Hydraulics failure.
There's a lot of failures because, yeah, the plane is destroyed. I think there's a bit more failures going on there. Sadly, I can't speed up time for me to go on the ground and then walk fastly. For me to walk all the way over there. Yeah. I saw it up in the air. I was going to see if I can, like, point up at it, but, like, already was shooting a missile at me, and he was way too high up for me to point. I think I was just seeing if I can, like, evade his missile, but nope. So yeah, there you have it. You can do stuff with that. It's just probably why people would think that this is pay to win, especially if you do like PvP. Because it's not the greatest aircraft. But that's one of them. The other one is, of course, the prop plane without weapons. So you get that, and then you get that Su-25T, and then you get the trainer P-51, basically. Like the TF-51. Flights I played was Ace Combat Ship. I'm not sure to consider Ace Combat to be a flight simulator. Because it's like it's sure like I guess if you consider like when it simulates the aerodynamics and all that and possibly have accurate movement of all that. Otherwise, I would the like DCS Microsoft Flight Simulator, like I call those flight simulators. Like maybe War Thunder, like I heard like has some accuracy to like aerodynamic movements and stuff that I think someone like got really good at that and then played on DCS and was still like beating people in dogfights, even though like got into learning how to fly the planes through like War Thunder or something. Which, if you think about it, you have faster time. What's it called? It looks like he's with it. Been streaming for like 25 hours is what I'm seeing. Just not sure on there's other things like I'm just considering on like if I should even point out or not, but say that it's always the one like I always concern on like when I read some like if it's like encouraging the same stuff or so, wise beliefs or and whatnot. But I could say like with if someone like rates me, might like worry on that. But yeah, it's I don't want to compromise certain things just for warrant on if it would like hurt someone's feelings or not. Like there's certain things I know that I can't compromise. Otherwise, it's like it's what you would call like being a hypocrite or something. But yeah, I'm just something I'm just thinking about at the moment, and I'm just like looking at just like who to raid. There's also someone doing Warframe that he keeps like jumping on that, but I think I rated. I do know I rated before that person. Yeah. Oh, what's lovely art? Or if I'm thinking a bit, thinking of like who to raid. I was thinking of like doing someone like on Helldivers, but Might change my mind here, is all. Any more? You talk about game crashes or me just crashing the plane in the ground or being shot down that crashed me. What last just happened was I got shot down. Which, hey, Beluga, you can take out things the with the plane that you were learning to fly. I took out a tank or so, but then I got attacked by another aircraft in the air and it shot a missile and took me out before I was attempting to just point up to it, but then I was like, oh, maybe I'll evade the missile, trying to shoot the flares and stuff, or the chaff. And no, it just, of course, hits me and I died. The plane was crashing. I jumped out. It's up to me, yeah. Feel like I don't have a lot of options. Might do someone that's in VR chat. I can't remember last I rated this person. Yeah. One thing, like, because the mention to, like, go to, like, Helldivers 2, it's a mature rated game, so it's like, it's only, like, my age of my streams are for, like, probably, like, 13 plus or whatever, like, age that anyone could watch on Twitch. But then it doesn't let person that younger age if it's, like, suddenly a mature rated game. That's another thing to consider at times. But yeah, the best I could think is, yeah, I'm gonna raid this person doing this yo bua if it goes through. Well, otherwise, apparently that was not type the person's name. Have some funny way of, there it goes, that person. Yeah, I'll do like a shout out also of the person. Go say hi if you wish. I think it's a person can be pretty cute. Certainly has a very cute looking avatar. Has very interesting, like, glowy highlights. Like, like the belly and such kind of glows like on the face. Like, yeah, just like has some like nice glowy highlights. Like, looks like there's some like glowness to in underneath in the fur. However you say. Struggling a little bit. Take care, guys. God bless. Bye bye. Thanks for joining. Well, whatever you wish. Say hi, what, however you wish. I guess just to say I don't do raid messages. You could say hi if you wish. You don't have to say some raid message either. So, bye bye. Take care. Thanks for dropping by, Skara and others.